Okay. Fine. So some of the students were asking, today is the last day, right, sir, like that. So yes, and I said in my previous YouTube video that fifth day there is a surprise, etc. and all. So which already I told you guys, and for online students also, that tomorrow we have one excellence meet. So for that you are all invited, about that only. But mainly I said for face-to-face students, not for online students. But initially face-to-face lot of students came, now everyone went into online. That's why next time onwards I am thinking of to cut down online itself, okay. Otherwise why to take this big place and conduct the classes, correct or not? What is the point in that? Fine. So continuing with our yesterday's class, TDS, TCS is the point or concept that we were into the discussion. I completed TDS, TCS except for few points, and there is one question related to TCS which you can see in this illustration, page 158, page 158. Sapna Education Private Limited is receiving supplies through e-commerce limited. An electronic commerce operator has provided the following supplies during December 2020 through Ecom Limited. Supplies of goods taxable at 12% by registered supplier. So in this case, who will be liable to pay GST? The registered supplier only will pay GST. Only in case of notified services, 5 notified services that I hate, the liability to pay GST is on e-commerce operator. But in case of other services or other goods, I mean goods to e-commerce operator, liability to pay GST is on supplier. So here if you observe, this particular e-commerce limited is supplying goods taxable at 12% by registered supplier, means that registered supplier will pay GST on this 5 lakhs. Then what is the liability on e-commerce operator? They need to deduct TCS, and TCS will be computed on what? 5 lakhs or 5 lakh minus 50,000. What should be taken? 5 lakh minus 50,000. So 4 lakh 50,000 will be taken as the value on which TCS will be computed, because the sales returns will be excluded or deducted while computing the TCS. Second transaction, supply of goods taxable at nil rate by registered supplier. Whether TCS is applicable or not applicable in this case? Why not applicable in this case? Because the goods are exempted. So in case of exempted supplies or nil rated supplies, TCS is not applicable. Then next, so in the first case, TCS will be computed on 4 lakh 50,000, but in the second case TCS is not applicable. Third case, supply of housekeeping services by unregistered supplier. Then in this case, whether TCS will be applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. Why? Because the supplier is unregistered. Supplier is unregistered. Moreover, it is covered under 9(5), correct? So section 9(5), because whenever the unregistered supplier is providing housekeeping services through e-commerce operator, it is covered under 9(5). Wherever 9(5) is there, section 52 TCS is not applicable. So TCS is not applicable in this case. Supply of other services by registered supplier 1,50,000. Whether in this case TCS is applicable, supply of other services by registered supplier, yes. In this case TCS is applicable, that is 1,50,000. So TCS will be applicable in this case. Required, determine the amount of tax to be collected at source by Ecom Limited. So 4,50,000 plus 1,50,000, total how much? 6 lakhs. So on that 6 lakhs, so we have to compute TCS. What is the rate of TCS? 0.5%. So say this 6 lakhs into 0.5%, that is 3,000. This is the amount of TCS. Determine consequences if this said amount is paid and return is filed on 15/1/2021. Assume no extensions. Suppose if the TCS is paid on 15 January. This is for which month we are computing the TCS? December. What is the due date of payment of TCS? 10th of January. 10th of January. So they have made the payment on 15 January. So what will be the consequence? First, there is a late fee. So there is a late fee. How much is the late fee? 100 rupees per day, subject to maximum 5,000. Here how many days delay? 5 days delay. 5 into 100, 500 rupees. And if you see CGST, SGST, it will be 1000. 500 rupees under CGST, 500 rupees under SGST. So the late fee will be 1000. Plus there will be even interest also. Why interest? Because there is a delay in payment of TCS. If you are filing return late, automatically TCS is also paid late. So interest will be payable for how many days? 5 days. On what? On the TCS. What is the TCS amount here? The TCS amount is 3000. On the 3000 into so 18%. 18% is the rate of interest into 5 divided by 365. 5 days only not delay. So therefore 5 divided by 365. How much it will come to? 7 point something. So that is 7 rupees. It is rounded off. Now here you may get a doubt. Sir, 5 lakh minus 50,000, 2 lakh 50,000 it exceeds. So TCS is applicable. But here it is only 1 lakh 50. Why TCS is applicable, sir? For TCS where we have threshold limit, we don't have threshold limit now for TCS. For TDS only we have contract value does not exceed 2 lakh 50. TDS is not applicable, but for TCS we don't have that point. So whether the value exceeds or does not exceed, TCS is always applicable. Is that clear? Then next, in yesterday's illustration, so why in this case I computed the TDS. See, this is the invoice value, but we don't know the value of supply under the contract. The value of supply under the contract may be more than 2,50,000. Then whenever they give invoice to the recipient, that invoice may be less than 2,50,000. We need to see total value of supply under the contract. If the total value of the supply under the contract exceeds 2,50,000, TDS is applicable, but TDS is computed invoice wise. That too, for each and every invoice, how much is the payment remitted by the recipient, on that only TDS will be computed. Okay. So that is with respect to this. Happy Ugadi. Yes, happy Ugadi to all. Today is Ugadi, right? That's why a lot of students did not come. Okay. You know, Ugadi is actually the new year for Andhra people, Telugu speaking people. It's a new year, first day. First day itself, if they are not coming to class, how? Correct? I don't understand the logic. So usually first day in a year, we have to do good things, correct? So what is that good thing? If you are a student, you should attend the classes, etc. and all. And festival means no need to attend class like that. Why you should think like that? So I don't know. So people will say in the beginning of the year, if you do something good, throughout the year it will be good like that, okay? So for that you should miss the classes and all. Then say this. Coming back to this, one more illustration related to TCS. Page number 154. Page number 154. So this is a comprehensive illustration to understand how TCS work and how it will have impact on the supplier, e-commerce operator, and again commission, everything I have just given here. Say this, Xiaomi is a supplier which is listing their mobile with Amazon e-commerce operator. For every mobile sold through Amazon, Xiaomi will be required to pay commission to Amazon. See the first point. They entered into contract with Amazon to sell the mobile for a commission of 1,000 rupees plus GST, which means every mobile sold, Amazon will receive a commission of 1,000 rupees plus on the top of that GST also they need to pay. And a buyer placed the order for the mobile with Amazon, and Xiaomi supplied the mobile to Amazon, value 10,000 plus GST 28%, 12,800, and Amazon delivered the mobile to the buyer and payment is collected from the buyer, 12,800. Now, in this case, what is the liability on Amazon e-commerce operator? First, it is not covered under 9(5) because it is supply of goods through e-commerce operator. As it is supply of goods through e-commerce operator, so definitely TCS will be applicable, and GST will not be there on the value of the goods but on the commission. What is the commission that they are getting? 1000 rupees. On that 1000 rupees, they need to pay GST 18%. So 180 rupees is the GST payable on commission, plus TCS also they need to pay. Why? All the conditions are satisfied. Supplier is registered and it is like payment collected by e-commerce operator. So almost all conditions are satisfied. Due to that reason, TCS will be applicable. What is the rate at which TCS is payable? 0.5%. On what? Value including GST or value excluding GST? Value excluding GST. What is the value excluding GST? 10,000. On that 10,000, 0.5% to be payable, that is 50 rupees will be taken as TCS. So 180 rupees plus 50 rupees will be the liability on e-commerce operator. Now concentrate, this GST paid on commission can be taken as input tax credit by supplier, and this 50 rupees also can be taken as TCS credit by the supplier. Is it clear? There will be two credits to the supplier. One is input tax credit with respect to the commission, because when Amazon pay the commission GST, on that they will raise invoice to supplier only, na? Means supplier can take ITC. So keep that in mind. ITC on commission paid 180, and even TCS credit also 50 rupees they will be getting. Using this, they can adjust with their liability. What is their liability? 2800 is their liability. From that, this 180 and 50 will be deducted. So the net amount will be 2570. Understood? This particular area is not touched in exam so far. That is, whatever GST on commission paid by e-commerce operator can be taken as ITC, and this TCS credit which will be adjusted against liability. So this is not yet tested. They have given only question on TDS so far, but on TCS they have not framed any question. Somewhere my intuition is telling that this May 26 exam, one 5 marks question you can expect on TCS along with 9-5. Combining everything, they can make one question, because it's an untapped area. It's a very important area, but institute have missed asking this in the last few exams. Highly possible. Okay, so don't leave this particular concept. Then next, look into the next page. Clarification on TCS liability in case of multiple e-commerce operators. When there are multiple e-commerce operators in a single transaction, then what will happen? For example, if you see Amazon will not allow normal unregistered people and all, or small traders to sell through their platform. But Meesho, yes, it will allow. So therefore, there are some sellers who are listing their products through Meesho. But Meesho is not a popular e-commerce operator, because, for example, in this class, how many of you have Meesho app in your mobile? See? But Amazon, almost everyone will have Amazon app in their mobile. So which means hardly 5% to 10% of the population only know about Meesho. So then how will they get the customers? They will not get the customers. So what Meesho will do, in turn it will list with Amazon. You got it? So first the traders, that is seller A, B, C, D, have listed their products in Meesho. Meesho will in turn list the products in Amazon. And if it is Amazon, it can have a wide reach, because lot of people know about Amazon, and the moment they wanted to buy any product, even if they go to shop also, first they will ask what is the price of the product, and they will check in Amazon what is the price. If the price in Amazon is less, they will order from there only, correct or not? And therefore, this particular app everyone knows, so therefore this Meesho or these sellers will get a wide reach, and there are buyers who are making the purchase. Like this, when there are multiple e-commerce operator, so which e-commerce operator will deduct the TCS? The final e-commerce operator who remits the money to the seller. Who is the final e-commerce operator remitting money to the seller in this case? Meesho. So they will deduct the TCS. Say this, first buyer will make payment to Amazon, and Amazon will just collect the commission, nothing else. So they will get the commission, and remaining amount they will give to e-commerce operator 1, and e-commerce operator 1 will deduct a commission, and thereafter the money will be given to the sellers, and in this they will also deduct TCS. Sir, which means there will be two commissions? Yes, 25% is the total commission. In that 25%, 15% already they are paying to Amazon, means 10% will be retained by Meesho. So plus in addition to that, there will be TCS also here. Got it, pa? Understood? So remember, such e-commerce operator who finally releases the payment to the supplier is liable to deduct TCS. Suppose if supplier and supplier side e-commerce operator is same person, then literally how many e-commerce operators are there? Only one e-commerce operator. So that e-commerce operator, that is buyer side e-commerce operator, will deduct the TCS. However, if the supplier and supplier side e-commerce operator is same person, then the recipient side e-commerce operator is liable to deduct TCS. Each e-commerce operator involved is required to pay GST on the commission earned by them. That also I told you. Then, look into some special points on this. Filing of nil GSTR 8 is not mandatory, but GSTR 7, that is TDS return, even if there are no transactions, they have to file a nil return. But TCS return, if they don't have any transaction, they don't have to file the nil return. Then, supply made in October month, but payment is collected in November month. Now, TCS should be remitted for which month? For example, please listen. I am a seller. I have raised the invoice on 28th of October. 28th October, I raised the invoice. Now, e-commerce operator deliver the product to you on 2nd November. Possible? 28th October, I handed over the product to e-commerce operator and I raised the invoice. And the e-commerce operator deliver the product to you on 2nd November, which means payment collected by e-commerce operator in which month? November month or October month? November month. But I will report it as liability for which month? October month. Now, e-commerce operator should pay this TCS for October month or November month? October month only. If they pay TCS for November month, there will be mismatch. How there will be mismatch? I reported the liability in October month, but they are reporting the liability in November month, but in November I am not reporting the liability, because of which department will think that I have not paid the GST on the transaction. Is it clear? So that's the reason why whichever month the supplier is raising invoice, that month only the e-commerce operator should remit the TCS. Is it clear? Even though they are receiving the payment in the subsequent month from the customer, but whichever month the invoice is raised, that month only they need to deduct the TCS. So read that point once again. Supply made in October month, means invoice is raised in October month, but the payment is collected in November month, then TCS to be remitted for October month only, because invoice month only should be taken for TCS, because the words given is net value of taxable supplies made during a tax period, not net value of taxable supplies received or payment received, like that they did not say. So which month the supply is made? In this case, which month the supply is made? October month. So October month only TCS to be deducted. Then balance in credit ledger cannot be used for payment of TCS. How the TCS can be paid? Only using cash ledger. Credit ledger and all cannot be used for payment of TCS. TCS deductor shall have two GSTINs. One is for payment of regular GST liability and another one for payment of TCS, which means every TDS deductor and TCS deductor will have two registrations. One normal registration for payment of their regular liability, GST liability. Another one only for deducting TDS and TCS. Then this definition you should know. Who is an e-commerce operator? Any person who is supplying goods or services or goods and services including digital products over a digital network or electronic network. So that person is known as e-commerce operator. First, e-commerce means supply of goods or services or goods and services including digital products over digital network or electronic network, and the person who owns or operates or manages this digital network or electronic network is known as e-commerce operator. And these are the three popular e-commerce models. Online marketplace model, yesterday I told you already about this, that is Amazon, Flipkart, etc. We list the product. Whenever the customer places the order, they will deliver the product to the customer. So this is online marketplace model. Whether in this case TCS is applicable or not? Yes, because the seller is different from e-commerce operator. Whereas next one, direct sales model, means the seller themselves will have an app through which they will be providing the supplies. For example, Max Garments, Ajio, so even Pizza Hut. So these are all examples. Even PVR Cinemas, they will have their own app through which the supplies will be made. Then TCS is not applicable because the supplier and e-commerce operator is same. Even in case of Blinkit, Zepto also, inventory late model also, TCS not applicable. Why TCS not applicable even here? Because they are buying the product and keeping the inventory and they are making the sale. So which means that goods belongs to them only. So TCS is not applicable. Only in the first case TCS will be applicable. Then look into this. Supply of goods or services through e-commerce operator and supplier is making supply of goods through e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator is giving goods to the recipient. Okay. So in case of supply of goods through e-commerce operator, so who is liable to pay GST on the supply? In case of supply of goods through e-commerce operator, who is liable to pay GST on the supply? Supplier. Then what is the liability on e-commerce operator? They will pay GST on commission and they will deduct TCS. So e-commerce operator shall pay GST on commission and other charges. And how the GST can be paid? Through credit ledger as well as cash ledger. Then second, supply of notified services through e-commerce operator. In this case, who will pay GST on the transaction? E-commerce operator. Okay. E-commerce operator and GST on supply by e-commerce operator. So whether they can pay it using credit ledger as well as cash ledger or only cash ledger? Only cash ledger. Then third, supply of other services through e-commerce operator. In case of supply of other services through e-commerce operator, GST will be payable on, GST will be payable by whom? Supplier. Then again e-commerce operator will pay GST on commission and other charges through electronic cash ledger or credit ledger. Okay. So that is with respect to this. Then when a person is supplying their goods or services through their own platform, that is direct sales model, it is not called as supplies through ECO and it is normal supplies. Also agents like Paytm, PhonePe, OLX are not called as e-commerce operator. And can e-commerce operator avail ITZ on their inward supplies? Yes, already I discussed that with you. They can take ITZ unless it is blocked ITZ. Only 9(5) liability they have to pay through cash ledger and they cannot utilize ITZ. But for payment of other liability, so commission and other charges, ITZ can be utilized. Then, so look into this. Registration requirement in case of e-commerce transactions, that is e-commerce operator, whether they are compulsorily required to get registered? Yes, every e-commerce operator is compulsorily required to get registered irrespective of the threshold limit. And which e-commerce operator? That e-commerce operator who is liable to pay GST and that e-commerce operator who is liable to deduct TCS. What about supplier of goods through e-commerce operator? This also we discussed, I have just repeated it here. What about supplier of goods through e-commerce operator? If they are making only intra-state supplies, then they don't have to register compulsorily, they need to register only when aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit. But what are the other things they need to ensure? They should make only intra-state, not through e-commerce operator in more than one state, and they should have obtained UEN. What is UEN? Unique enrollment number. Other cases, compulsory registration. What about supplier of services through e-commerce operator? Already we learned. They are required to register only when aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit. This chart we discussed in 9.5. Okay, the charge under CGST. Then, what is the compliance to be followed by e-commerce operator when the supplier is unregistered? You tell me, as an e-commerce operator, what compliance you need to follow? If an unregistered person is making sale through your platform, it's a theory question. Come on, what compliance you will follow? You will not allow them to make interstate supplies. Super. You will not allow them to make interstate supplies. Next, number 2, you will ensure that they are obtaining UEN. Without UEN, you will not allow them to supply. Next, will you deduct TCS or you will not deduct TCS? Not deduct TCS. Why not TCS? Because supplier is, when supplier is unregistered, TCS is not applicable, so you will not deduct TCS. But are you required to show these transactions in your TCS return? Yes. Even if there is no TCS, but whatever turnover that happened through your platform, that you need to show. So these are the 4 points. Allow supply of goods only after allotment of enrollment number. Should not permit supplier to make interstate supplies. Not required to deduct TCS. And should declare the details in GSTR 8. These are the 4 compliances to be followed by e-commerce operator. Okay. Then next, supplier, if they are under composition scheme, what is that you need to ensure? Why? Because a person under composition scheme should not make interstate supplies. So you should ensure that the person under composition scheme is not making interstate supplies through your platform. Next, TCS will you deduct or not? Yes, because even if they are under composition scheme, they are registered only na. So definitely you will deduct TCS and you will report these details in GSTR 8. So should not permit supplier to make interstate supplies, should deduct TCS and should declare the details in GSTR 8. But remember, only supplier of goods through e-commerce operator can opt for composition scheme. Supplier of services through e-commerce operator cannot opt for composition scheme. We discussed in composition scheme. So that is with respect to this. Next. So we completed this. Please do September 25 MCQ last question. I did know. I did write. One question we did know, pa, that Resident Welfare Association, and I said that is a mistake also. Okay. So such answer they have not given answer correctly like that. Now, we are moving on to the next chapter, and related to this, let's see some questions related to TDS, TCS. What is the page number? Page number 142. Look into some MCQs related to this. In which of the following cases e-commerce operator is required to get registered? Service covered under 9(5), are they required to register? Yes. Liability to deduct TCS? Yes. Aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit? Yes. In all these cases they are required to register. Whether Amazon or Flipkart required to pay GST? Yes. On the value of goods supplied through them? No. Not on the goods supplied through them, on the commission earned by them. Commission earned by them, they need to pay GST. Which of the following does not constitute a taxable supply as per section 7 read with section 9? Supply by taxable person to taxable person is a taxable supply. Non-taxable person to non-taxable person, if notified, so definitely they have to register. See, even though non-taxable, not non-taxable, but if it is notified under 9, they have to register na. That is compulsory registration. Every recipient who is liable to pay GST under RCM is compulsorily required to get registered. Supply by taxable person to non-taxable person, so then also there will be tax. Supply by non-taxable person to taxable person if notified. So actually in all these cases it will be taxable supplies. Okay. So maybe here if not notified then it will be correct. If not notified, so option D, because non-taxable person to taxable person means supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered, and it is not notified under 9(3), means it will be FCM. When it is FCM, who will pay GST? Supplier, but the supplier is unregistered, so therefore it is not a taxable supply, no need to pay GST on that. I told you already, whenever it is FCM, you check the registration of the person. If the person is unregistered, the GST payment shall not arise. Then next, what is e-commerce covered in GST? Supply of goods and or services on an electronic platform for commerce other than the supplies of e-commerce operator himself. Supply of goods or service on an electronic platform for commerce including the supplies of e-commerce operator. Supply of goods and or service on an electronic platform for commerce. So which one will come under e-commerce under GST? Which one? Just now we discussed. Other than supplies of e-commerce operator himself. I told you, clearly I told you. If the e-commerce operator is making their own supplies through their platform, then it will not be called as supplies through e-commerce operator. It is not called as supplies through e-commerce operator, and it is normal supplies. Clearly I said, okay. Therefore, point number A. So 4A. Then 5. Which of the following services provided by e-commerce operator is notified by government on which tax is payable by the e-commerce operator? Transportation of goods. Is it covered under 9.5? Is transportation of goods covered under 9.5? No. Only transportation of passengers. So it is not covered under 9.5. Service by way of providing accommodation in hotels, and the hotel is also registered under GST. Whether hotel accommodation is covered under 9.5? Yes, provided the supplier is, but here the hotel is registered. So is it covered under 9.5? No. Services by way of housekeeping such as plumbing and carpentry, etc., and the person supplying such service is not liable to register under GST. Whether housekeeping service is covered under 9.5? Yes, if the supplier is unregistered, but here the supplier is unregistered only, so yes, it is covered under 9.5. Transportation of passengers by air, is it covered under 9.5? No, because transportation of passengers by motor vehicle, and motor vehicle excludes aircraft, so therefore it is not covered under 9.5. Which of the following supplies of goods and services made exclusively to government departments, agencies, etc., and persons notified under section 51 of CGST Act, TDS is required to be deducted? The amounts given below are inclusive of GST 18%, inclusive of GST 18%. Wherever applicable, assume that all other conditions for deduction of TDS are fulfilled. Concentrate. First one, Health Department executed a contract with local supplier registered under GST to supply medical grade oxygen of 2.6 lakhs and is making full payment. What is the total value of supply under the contract? Not 2,60,000. 2,60,000 is inclusive of GST. Take out GST. So please calculate 2,60,000 into 2,60,000 into 100 divided by 118. 2,60,000 into 100 by 118. Whether it exceeds 2,50,000 or does not exceed 2,50,000. Does not exceed 2,50,000. So TDS is applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. So TDS not applicable. No TDS in this case. Next, second, government school. Government school is making the payment of 3.5 lakh to a registered supplier for supply of cooked food as midday meal under a scheme sponsored by central or state government. What is your answer? Exempted. Why it is exempted? We discussed catering services provided to category 1 education institution is exempted. When it is exempted, TDS is applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. So no TDS. Municipal Corporation of Kolkata purchases heavy generator from a registered supplier in Delhi. Now it is making payment of 5 lakh for that purchase. Whether TDS is applicable in this case? Yes. 5 lakhs means the value of supply under the contract exceed 2,50,000, and definitely TDS will be applicable in this case because supplier is also registered. So TDS is applicable. Next, Finance Department in Delhi making payment of 3 lakh to a registered supplier of printing and stationery in Delhi. So there also TDS will be applicable because 3 lakhs you take out GST and C. 3 lakhs into 100 by 118. What is 3 lakhs into 100 by 118? So it is more than 2,50,000. So TDS is applicable. So what is the correct option in this case? Option D, 3 and 4. So in case of 3 and 4, TDS is applicable. Okay. They are asking in which of the following cases, so TDS is required to be deducted. So 3 and 4 TDS is required to be deducted. Okay. Next, 7. Vikas Nigam Limited, a public sector undertaking, has placed order to Bharati Steels registered in Bokaro, Orissa for supply of 70 iron shields, each costing 12,000 exclusive of GST. However, the supply will take place in 3 lots containing 10 shields, 20 shields and 40 shields on different days. Determine whether the tax is required to be deducted under GST on the above order. So each costing how much? 12,000. So total 70. What is the total value of supply under the contract? 12,000 into 70 is 8,40,000. So means the total overall value of supply under the contract exceeds 2,50,000. So TDS is applicable. Don't see every lot. See the overall supply under the contract. What is the overall supply under the contract? It exceeds 2,50,000. So TDS is required to be deducted on entire order of 70 shields. That is the answer for this. Got it? Because the overall value of supply under the contract exceeds 2,50,000. Then this question already we discussed. It is there in the book itself, same question. That 3007, this one. Next, look into question number 8. Bhavin dane? Bhavin. Sleepy, why? Yesterday went to any movie? No. Okay. Maybe night out, huh? Huh? Morning you wake up early. Okay, fine. Say this. I also thought somewhere night and all you were watching something because of which. Okay, fine, it's okay. Say this. Mohan, afternoon if you are sleeping, there is a logic. Morning itself, why is he getting sleeping? Then night out you should have done. Okay. A lot of youth and all will do night out because night internet will be superbly available. No. Then say this. Mohan, a registered person in Salem, Tamil Nadu, makes intrastate supply of taxable goods amounting to 13,57,000 inclusive of GST to a PSU, and consideration for the same is received in equal installments from PSU. What is the value of supply? Total value of supply, excluding GST you do pa, including 18% GST, excluding GST how much? 13,57,000 into 100 by 118. Definitely it exceeds 2,50,000. So TDS is applicable or not applicable? Yes, TDS is applicable even though the money is received in equal installments, but we need to see the overall supply under the contract. Now TDS is computed on what? Every installment. Whenever the installment is paid, on that the TDS will be computed. What will be your view in respect of applicability of TDS provisions regarding the above transaction? TDS is applicable. Second, what is the period by which TDS is required to be deposited to the government account? When? 10th of the month following every month. Okay. So TDS computed is remitted each installment at 1% CGST, 1% SGST through GSTR7 by 10th of the month following every month. Then look into question number 9. It's a RTP question, Jan 25. Mr. Boluram, a supplier located in Meerut, UP, supplied the bed sheets, pillow covers and blankets to a governmental agency registered in UP under a contract. Total contract value 4,61,000 excluding GST. The value of supply is bifurcated as below. Is the government agency required to deduct tax at source while making the payment to Boluram? Is government agency covered under the notified recipients? Yes. So therefore they are required to deduct TDS if the value of supply under the contract exceeds 2,50,000. So first you need to write who are the notified recipients. In the present case, government agency is a notified recipient and the value of supply exceeds 2,50,000. So TDS will be applicable. What is the value of supply? So 4,61,000 into 1% towards CGST and 1% towards SGST because it is within the state. Within the state part. Supplier is also in UP and ending point, that is place of supply, is also UP. Therefore it is intrastate supply. So therefore 4,610 each under CGST, SGST. Thereafter we did not have any questions related to TDS, TCS. So in the past exam only in 1 or 2 attempts only they asked, but highly possible, trust me, this May 26 exam you will have a question on TCS. TDS no, but TCS for sure. Okay. Then next, so 2 areas I told you compulsory you will get questions. Yesterday I said 1 area, time of supply, that too related to vouchers, and second is this TCS. Okay. Next, We are moving on to the next chapter, that is registration. Say this, in this registration chapter, page number 137, registration chapter, page number 137, we have total 9 sections, section 22 to section 30. Section 22 to section 30, page number 137. In this, first 3 sections talks about the legality of registration, that is when a person is required to get registered. 22 says when a person is liable to get registered. 23 when a person is exempted from registration. 24 is compulsory registration. Then next 3 sections talks about the procedural aspects. 25 procedure for registration, 26 deemed registration, 27 special provision for CTP and NRTP, casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person. Last 3 sections is about the special cases, that is amendment in registration. Section 28, amendment in registration means initially you would have furnished some details at the time of registration, and thereafter there might be some change, like change in the name of the business or change in the address or change in the goods or services that you deal with. All those things you need to communicate to the department, that is amendment in registration. Section 29 is cancellation of registration, that is sometimes when your registration, when you are no longer liable to get registered, maybe your turnover falls below the threshold limit, or you are not covered under compulsory registration, or you breach some provisions, then in that case they will cancel your registration, that is cancellation of registration. Whenever they cancel your registration, you can request them for revocation of cancellation, that is restoration or withdrawal of cancellation, that is known as revocation of cancellation of registration, that is section 30. These are the sections. And from exam, okay, listen. So I was referring to these 9 sections, in that from exam point of view, section 22, 23, 24 is very, very important. And apart from that, in section 25, procedure for registration, they have added one new amendment now, that is a simplified registration, like online itself, without any verification of premises or without intervention of the officer. They created one simplified registration procedure, that is within 3 days, once you make application we will be getting registration, like that. That area is an amendment for May 26 exam. So that can be tested, okay. Apart from the first 3 sections, that is one area which is important from exam point of view. And look into the first one, section 22, when a person is required to get registered, as and when the person's aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, that person is required to get registered. What is the threshold limit for registration? So if you are doing business only in one state, and that is in Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, then the limit will be 10 lakhs. So see that limits for registration, you have to remember this, no other go. If you are doing business in a single state, and that single state is in MMTN, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, then the limit will be 10 lakhs for goods or services or both, okay. And suppose you are doing business in single state, and that is in U stamp, that is Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya and Pondicherry, Puducherry, then the limit will be 20 lakhs, okay. In all other states, if you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, 40 lakhs, balancing figure, that is other cases, not exclusively engaged in supply of goods, means you are supplying both goods and services or only services, then the limit will be 20 lakhs, got it. So once again, tell me what is the limits if you are doing business in one state, and that one state is in MMTN, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, then the limit will be 10 lakhs. If you are doing business in one state and that is in U stamp, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya and Puducherry, then the limit will be 20 lakhs. In other cases, the limit will be, say, exclusively supply of goods 40 lakhs, balancing figure 20 lakhs. Suppose if you are doing business in multiple states, then what we need to do? Check whether one of the state is a special category state and taxable supplies are made from that state. Two conditions. Number one of the state is a special category state and taxable supplies are made from that state. If both the conditions are satisfied, then the limit will be 10 lakhs. Means you are doing business in say 4 states: Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Nagaland. So one of the state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made from that state. Therefore, the limit will be 10 lakhs. That is this. Suppose none of the state is in MMTN use stamp. So these 10 states, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland and use stamp states, none of the states where you are doing business is in these 10 states and you are engaged in exclusive supply of goods, then the limit will be 40 lakhs. All other cases, the balancing figure 20 lakhs will be applicable. So tell me these 3 points. If you are doing business in multiple states, what are the 3 points you need to remember? Number one of the state is special category state and taxable supplies are made from that state, then the limit will be 10 lakhs. Suppose if none of the state is in MMTN use stamp, none of the state is in MMTN use stamp and you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, then the limit will be any other case 20 lakhs. And this aggregate turnover we need to see state wise or all India basis? All India basis. It should be computed on all India basis and not state wise. And the limit of 40 lakhs is applicable only in case of exclusive supply of goods. However, interest income is also allowed. What is the meaning of that statement? Interest income is also allowed. Please listen. That is, there is a trader and that trader is in Tamil Nadu. And what he is doing is that he is engaged in supply of goods. And the value of supply of goods is 35 lakhs. 35 lakhs is the value of supply of goods. And he is having some interest on fixed deposits. Interest on fixed deposit 3 lakhs. Okay. Interest on fixed deposit 3 lakhs. What is his aggregate turnover? The aggregate turnover is 35 plus 3, 38 lakhs. Now tell me, what is the applicable threshold limit of this trader? What is the applicable threshold limit of this trader? 40 lakhs. Why? Only goods, but there is interest income, let it be. If there is only interest income, that is exclusively he is engaged in supply of goods, and if he has only interest income, still he will be treated as engaged in supply of goods only, and the applicable threshold limit will be 40 lakhs. And in this case, therefore, trader not required to get registered. Why not required to get registered? Because their turnover does not exceed the threshold limit. Suppose, instead of this, if the trader is having supply of goods and instead of interest on fixed deposits, if this is delivery services, the delivery service is 3 lakhs. Now, what is the applicable threshold limit? Why 20 lakhs? Because he is engaged in some services. What is that some services? Delivery services. Means he is not exclusively engaged in supply of goods. So therefore, the applicable limit will be 20 lakhs. Therefore, trader is liable to get registered. Trader is liable to get registered. Okay. Understood? So if this person is having only interest income, that is an exception. Still they are traders exclusively engaged in supply of goods. If a person is engaged exclusively in supply of service or both goods and service, then 40 lakhs limit is not applicable, only 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs. Also, this 40 lakhs limit is not applicable in some cases when a person is voluntarily registered. So like I have not exceeded the threshold limit, voluntarily when I register, I cannot enjoy that 40 lakhs limit. For example, my turnover is only 10 lakhs, I register. When I register, can I enjoy remaining 30 lakhs of benefit? No. I have to pay GST, means 40 lakhs limit is not applicable to them. Persons who are compulsorily required to get registered. So the moment I am compulsorily required to get registered, don't check this threshold limit of 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs. Whatever may be the turnover, I have to register. Also, one more important point. If a person is engaged exclusively in supply of pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, then we have this ice cream, edible ice, bricks and roofing tiles. One product is missing from composition scheme. What is that? Aerated waters. There we studied aerated waters, but here it is not there. And one more difference is also there from there to here. In composition scheme, I told you manufacturer of those goods cannot opt for composition scheme, but here any supplier of these goods will not get 40 lakhs limit. Okay. So if you are supplier, either manufacturer or trader, and you are engaged in exclusive supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles, then 40 lakhs limit is not applicable. For example, there is a small shop. In that shop there is a fridge. In that fridge they are selling ice cream. Now can that shop, there is a trader, they are selling all provisions like oil, then so this chocolate, biscuit, shampoo, like that, all the goods they are selling, provision store, and they have one fridge. In that they are selling ice cream also. Now can they opt for 40 lakhs limit? Will they get 40 lakhs limit? Yes. Only if you are exclusively engaged in supply of these goods only, 40 lakhs limit not applicable. For example, Ibacco ice cream shop, can they get 40 lakhs limit? No, because they are exclusively engaged in supply of ice cream. Same way, there is one pan shop which will be selling pan masala tobacco products. Will they get 40 lakhs limit? No, they will get only 20 lakhs limit as threshold limit. Got it? Then, so as and when aggregate turnover during a financial year exceed threshold limit as discussed above, they are liable to get registered. Now in this, as I told you that there is one amendment related to this simplified registration and withdrawal process, see that is rule 14A, and it is an amendment which is applicable for your May 26 exam. That is, previously, let me give you the background of this as to why it came. Lot of people were suffering from the GST department officers by, they have to pay bribe, then only the GST department, not all, but majorly in many states, state level officers and all became corrupted. So they were telling for registration also you have to pay some 2000 rupees or 3000 rupees as bribe, then only we will allow you to register, like that and all. And means there is a officer intervention. Without officer approval, the registration is not possible. So therefore, these complaints were made to the finance minister. Accordingly, they have created one simplified registration scheme without the intervention of the proper officer. Online, if you submit the document, that too your Aadhaar card, etc., immediately you will get the registration within 3 days. But this is not for all. Only some people whose turnover is within the limits, whose liability is within the limits. For big taxpayers and all, they have to go through the officer, and the officer should give the registration, etc. This is only for the newly started business and some minimal liabilities and all they have, they can go for this route. Okay. So this is simplified GST registration first. What is the eligibility for simplified registration? So who can go for this simplified registration? Any applicant whose estimated monthly total tax liability does not exceed 2,50,000. Estimated monthly total tax liability. Monthly liability does not exceed 2,50,000. Turnover or tax liability? Tax liability. Which means yearly what will be the liability? 2,50,000 into 12. 2,50,000 into 12. So somewhere like 30 lakhs liability. Liability itself is 30 lakhs, means what could be the turnover? Let's take average 18%. So divided by 0.18. Divided by 0.18. 30 lakhs divided by 0.18. 1 crore 66 lakhs, 66,000, like that. Okay. So somewhere approximately 1.5 crore. Correct? So which means they are all under small taxpayers only, na? Total turnover in a year is only 1.5 crore only. So for them only they gave this facility. But is this the actual liability or estimated liability? What if your estimated liability is going to be more than this? your estimated monthly liability is more than this, what will happen? Can you go for simplified registration? No. So this is not possible. Is this liability after deducting ITC or before deducting ITC? Before deducting ITC, because you are not registered now. When you are not registered, there is no question of ITC. So here it is gross. That's what estimated total tax liability, not net tax liability. Total tax liability does not exceed 2,50,000. And what they need to do? Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. Means they should have a Aadhaar number, and persons, there are certain people who can undergo registration without Aadhaar card. They can also go for this simplified registration. That is, without Aadhaar also some people can register. Who are they? We have a list, like not a citizen of India, like that, and all some cases are there. So they can also apply. Then one registration per permanent account number per state. What is the first step? What is the first point? Eligibility. What is eligibility? Any person whose monthly total tax liability does not exceed 2,50,000, and definitely they should have Aadhaar. Suppose if they are under the exempted category from Aadhaar, then okay, they can apply. Then number 3, one registration per permanent account number, which means within the state, if I have 3 places of business, generally I can go for 3 separate registrations, correct? But using the simplified registration, can I go for 3 separate registration? No, only one registration, only one registration. Even if multiple places of business is there, they shall obtain only one registration. Next, electronic registration within 3 working days. So once they apply for registration, within 3 working days, they will get the registration, and faster registration compared to the normal process within 3 working days. Whether any intervention of officer is there? No. Notice, approval of officer, all those things are not there. And withdrawal from the scheme, when if the taxpayer wanted to come out of this and go for normal registration. Why will they go for normal registration? What is the limitation in this simplified registration? Your tax liability should not exceed 2,50,000 in a month. If your liability is going to exceed 2,50,000 in a month, what you should do? You should go for normal registration, means you need to exit from this simplified registration. So withdrawal from scheme, taxpayer can exit by filing form GST REG 32 provided. But there is a lock-in. Under simplified registration, minimum some months you should be under this registration only. What is that? 3 months you have filed the returns. If you got registered before 1/4/2026, before 1/4/2026, if you register under this, minimum 3 months you should wait. And suppose if you register after 1/4/2026, at least 1 month return has been filed, and all returns up to the withdrawal date has been filed, then you can exit from this simplified registration and go for normal registration. Understood, pa? So what are the conditions? Number 1, registered before 1/4/2016, minimum 3 months you should be into the simplified registration and file your returns. If you are registered after 1/4/2016, at least 1 month, okay, and all the returns should be filed, then only you can come out of this. And during the simplified registration, if there is any change in the particulars, are you required to intimate? Yes. Update under rule 19, that is amendment in registration, before applying for withdrawal. Any change in address, etc., and all that you update. And then verification of withdrawal application. Whenever you make a withdrawal application, they will ask you to complete the Aadhaar verification or biometric verification, and even documents also they will verify based on risk parameters. Otherwise, what people will do, under this simplified registration, they will get fake registrations, collect the money from the people, and they will close the registration and go, run away somewhere. So then in that case, how to find these people? That's why, because see, officer means officer will know who is this person and where is he located, etc., and all. But online means using any documents, like fake documents also we can get the registration, and we will collect the liability from the recipient, and we may escape from payment of tax. That's the reason why whenever you are withdrawing, there is a verification done, either by way of Aadhaar authentication, biometric, or if required, document verification also will be done. Then they will pass an order within 7 working days from the submission of form for withdrawal. And reporting tax liability exceeding 2.5 lakhs in a month, only from the following month after withdrawal you can show your liability more than 2 lakh 50. When you are under simplified registration, you cannot show the liability more than 2 lakh 50,000 in a month. Sir, what if I have liability? Don't have that liability. Don't have that liability means postpone. Postpone the liability at a later point of time. You come out and then only you can have a liability more than 2 lakh 50,000. Then cancellation proceedings, withdrawal will be rejected and the process of cancellation will continue. That is, suppose if department at a later point of time came to know that unnecessarily fake you have obtained registration and all, they will cancel your registration. This is the process. According to me, this is one of the stupid process. I will tell you why. You are giving a benefit, but that benefit is not enjoyable benefit. You know how? How will I know my liability will be exactly 2.5 lakhs only? Suppose if I get a special order from my customer, then I have to reject that order. Are you getting this? I should not do the business. How can you create some system to create a kind of disturbance to the business? You understood or not? So this is one system which they created. I don't know what is the purpose for which they kept this many conditions. They could have made it very, very simple. Then, so as Nirmala Sitharaman is involved, like this only it will happen. Okay. So then next, exemption from registration, section 23. Who are exempted from registration? So if they are exclusively engaged in making exempted supplies, including non-taxable supplies. Okay. If they are exclusively making exempted supplies, including non-taxable supplies, they are exempted from registration. Okay. Then next, agriculturist to the extent out of cultivation of land. So who is a person making exclusively exempted supplies? For example, if I am a trader engaged in sale of fruits and vegetables are exempted. So if I am selling only fruits and vegetables, should I register? No, I am not required to register. Then if I am engaged in making only non-taxable supplies, example liquor shop, whether a liquor shop is required to get registered? No. Why? Because they are making only non-taxable supplies. Same way petrol bunk which is engaged in only sale of petrol and diesel is also not required to get registered. That is the meaning of the first statement. Second, if I am an agriculturist and if I am engaged in supply out of agricultural produce alone. Sir, in the previous point itself you said that agricultural produce is exempted. I never said that. I said fruits and vegetables is only exempted. I did not tell agricultural produce is exempted. Not every agricultural produce is exempted. You take, you know, this teak wood, rubber, then tobacco, etc. that is not exempted, but it is agricultural produce. Tobacco is agricultural produce. Tobacco leaves is agricultural produce, but it is not exempted. Like that, there might be some taxable goods also, but if you are agriculturist, got it? Tobacco is agricultural produce, teak wood is agricultural produce, and even this dry fruits like cashew nuts, etc. Then even pepper, these are all covered under taxable. Even though it is taxable, but you are engaged in cultivation. As an agriculturist, you are exempted from registration even though the product is taxable. Are you understanding this? But you should be only cultivator. You should not do anything else. Agriculturist to the extent out of cultivation of land. Then if you are making outward supplies exclusively covered under RCM, then also you are exempted from registration. For example, advocate you take. Advocate's outward supply is fully covered under RCM na. So therefore they are exempted from registration, like that. Other than supplier engaged in supply of metal scrap, that is not applicable, you leave it. So tell me 3 cases where they are exempted from registration. Tell me. Exclusively engaged in making exempted supplies including non-taxable supplies, agriculturist, and exclusively covered under RCM. Okay. Then this point already we discussed, that is if a person is making only intrastate supplies, he is not, and through e-commerce operator, he is not compulsorily required to get registered. Hope you remember that discussion. So but what are the conditions? He should not make interstate supplies. He should not be associated with e-commerce operator in more than one state, and they should declare the permanent account number, address, state, and obtain a unique enrollment number. And once their turnover exceeds threshold limit, that unique enrollment number will be removed and they need to get a normal registration. Got it? Then under section 22, there are some compulsory registrations. If you are registered under earlier indirect tax law, or if there is any transfer of business or amalgamation, merger, etc., in these three cases, they have to compulsorily register. What are the three cases? Registered under earlier indirect tax, transfer of business, or transfer pursuant to scheme of amalgamation, merger or demerger. But this compulsory registration has got a relaxation. What is that? You need to register, and if your turnover falls below threshold limit, you can make an application for cancellation of registration. They can make application for cancellation if their turnover falls below threshold limit. But section 24 also we have compulsory registration. You know what is the difference? Under section 24 compulsory registration, even if your turnover falls below threshold limit, you have to register. You cannot make application for cancellation of registration. Understood the difference between compulsory registration under 22 versus 24? Tell me what is the difference? 22 compulsory registration. Respond here. If their turnover falls below threshold limit, they can make application for cancellation. Whereas 24 compulsory registration, irrespective of threshold limit, they need to compulsorily register. And what are the compulsory registration under 24? I creations. I for interstate supply of goods. That to which goods? Taxable goods other than handicrafts. C for casual taxable person other than handicrafts. R for recipient liable to pay GST under RCM. R, then e-commerce operator. Which e-commerce operator is compulsory required to get registered? That e-commerce operator who is liable to pay GST under 95 and e-commerce operator who is required to deduct TCS under section 52. These two e-commerce operators are compulsorily required to get registered. Then A for agent making supply on behalf of supplier. If I am an agent acting on behalf of supplier, when I will be acting on behalf of supplier, if I raise invoice in my name, then I am an agent acting on behalf of principal, so I have to compulsorily get registered. T for TDS deductor. Then I input service distributor. Who is an input service distributor? I told you already, head office which takes the credit and distributes the credit to the branch office is known as input service distributor. They are compulsorily required to get registered. Then O for OIDR supplier, that is online services. OIDR services means online services like OTT platforms, okay. Online service provider or online money gaming service provider supplier outside India. OIDR supplier or OMG supplier located outside India. N for non-resident taxable person. And S for supplier of goods through e-commerce operator other than those who are making only intrastate supplies. You mark this as important for theory. So they will ask, write any 5 situations or what are the cases where a person is compulsorily required to get registered. You need to write this. Even in MCQ also they will be testing. In which of the following cases the person is compulsorily required to get registered, like that, okay. Then irrespective of threshold limit, a person is liable to get registered in this case. And suppose if you are exempted from registration, and compulsory registration is not applicable for you. For example, say this, look into this. There is an advocate. That advocate is making outward supplies to a business entity. That advocate is making supply, that is outward supply to a business entity. And this business entity turnover during the previous year exceed threshold limit. Therefore, this will be taxable under FCM or RCM? RCM, taxable under RCM. And advocate is having some import of services. This import of services is taxable under RCM. This import of service is also taxable under RCM. Now concentrate. As their outward supply is fully covered under RCM, as per section 24, as per section 23, they are exempted from registration. Am I right? Check section 23. Check section 23. If they are making only outward supplies covered under RCM. If they are making only exempted outward supplies under RCM, yes, they are making only outward supplies under RCM, so they are exempted from registration. Whereas, if they have some inward supplies on which they need to pay GST under RCM, as per section 24, so they have to compulsorily register. Compulsory registration as per section 24. Check that point also. In that I creations, R point. R is what? Recipient under RCM. So here this advocate is the recipient under RCM. As per section 24, they are compulsorily required to get registered. Now which will prevail? Which will prevail? Section 23 will prevail over section 24. So they are exempted from registration. Once a person is exempted from registration, they are exempted from registration. Even if through other section they are required to register also, they are not required to register. That section is not applicable. So section 23 is the supreme section. So which means that if a person is covered under 23, they are outright exempted. That's what this is. Section 23 overrides 22, 24. Even 24 overrides only 22. 24 section is what? Compulsory registration. That overrides only 22. What is that? If they are compulsorily registered, they have to register if their turnover does not exceed threshold limit also. That's it only. But 23 is the main section primarily that will override all other sections. So we completed 22, 23 and 24. Mostly if you see the past exam questions etc. and all will be based on this only. Now we are moving on to section 25, that is procedure for registration. Procedure for registration. So you have to remember first these 6 forms REG 1 to REG 6. REG 1 is application for registration, REG 2 acknowledgement, and once you make application for registration, you will get acknowledgement immediately. Thereafter, you have to get the registration certificate or notice. Either notice or registration certificate you will get. Registration certificate will be in REG 6. This is the regular registration, not the simplified registration. This is a regular registration. So either you will get a notice or you will get a registration certificate. Why notice? Suppose if the documents what you have submitted is not correct or is not proper, the officer will give you notice. Otherwise, they will grant a registration certificate. REG 3, notice for discrepancy. REG 6, certificate of registration. Then, suppose if you receive a notice, now you need to give reply to the notice. What is the time limit within which you need to give reply to the notice? Within 7 working days, you need to give reply to the notice. After you give reply to the notice, again, so they may either grant you registration or they may reject the application. But remember, in all these places, the time limit is 7 working days. That is, from the date you make application, you will get either notice or you will get certificate of registration within 7 working days. See this, REG 1 to REG 3, 7 working days, and REG 1 to REG 6 also 7 working days. Means from the date you make application for registration within 7 working days, either you will get notice or you will get certificate of registration. Then, suppose if you get a notice, what is the time limit within which we need to give reply to the notice? REG 3 to REG 4. So, reply to the notice will be within 7 working days. And once you give reply to the notice, within 7 working days, either they will reject the application or they will give certificate of registration. So, REG 4 to REG 5 or 6 within 7 working days. So, here everything will be 7 working days. But acknowledgement alone immediately you will get. REG 1 to REG 2 alone you will get immediately. And when you need to make application for registration, already I told you input tax credit chapter, once you are liable to get registered, what is the time limit within which you need to make application for registration? Within 30 days. Within 30 days from the date on which person liable for register, they need to make application for registration. Next. At the time when you make application for registration, are you required to submit the bank details? No. it is up to you. If you want to submit the bank details, you can submit. Otherwise, also without bank details, you can get the registration. But listen, concentrate. After registration, within 30 days or date of filing GSTR1, whichever is earlier, you should have given the bank details. Initially, without bank details also, you can get the registration. But once you obtain registration, immediately you need to open a bank account and you need to update the bank details with the portal. But what is the time limit within which you need to update? Come on. Within 30 days from the date of registration or date of filing GSTR1, whichever is earlier. But this relaxation is not applicable for TDS or TCS deductor. For TDS, TCS deductor, they have to submit the bank details at the time of registration only. Got it? And whatever procedure that we discuss now is not applicable to not you. So this registration is not applicable to not you. Who is not you? N for NRTP, then O for OIDR or OMG supplier, then T for TDS, TCS deductor, and U for UIN holder. Means for them we have a separate procedure for registration. Okay. Now you may get a question like this. Generally, application for registration so has to follow prescribed procedure, but in some cases the regular procedure for registration is not applicable. Comment. What is that you will write? In the following cases, the regular procedure for registration is not applicable. Number 1, if the person estimated tax liability does not exceed 2,50,000 in a month, that is there. That is also regular procedure not applicable. And then you write not you. Now NRTP, OIDR or OMG supplier, TDS, TCS deductor, and UIN holder. Okay. Next, there are some cases where registration is subject to physical verification. Again, this is also important for theory. There are some cases where your registration will be subject to physical verification, which means officer will do physical verification of your place of business and then only grant the registration. What are those cases? Total 3 cases. Please concentrate. First, you made application without Aadhaar authentication. Number 2, you made application by selecting Aadhaar authentication. I can continue, no? Yes. So you can make application, you have made application without Aadhaar authentication. That is one point. Second, you made application with authentication, but authentication not completed within 15 days. Please concentrate. Listen. First listen. So you have made application without authentication, or you made application by selecting Aadhaar authentication but not completed within 15 days, or you made application with authentication and you completed authentication, but officer still wanted to conduct the physical verification because you are living in a locality which is prone to risk area. So means lot of tax evaders are there in that locality. So due to that reason, officer wanted to conduct physical verification. Got it? For example, in Chennai, there are some areas like this: Saukarpet, Pursavakkam, Pondi Bazaar. These are some areas wherein easily, in 100 square feet also one person will start a business, and Ritchie Street, etc. So that's why these areas, when you give address, they will definitely conduct the physical verification and then only they will grant the registration. Is it clear? So tell me, what are the 3 cases? Come on. You made application without Aadhaar authentication. Number 2, you made application with authentication but not completed within 15 days. You made application with authentication and completed, but based on risk parameters, officer wanted to carry out physical verification. Okay. Someone has given Poes Garden. Definitely if you give Poes Garden address and our officer will never come also there. Okay. They will not. Directly they will give registration and all. Because if at all you are having address in Poes Garden, you are rich here, because otherwise you will definitely not get the address there. How much ever money you have, you cannot buy in Poes Garden. You know that? Very, very difficult. Unless otherwise you have political influence, you are a well-known celebrity, etc. and all, then only it is possible. So others and all, if you are not having social status, they will never give the land over there. That much difficult it is. There you are opening up a shop and there you are giving address and all means, officer, sir, accepted, sir. Today you make application, tomorrow itself they will give. Got it? So therefore, these are the three cases where physical verification of place of business may be either before or after registration. However, physical verification for grant of registration is required in the following cases. Got it? Now, what is the time limit within which they will do the physical verification and give the registration? 30 days from the date you make application. What is the time limit within which they will do physical verification and grant registration? 30 days from the date of application. At least 5 working days before the 30 days. For example, today you make application. What is today's date? 19th of March. 19th of March, 30 days is 18th of April. Within 18th of April, today you make application, by 18th April, they need to give you registration after completing physical verification. Okay, by 18th of April. At least 5 working days before, they need to complete the physical verification and upload the report in the portal. At least 5 days before 18th April. Okay, so see that. Where the physical verification of place of business of a person is required before the grant of registration, the proper officer shall get the verification done and the verification report along with other documents including photographs shall be uploaded at least 5 working days prior to the completion of time limit specified. Is it clear? Then next, suppose if the registration is granted and thereafter they wanted to do the physical verification, then 15 working days. If the proper officer is satisfied that the physical verification is required after grant of registration, what is the time limit within which they need to complete the physical verification and upload the report? Within 15 working days. For MCQs, these time limits are useful, keep that in mind. Suppose if you are getting a question on, so write a brief note on physical verification for grant of registration, you need to write this information, okay, for 5 marks. Then, see the next page. Aadhaar authentication, as I told you, is Aadhaar authentication optional or mandatory? Optional. Just now I told you can make application without Aadhaar authentication. Means Aadhaar authentication is not mandatory, it is optional. So either you can go for Aadhaar authentication or without Aadhaar authentication. If you go for Aadhaar authentication, once you submit the form REG1, you will get a link. In that link, you need to complete the Aadhaar authentication. Depends. Only OTP, sometimes biometric. So biometric in the sense like one app will be there, you have to open that app and keep your camera and there will be some information, you need to read that information. It will ask you to blink your eyes 3 times, you need to blink that eyes and sometimes the thumb and all you need to give the impression. This is called as biometric Aadhaar authentication, sometimes just the OTP. But now biometric Aadhaar authentication is across the country, everywhere it is applicable. Whenever officer wanted, they will ask for biometric Aadhaar authentication. And once you complete that authentication, the registration certificate will be granted. What is the time limit within which registration certificate will be granted? 7 working days. Because this is Aadhaar authentication completed, 7 working days from the date you complete the authentication. Sir, you said 30 days. That's what, Pa. Wherever physical verification is required, there only 30 days. In other places, we don't need 30 days, 7 working days. Registration certificate to be granted within 7 working days of authentication, else deemed registration. Suppose if they fail to complete the authentication within 15 days, what will happen? As if the application is made without authentication. So, if you make application without authentication or made application with authentication but not completed within 15 days, or you completed but based on risk parameters, the officer will carry out physical verification and grant registration within 30 days of application. Then, this already we discussed. Suppose during that stage of verification, if there is any discrepancy, I told you already, one notice will be given in REG3. After that notice, we have to give reply within 7 working days. Thereafter, within 7 working days, either they will grant or reject. Say this. If notice is received within specified period, then applicant need to file clarification, and after filing clarification, officer should grant registration within 7 working days. Otherwise, deemed registration. If Aadhaar authentication is opted, what is the time limit within which it should be completed? It should be completed within 15 days. So, whenever you completed authentication or 15 days, whichever is earlier, will be taken as the date of submission of application. Suppose if you have made application without authentication, first 15 days, you have time limit to complete authentication. After that 15 days only, 30 days will be counted. Means what is the overall period for physical verification? First 15 days plus 30 days. So, total 45 days. Physical verification shall be conducted within 30 days of submission of application, that is 15 days from the form if authentication is not done. And this is what I told you, biometric Aadhaar authentication is now extended to all states and union territories. So, whenever officer wanted to have biometric verification, they can do that. Then, applicability of Aadhaar authentication. So, this is also an important theory question. In which of the cases Aadhaar authentication is not applicable? Applicability itself is not there. When it is not applicable, like that they will ask. Number 1, if you are not a citizen of India, you don't have an Aadhaar number, then Aadhaar authentication is not applicable. NRTP, outside India to India, or not a citizen of India, so they will not be required to undergo authentication. Next, in case of HUF, who is required to undergo authentication? Karta. So, who is not required? Co-partners, other members of HUF not required to undergo authentication. Then in firm or LLP, who should undergo? Authorized or managing partner. Other partners not required to undergo authentication. Company or body corporate or other entity, who should undergo authentication? Authorized signatory. And members other than authorized signatory not required to undergo authentication. Then government, in case of government, central government, state government department, local authority, statutory body, PSU. These people are required to undergo authentication. Got it? Or not required? Not required. So, government and its family members. What is government and its family members? First 4 points easily remember. Pa. Individual, not a citizen of India. Firm, other than authorized or managing partner. HUF, other than Karta. Any other person, other than authorized signatory. Okay. Then government, 4 government and its family members. What are they? Central government, state government, local authority, public sector undertaking, statutory body. 4. Okay. Then next, unique identification number holder, UIN holder. These people are not required to undergo authentication anytime, either at the time of making application for registration or at a later point of time also. Then look into the next area, deemed registration. This can also be tested as a theory question for short note. What are the cases where registration is deemed to be granted? You tell me, Pa. First, what are the cases where there is physical verification for grant of registration? What are the cases where there is physical verification for grant of registration? Aadhaar, not opted. Number 2, opted but not completed within 15 days. Number 3, opted and completed but officer wanted to do physical verification. Correct? Huh? In these 3 cases, what is the time limit? What is the time limit within which they need to do physical verification and give registration? Huh? These 3 cases, 30 days. What if they are not doing? Deemed registration. Okay, wow. Can you remember it easily? Same question, Pa. That is same answer you know. Just extension you need to know. What are the cases where they need to undergo physical verification? These 3. What is the time limit? 30 days. Within 30 days, if the registration is not granted, then deemed registration. Okay, wow. Next. Normally, once you make application, what is the time limit? If there is no physical verification, normally, once you make application, what is the time limit? 7 working days. 7 working days. So, within 7 working days, if they are not granting registration, then also deemed registration. Okay, wow. Next. Once they give notice, what is the time limit within which you need to give reply? 7 working days. After you give reply, what is the time limit within which they need to grant registration? 7 working days. If they have not granted, then also deemed registration. Okay. So, tell me 5 points for deemed registration. Number 1, Aadhaar, not opted. Aadhaar authentication, not opted. and registration not granted within 30 days from application. Next, Aadhaar authentication opted but not completed within 15 days. Thereafter, within 30 days, if the registration is not granted. Next, number 3. Aadhaar authentication opted and completed, but officer wanted to carry out physical verification, and if the registration is not granted within 30 days from application. Next, number 4. Aadhaar opted, completed, and registration not granted within 7 working days from application. Next, notice received and reply to notice. Thereafter, within 7 working days, if the registration is not granted. Okay, Papa? That is what I have given. Aadhaar not opted. Within 30 days, if the registration is not granted. Aadhaar opted, but not completed within 15 days. Then also 30 days after 15 days, if the registration is not granted. Opted, completed, but based on risk parameters required site verification. Then also within 30 days from application. Opted, completed, and we got a notice and we gave reply to notice. Within 7 working days, if you are not getting registration. Normal, opted, completed, no notice, nothing. Then within 7 working days from application, if you are not getting registration, then also deemed to be registered. Then next page. Time limit for making application for registration. What is the time limit? Normally, the time limit is 30 days from the date you are liable to get registered. Easily remember. 30 days from the date you are liable to get registered. In case of CTP and NRTP alone, at least 5 days before commencement of business. Just 2 dates you need to remember. What is the time limit for making application for registration? CTP, NRTP, at least 5 days before commencement of business. All others, 30 days from the date they are liable to get registered. So whenever they are liable to get registered, from that date. When are they liable to register? Normally, whenever turnover exceeds threshold limit, when you do compulsory registration, whenever you commence a business, or suppose in case of transfer of business from the date of transfer, like that. This you don't have to remember, but remember just within 30 days from the date you are liable to register. So with this, section 25 is over. Now look into section 26. Deemed registration. Don't get confused between this section 26 deemed registration and this concept of deemed registration. This deemed registration is whenever the registration is not granted, it is deemed to be granted. But 26 deemed registration is if you are registered under CGST Act, you are deemed to be registered under SGST Act and vice versa. That is this. Then section 27. Special provisions relating to CTP and NRTP. So who is a casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person? See the next page. Then we will come back to this page. Who is a CTP, NRTP? Already I told you. Who is a CTP? A person who is entering this state from another state and is not having any physical place of business in this state. See that. A person who occasionally undertakes transaction involving supply of goods or services in the course or furtherance of business, whether as principal, agent or any other capacity in a state or union territory where he has no fixed place of business. NRTP? When are they called as NRTP? They are coming from outside India to India and they don't have any fixed place of business or residence in India. And CTP undertakes the transaction in the course or furtherance of business. NRTP, no such requirement. Casual taxable person will have a permanent account number, but NRTP will not have a permanent account number, so they will be registering using their passport. And the application is REG1, for NRTP it is REG9, and CTP needs to file regular return GSTR1 and 3B, but NRTP is required to file GSTR5. Then look into the previous page. Special provision relating to CTP and NRTP, registration validity. Sir, whether CTP and NRTP is compulsorily required to get registered or not? Yes. Casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person is compulsorily required to get registered, but the type of registration for them is not a permanent registration. It is only temporary registration. Means what? Only for a limited period. What is that limited period? Maximum 90 days. it can be extended for a further period not exceeding 90 days. And for this period, they have to deposit the advance tax, because these two people, when they enter the state, they don't have fixed place of business. They take a temporary place, which means they may leave from the state now. So that's the reason why they have to deposit an advance tax that is based on their estimated tax liability. Sir, estimated net liability, estimated gross liability, estimated net liability. But in that place, simplified registration where we saw, it is estimated gross liability, but here it is estimated net liability. Okay, estimated net liability, that is after adjustment of ITC. What will happen to this advance tax that they have deposited? It will be adjusted against their liability, actual liability. What if they don't have any liability? That will be given as a refund for them. Is it clear? This much you remember, that is sufficient. Then next one, section 28, amendment in registration. So when there will be amendment in registration, whenever there is change in information initially submitted. This change in information, so what are the changes in information that could happen? Change in name, change in address, change in top management like partner, karta, etc. Then change in mobile number, change in email ID, change in bank account, and change in goods or services that you deal with. These are the multiple changes. First, if there is any change that leads to change in permanent account number itself, amendment is not possible. Cancel the old registration and get the new registration. Whenever there is change in permanent account number. When will there be change in permanent account number? Whenever there is change in the name, because your first name, first alphabet will be the fourth alphabet of your permanent account number. Okay, so not fourth, fifth alphabet. Just run through your permanent account number. In that permanent account number, the fifth alphabet will be there. That fifth alphabet is nothing but your first name, first alphabet. And your fourth alphabet is always P, because you are individual. If it is firm, it will be F. If it is company, it will be C. So when individual changes to partnership firm, when partnership firm changes to company, there is a change in permanent account number. When there is a change in first name of the person, then also there is change in permanent account number. Whenever there is a change in permanent account number, you cannot continue with the old registration. You need to get a new registration. So get a new registration and cancel the old registration. Whether we need to cancel the old registration and get the new one, or get the new one and cancel the old one, get the new one and then cancel the old one, because we can transfer the ITC. Yesterday we discussed. Whenever we are closing down the business, we can transfer the ITC to the new registration and close down the business. That's why. So say this. If there is any change in constitution of business that requires change in permanent account number, amendment in registration is not possible and they need to obtain fresh registration. In other cases, amendment is possible. Again in that, if there is change in core fields, officer should approve. If there is a change in non-core field, automatically it will be updated. What are the core fields? Change in name, change in address, change in top management is the core field. Change in name, change in address, change in top management. These three are the core fields. Approval of proper officer required. All other changes like bank account, mobile number, email, etc. and all, automatically it will be updated in the portal. Whether the amendment in registration is prospective or retrospective. Prospective from the date when you make application. However, if you want a backdated change, today you make application but you wanted the change to happen before, then officer, which officer? Commissioner. Commissioner only should approve. Retrospective amendment in registration is possible only with the order of commissioner. Then look into this. Procedure for amendment in registration. So what is the procedure for amendment in registration? First, we need to make application for amendment registration. Form numbers and all don't give importance at intermediate level. You don't have to remember form numbers and all. Just the time limits, if you remember, that is sufficient. First, you need to make application for amendment in registration. Once you make application for amendment, what is the time limit within which you need to make application for amendment? Within 15 days of the change. Then they will give a notice. So suppose if they want any clarification, they will give a notice. And what is the time limit within which you need to give reply to notice? Within 7 working days. What is the time limit within which they will give notice? 15. No, they will give notice. 15 working days. What is the time limit within which you need to reply? 7 working days. Now listen, whenever there is a change, within 15 days you need to make application. From application, within 15 working days they will give notice. After notice you have to give reply within 7 working days. 7 working days. Suppose if they are not satisfied, they will reject the application within 7 working days. Otherwise, they will grant the amendment in registration. Is it clear? What is the time limit within which amendment in registration will be granted? If notice is not given within 15 working days, they will grant the amendment in registration. If notice is given after your reply, within 7 working days, they will grant amendment in registration. See there. Within 15 working days from the date of application or 7 days from the date of reply, else deemed to be amended. In case of amendment in non-core field, after submission of application, automatically amendment will take in portal subject to OTP verification. So this much is only there for amendment in registration. Now the last area, cancellation of registration and revocation of cancellation of registration. In this, there is one popular theory question. What are the reasons why the registration of a person will be cancelled? You don't read this page, and the entire information in this page I just gave as a mnemonic in the next page. Okay, this is what you need to remember. These are the cases where the registration of a person will be cancelled. Remember it like this: frantic violation of bailer. What is frantic? F for what is F? Fraudulently obtaining registration. Means what? You gave fake documents to obtain the registration. Okay, some photoshopped documents, address proof, ID proof, etc. and all that. Fraudulently obtaining registration. Then are returns not filed for a continuous 6 months or 2 quarters. So continuous period of 6 months or 2 quarters you have not filed the returns. Then A for annual return. Who is filing annual return? Composition scheme not filing annual return within 3 months from the due date. What is the due date for annual return for composition scheme? June 30th. So June 30th, within 3 months from June 30th, if they are not filing annual return, then annual return of composition scheme not filed within 3 months after due date. Okay. Then N for no longer liable to be registered. Means what? Your turnover falls below threshold limit. Then T, transfer or discontinuance of business. Say you have transferred the business to some other person, or you are discontinuing the business, means not doing the business. Then I, invoice without supply or incorrect invoice. And C, change in constitution. Change in constitution means what? Not that. Constitution means sole proprietorship, partnership, then company, etc. That one. Okay, change in constitution of the business. So in these cases, you have to, your registration will be cancelled. Okay, I told you, whenever individual to partnership, the partnership will get a new registration and the individual registration will be cancelled. Whenever partnership to company, the company will get a new registration and the partnership registration should be cancelled. That is this change in constitution. Okay, so tell me, repeat once again, what is frantic? F for fraudulently obtaining registration. R for returns not filed for continuous 6 months or 2 quarters. A for annual return to be filed by a person opting for composition scheme not filed within 3 months from the due date. FRAN, no longer liable to be registered. FRANT. So that is next FRANT. I for invoice default, that is invoice, you have not given invoice or gave incorrect invoice, etc. Then next C for change in constitution of business. Then violation of bailer, this violation is common. B for bank details, you have to submit the bank details within the time. What is the time limit for submission of bank details? 30 days from the date of registration or date of filing, first return, whichever is earlier. If you have violated that, violated the furnishing of bank details. Then next, A for anti-profiteering. So anti-profiteering order, if you are violating, anti-profiteering authority, like that one authority is there, that authority will give an order to you if you have violated that order. Then next, I for ITZ violation, means you have taken excess ITZ, etc. Then L for liability in GSTR 1 greater than liability in 3B. We discussed now 88C, when your liability in 1 is greater than liability in 3B. Then E for electronic cash ledger 1% payment. I told you, that is rule 86B, whenever your monthly turnover exceeds 50 lakhs, you have to pay 1% of your liability through cash ledger if you fail to do so. Then R for return not filed within 30 days from revocation order. That is, listen, first your registration is cancelled. When your registration is cancelled, so they have cancelled your registration, you made an application for revocation, they gave a revocation order. After revocation order, within 30 days, you need to file the pending returns. If you are not filing pending returns, then again your registration will be cancelled. Okay. So this point alone, I gave example in the previous page. Please see that example in the previous page. Returns not filed from January 24 to July 2024. So more than 6 months, yes or no? More than 6 months you have not filed return. What will happen if more than 6 months you are not filing return? Your registration will be cancelled, and registration got cancelled. On 1/9, due to non-filing of returns, so when your registration got cancelled on 1st September, person applied for revocation and the revocation order passed on 31/12/2024. So what is the date on which your registration cancellation got revoked? 31/12/2024. Now you have to file all the pending returns. Which pending returns? From the date of cancellation. From the date of cancellation. What is the date of cancellation? 1st September, which means September 2024 to, what is the date of revocation? 31st December, means September to December, whatever pending returns you need to file within 30 days from when? 31st December. So within 30 days from 31st December, if written from September to December, not filed within 30 days from 31st December, again registration can be cancelled. And here, what about these returns, Jan to July returns, that should be before making application for revocation. This January to July return should be filed before making application for revocation. That's why we did not touch that. That we will see, discuss that. But just remember, after revocation order, if you are not filing the pending returns within 30 days from revocation order, then also your registration will be cancelled. That is about this cancellation of registration. Then look into suspension of registration. What is the difference between cancellation and suspension of registration? Whenever they wanted to cancel your registration, as a first step they will suspend your registration. Means officially you are not called as an unregistered person. For example, if a police commits a mistake, what they will do? They will suspend the police. Thereafter, really if he has committed the mistake, then they will dismiss him, correct? Like that. First they will suspend your registration. Means you are called as registered person or unregistered person? Registered person. But you will behave like a unregistered person, which means you cannot make taxable supplies by giving tax invoice. Means you cannot recover the GST and you cannot avail ITC. You will behave like an unregistered person. The moment your registration is cancelled, you are officially called as an unregistered person. Is it clear? Say this. Once a registered person has applied for cancellation of registration, or the proper officer seeks to cancel his registration, the proper officer may suspend his registration. Shall suspend or may suspend? May suspend means what? It is at the discretion of the officer. It is at the discretion of the officer. May suspend his registration during pendency of the proceedings relating to cancellation of registration filed by such person. Suspension can be without affording reasonable opportunity of being heard. Means directly also they can suspend, they will not give any notice for suspension, etc. and all. Now look into procedure for cancellation of registration. So either you can make application for cancellation or officer can initiate cancellation. If you make application for cancellation, what is the time limit within which the officer should decide? Within 30 days. Either they will grant the registration or they will reject the application. Simple. Again I am telling you, form numbers don't have to remember. Just remember the time limits, that is sufficient. Once you make application for cancellation, within 30 days, they have to decide either to cancel the registration or reject the application. Suppose, if they give a notice, what is the time limit within which we need to give reply to the notice? Always reply to notice within 7 working days. Thereafter, within 30 days, they will decide either to drop the notice or cancel the registration. Okay. Next, whenever they cancel the registration, what you should do? You should reverse the ITC on closing stock. Hope you remember. We discussed in input tax credit chapter. So whenever you are moving from regular scheme to composition scheme, or whenever your exempted taxable supplies became exempted, or whenever your registration is cancelled, yesterday we discussed in ITC, we should reverse the ITC on closing stock. So that is this. Whenever the registration of a person is cancelled, they shall reverse the ITC on inputs as such held in stock, inputs in WIP held in stock, inputs in FG held in stock, as well as capital goods lying in stock before the date of cancellation of registration. Then look into this. What is the period for which they will suspend your registration? If at all they want to suspend your registration, what is the period for which they will suspend your registration? If you make application for registration, please concentrate. If you make application for cancellation, you will select one date, either that date or your application date, whichever is later. For example, today you are making application by selecting 1st April, means from 1st April your registration will be suspended. Today you make application by selecting 1st March, means from today your registration will be suspended, whichever is later, whichever is later. The registration shall be deemed to be suspended from the date of submission of application or date from which the cancellation is sought, whichever is later, till the completion of cancellation proceedings. Suppose the officer initiate cancellation, they will specify the date from which they want to cancel the registration, that is pending, that is with effect from a date determined by the officer, pending the completion of proceedings. And I told you already, during the period when your registration is suspended, can you give tax invoice on your taxable supplies? No, means tax invoice cannot be issued. And can you file return for availment of ITC? No, you cannot file return for availment of ITC. Then, so that is the suspension. Whenever the registration is suspended, please concentrate. The pending returns you can file during the suspension period. See, you cannot file the returns of suspension period during the suspension period, but the pending returns will be there now, old returns. All those things can be filed. Automatically your registration suspended will be revoked. Say this. First, you have not filed returns for some months, because of which they have initiated suspension. Before conclusion of the cancellation proceedings, during this period, if you file returns, automatically your suspension will be revoked. Look into the example. Please read that. Returns not filed from January to July. So they have suspended your registration on 5th September. After issuing notice for cancellation of registration, if returns from Jan to July is filed after 5th September, what will happen? What will happen? Your suspension will be revoked. Means you can continue in the registration. Got it? Next, last section, revocation of cancellation of registration. Revocation of cancellation of registration. Okay. That is, once your registration is cancelled. After all these things, your registration is cancelled. Even after your registration is cancelled, you can request the officer to revoke your cancellation. What is the time limit within which you need to make application for revocation? Please see there, first step. What is the time limit within which you need to make application for revocation? 90 days from the cancellation order, and it can be extended for a further period not exceeding 180 days. Means total you have 270 days time limit, correct? 90 plus 180, that is the time limit from cancellation order you can make a request for revocation. But very, very important point. When you make application for revocation of cancellation, all the pending returns up to the date of cancellation you should have filed. Otherwise, your revocation application cannot be filed. Say this. All returns shall be filed before applying if the registration was cancelled due to failure to furnish the return. Once you make revocation application, within 30 days, they will decide either to revoke the cancellation or give notice. Once they give notice, what is the time limit to reply to the notice? Always 7 working days. Thereafter, within 30 days, either they will revoke the cancellation or they will reject the application. But remember, all returns from the date of cancellation till the date of revocation, you have to file within 30 days. All returns up to the date of cancellation, you have to file before making application for revocation. Got it? All returns pending before making application, you have to file. But returns from the date of cancellation till the date of revocation order, you have to file within 30 days from revocation order. Can you remember these two limits? All pending returns you have to file before making revocation application. Once the revocation order is given, all returns from the cancellation till the revocation needs to be filed within 30 days from revocation order. That is the time limit. With this, we completed registration chapter also. Now look into some questions and then we will take break. What's the page number? Yes. Look into page number 123. Look into page number 123. First MCQ. Mr. Z of Himachal Pradesh starts a new business and makes following supplies in the first month: intrastate supply of taxable goods amounting to 27 lakhs, supply of exempted goods amounting to 11 lakhs, interstate supply of taxable goods amounting to 1 lakh, whether he is required to obtain registration. What is it? What is the state in which he is doing business? Himachal Pradesh. For Himachal Pradesh, what is the applicable threshold limit? If he is only engaged in supply of goods, what is the limit? 40 lakhs. Is Himachal Pradesh MMTN? No. Is Himachal Pradesh in USTAM? No. Other states. Exclusively engaged in supply of goods. So what is the applicable threshold limit? 40 lakhs. What is the aggregate turnover? 27 plus 11 plus 1. 39. Are they required to get registered or not required to get registered? Compulsorily required to get registered. You missed that point. They are making interstate supply of taxable goods. A person who is making interstate supply of taxable goods is compulsorily required to get registered. So option C is the answer. Okay. Don't miss pa. Be careful. Then, which of the following statements are correct? Revocation of cancellation of registration under CGST shall be deemed to be revocation of cancellation of registration under SGST. True. Under one act, if it is revoked, all other acts also it will be revoked. Cancellation of registration under CGST shall be deemed to be cancellation of registration under CGST, SGST. True. Same. Revocation shall not be deemed is wrong. False. False. So out of these, which of the statements are correct? 1 and 2 are correct. Option A is the answer. Okay. Next. Sir, after cancellation of registration, can we file pending returns? Yes, we can. See, your registration will be cancelled, but in the portal, your username and password will be active. Only thing, your registration is cancelled. And you can file the returns for the period for which your registration is cancelled. For the later period, you cannot file returns. For the pending returns and all, definitely you can file. Okay, because your portal login details will be active. Only thing, your registration will be cancelled. Okay. Next, which of the following persons is required to obtain compulsory registration? persons exclusively engaged in making intrastate supplies, tax on which is to be paid by recipient on reverse charge basis. Compulsory registration they are required to do. Persons engaged in making interstate supplies, they are recipient. But recipient is compulsorily required to get registered. Why supplier has to compulsorily register? I am making supply to you on which you will pay GST. So why will I require to get registered? I am exempted from registration, correct or not? Next. Person making interstate supply of services, no compulsory registration. Person making interstate supply of goods only compulsory registration, correct? Check your book. I creations, I is what? In that I creations, I is what? Interstate supply of taxable goods, but not services. So interstate supply of services, there is no compulsory registration. So first case also no, second case also no. Person making supply of services through ECO other than supply specified under 9.5 with aggregate turnover up to 20 lakhs. Services through e-commerce operator, is there any compulsory registration? No. Only supplier of goods through e-commerce operator. See the last one, I creations, yes. Last point, yes. Yes is what? Supplier of goods through e-commerce operator, not supplier of services. Person who make taxable supply of goods on behalf of other taxable person, whether as an agent or otherwise, yes. Agent, every agent who is making supply on behalf of principal is compulsorily required to get registered. Then number 4, a non-resident taxable person is required to apply for registration. When? At least 5 days before commencement of business. Okay. At least 5 days before commencement of business. Then registration certificate granted to casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person will be valid for how many days? 90 days from the effective date of registration. Wrong answer. Earlier of ARB. I said maximum 90 days. Please see this properly. I did not say 90 days. I said maximum 90 days. What is the meaning of maximum 90 days? Means number of days that you are asking, or 90 days, whichever is earlier. Okay. Earlier of ARB. Then Prem & Sons had taken registration on 1st January but failed to furnish GST returns for the next 6 months. Owing to this, the proper officer cancelled its registration on 25th July and served the order of cancellation of registration on 31st July. Now Prem & Sons wants to revoke the cancellation of registration. Prem & Sons can file application for revocation on or before without extension. What is the time limit within which we need to make application for revocation of cancellation? 90 days. Without extension, what is the time limit? 90 days from the order of cancellation. What is the order of cancellation? 31st July. You please count 90 days from 31st July. August, 31 days. September, 30 days. October, the remaining days. That is 29 days. So 29th October. Got it? That is 31st July plus 90 days plus 90 days. So here we have August 31 days and September 30 days. So remaining days in October, that is 29 days in October. So 29th October will be taken. Next, Mr. Ram, a jeweler registered under GST in Mumbai, wants to sell his jewellery in a trade expo held in Delhi. Which of the following statement falls in this case? He wants to sell his jewellery in a trade expo held in Delhi. He needs to get registration in Delhi as casual taxable person. True na? Sir, whenever I am going to other state to make sales in that state, I need to get a casual taxable person registration in that state. True. He needs to pay advance tax on the estimated tax liability. True. He need to mandatorily have place of business in India. No, not necessary. Any temporary place is also okay. Not necessary that he need to have a place of business. He need to file GSTR 1 and 3B. True. I told you, casual taxable person is required to file GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. Say this. Casual taxable person is required to file regular return, GSTR1 and 3B true. So option C is the false statement. Next, the person making interstate supply from Madhya Pradesh is compulsorily required to get registered under GST when interstate supplies. Interstate supplies. Should we check threshold limit or irrespective of threshold limit? Irrespective of threshold limit. The moment they make interstate supply of goods, they are compulsorily required to get registered. A person who is compulsorily required to get registered, irrespective of threshold limit, they need to register and pay GST. Okay. Next, only for services, we need to check the threshold limit. A person making interstate supplies from Madhya Pradesh is compulsorily required to get registered. They said interstate supplies. 1 second. In case of making interstate supply of taxable goods, irrespective of amount. Option D is correct. Option C is correct if they have given in the question goods, but they have not given. So option D is the perfect answer. So as they are making taxable goods, then irrespective of aggregate turnover. Okay. Next, 9th one, Mr. X, a casual taxable person, is not involved in making taxable supply of notified handicraft goods. Not involved. Which of the following statement is true for casual taxable person? Whether casual taxable person is compulsorily required to get registered? Yes. Other than handicrafts, Mr. X has to compulsorily get registered under GST irrespective of threshold limit. Next. The registration certificate granted to NRTP is valid for dash days from the effective date of registration, 90 days, or period specified in application, whichever is earlier, 90 days. Within how many days a person should apply for registration? Within 30 days from the date he become liable for registration. Kalim and Associates made an application for cancellation of GST registration in the month of March due to closure of business. Its application for cancellation of GST registration was approved on 14 September. In the given case, Kalim and Associates is, what is your answer? Required to file final return? This is a question related to final return. Remember, there is one final return called as GSTR10. Whenever your registration is cancelled, within 3 months from the date of cancellation of registration or order of cancellation of registration, whichever is later, they need to file the final return, GSTR10. That will be coming in returns chapter. So you can see that information in returns chapter. Look into the screen. GSTR10 is a final return to be filed by a taxpayer whose registration is cancelled within 3 months from the date of cancellation or order of cancellation, whichever is later, they need to file this return. In this case, when their registration is cancelled, its application was approved on 14th September. So 14th September, you count 3 months. 3 months. October, November, December. So therefore, they are required to file final return on or before 13th December. Okay. 3 months from the date of cancellation. Then Xylo and Company has 3 branches in Jalandhar, Amritsar and Ludhiana in the state of Punjab. Amritsar and Ludhiana branches are engaged in supply of garments and Jalandhar branch engaged in supply of shoes. Which of the following options is or are legally available for registration? For a person who is engaged in supply of goods in Punjab, what is the applicable threshold limit? 40 lakhs. Correct? Why 40 lakhs? Punjab is not in the MMTN or U-stamp and they are exclusively engaged in supply of goods. So, due to that reason, the 40 lakhs is the applicable threshold limit. Xylo can obtain single registration for Punjab, declaring any one of the branches as principal and other branches additional place of business. True. Xylo can obtain separate registration for each of the 3 branches. That is also true, because within the state, when you have multiple place of business, so you have 2 options. Either you can get a single registration by showing one place as your principal place of business and other place as your additional place of business, or alternatively, you can obtain separate registration. So Xylo can obtain one registration for shoe business and other registration for garment business false. For different business you cannot get a different registration, only for different place. So they are asking which of the following statements are legally available, only 1 and 2, either 1 or 2. So option C is the answer. What is the validity of registration certificate? Is there any validity? Normal, not CTP and RTP, normal. Any validity? No validity, valid till cancelled. Rama Limited has provided following information for the month of September. Intrastate outward supply 8 lakhs, interstate exempted outward supply 5 lakhs, turnover of exported goods 10 lakhs, payment made for availing GTA service 80,000. Calculate the aggregate turnover. But this is normal aggregate turnover, not for composition scheme. Normal aggregate turnover. So tell me what and all should be taken in aggregate turnover. Whether this outward supply will be taken? Yes. Exempted supply? Yes. Zero rated supply? Yes. But inward supply under RCM. GTA service is inward supply under RCM, it will not come. So 8 plus 5 plus 18, how much? 23 lakhs. Option C is the answer. Within how many days an application for revocation or cancellation of registration can be made? When? Within 30 days illappa, application for revocation of cancellation. What is the time limit within which we need to make application for revocation of cancellation? Within 90 days. So within 90 days from the date of issuance of cancellation order. Okay. So but sir, there are two options, sir. 16A and D, which is taken. 1 second. Actually within 60 days, 90 days from the date of service. Sir, what is the difference between issue and service? Issue means when they gave. Service means when you receive. When you receive only should be counted. Because only when you receive you will know that there is a cancellation order. From that date it should be counted. Issue means when they gave. Service means when you received. Okay. Next. So question number, let's see some latest questions related to this. See this Jan 26 RTP question, page number 141, question number 45. Determine whether liability to obtain registration arise or not under GST in the following independent cases. Mr. G from Delhi is dealing in purchase and sale of securities in his own account from secondary market. He disclosed the transaction of purchase and sale of securities in trading account and treated the same as business income. Turnover from April to September is 75 lakhs. Is he liable for registration? Not a supply. Why not a supply? Transaction in securities is neither goods nor services. Consequently, it is not a supply. As the activity is not a supply, whether he is liable to get registered or not liable to get registered? Not liable to get registered. So, supply of anything other than goods or service like money, securities does not attract GST. So, G is not liable for registration. Second, KLJ Foundation from Jaipur, Rajasthan, a charitable trust registered under 12AB of Income Tax Act, is engaged in supply of various services by charitable trust. KLJ Foundation receipts for the preceding financial year was 30 lakhs. Whether KLJ Foundation is required to take registration? What is your answer? We discussed in exemptions, any charitable activity carried out by a charitable trust under 12A or 12AB of the Act is exempted. Income Tax Act is exempted, correct? Specified charitable activities. What are the specified charitable activities? Public health, then advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga, then educational programs to orphans, prisoners, mentally, physically traumatized persons, persons over 65 years in rural area, environmental preservation. These are some activities. So they are getting 30 lakhs, but they are exempted from registration. As they are exclusively engaged in providing exempted supplies, they are not liable for registration. Next, this is a theory question related to that UN, person who is making supply of goods through e-commerce operator, required to obtain a UN, we discussed now. That question is this. Then see question number 43. Question number 43. In the month of, this is a September 25 exam question. In the month of February 25, Mr. Venkatesh started supply of both goods and services from the states of Rajasthan and Tripura. His statistics for the month of February 2025 are as under. Rajasthan and Tripura intrastate taxable supplies, intrastate sale by Venkatesh as an agent, and intrastate supply of non-taxable goods. Rajasthan and Tripura. Now additional information, in the state of Rajasthan, intrastate taxable supply includes commission received as an insurance agent from an insurance company worth 50,000. Now say this, whenever here they are making taxable supply as a agent, insurance agent from insurance company, it is taxable under RCM, correct? Means will it be included in the turnover of this person? Yes, it will be included in the turnover of Mr. Venkatesh, no doubt. Why? Sir, only inward supply under RCM will not be included in turnover, but outward supply under RCM will be included in turnover. This is outward supply only, and it will be included in aggregate turnover. Because there is a question related to aggregate turnover, that's why we are discussing these points. Whether 11 lakhs will be taken in aggregate turnover, yes, 5 lakhs, yes, this 1 lakh, yes, 2 lakh, yes, and this 50,000 should be reduced, no, don't reduce, because it will be included in aggregate turnover. In the state of Tripura, intrastate taxable supplies includes inward supply of service on which tax is payable under RCM 1 lakh. Tripura, from this 5 lakhs we need to exclude 1 lakh, because inward supply under RCM will not be included. For sale by Mr. Venkatesh in the capacity of agent, the invoice was issued in the name of Venkatesh only. Assume all the above figures are excluding GST and given above amount to be considered as value. Based on the above information, you are required to determine the following. What is the aggregate turnover? What is the aggregate turnover? Tell me, take your calculator. 11 lakhs plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakhs. Even non-taxable supply also should be taken. 11 plus 1 plus 2, 13 plus 5 minus 1, that is how much? Now, 4 numbers are there, do it and tell me why there will be different answers. I don't understand. 11 plus 1 plus 2 plus 5 minus 1, how much? 18 lakhs. 18 lakhs will be the aggregate turnover. Okay. So you can see here, aggregate turnover, sir, outward supply under RCM is already included, don't add it again. Clearly see that commission received as an agent in the above supply included, already included, don't need to add again. Okay, so therefore 18 lakhs. What is the applicable threshold limit for a person who is doing business in Rajasthan and Tripura? You are doing business in multiple states. One of the state is a special category state, that is Tripura, and you are engaged in taxable supplies, therefore the applicable threshold limit will be 10 lakhs. The second question, decide whether Mr. Venkatesh is liable to be registered under GST or not. What is your answer? Yes, they are liable to be registered. Why they are liable to be registered? Even otherwise they are liable to be registered. Why? Agent. Not RCM. So inward supply under RCM is also one point. Agent making supply on behalf of others, because of that reason also. Got it? So here the answer is not correct one, it is some wrong answer. I am just writing the correct answer. If you have book, kindly make note of this. Aggregate turnover on all India basis, so excluding inward supply under RCM. excluding inward supply under RCM equals to, so what and all should be taken here? 11 lakh plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakhs, 11 lakhs plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakhs plus 5 lakhs minus 1 lakh, because inward supply under RCM should not be taken. So that will be 18 lakhs. 18 lakhs will be the aggregate turnover. That's the answer for the first one. The answer for the second one is that as Mr. Venkatesh is having inward supply under RCM, and making supply as an agent, on behalf of principal, comma, as per section 24, he is compulsorily required to get registered. Irrespective of threshold limit. Okay. Also discuss whether your answer to 2 above will change or not if in the state of Tripura, Mr. Venkatesh is engaged only in intrastate supply of exempted goods and other information will remain the same. So yes, the answer will change, because if they are making only exempted supplies, they are not required to get registered in Tripura. He is compulsorily required to get registered, but where he is required to get registered? Only in those states from where he is making taxable supplies. So in that case, so if he is only making exempted supplies, then what is the answer? As per section 23, he is exempted from registration. Where? In Tripura. He is exempted from registration in Tripura, because if a person is making only exempted supplies in a state, even though they are required to register, but in the state he is not making taxable supplies, so they are exempted from registration. Okay, it's a very good question. Then look into question number 36. Nesamani started his business activities in the month of February in the state of Orissa. He provided the following details. Outward supply of petrol is non-taxable, and the question is, you need to compute aggregate turnover. Will this 4 lakh come in aggregate turnover? Yes. So because whenever you are making non-taxable supplies or exempted supplies, everything will come in aggregate turnover. Transfer of exempted goods to his branch in Rajasthan, that will also come. Outward supply of taxable goods by his branch in Uttar Pradesh, yes. And outward supply of service on which tax is payable under RCM. Outward supply of service on which tax is payable under RCM, yes. Inward supply on which tax is payable under RCM, no. So what is the aggregate turnover? 17 lakhs is the aggregate turnover. The next, decide whether he is required to get registered under GST. Section 24, compulsory registration. Why compulsory registration? Please see the second point. No. Second point is exempted goods interstate. Only taxable goods interstate, they are compulsorily required to get registered. Correct? Exempted goods interstate, no registration. In Uttar Pradesh, they are making only intrastate. But the last point is there, inward supply on which they need to pay tax under RCM. So they are compulsorily required to get registered. Is it clear? So as per section 24, person having inward supply on which they need to pay GST under RCM is compulsorily required to get registered irrespective of threshold limit. So these are the type of questions on registration, mostly theory questions only. If at all the practical question is there, that is on aggregate turnover and whether they are liable to get registered. So remaining questions you please read once just to understand how the theory questions are asked. We'll take a break and then we will continue with a new chapter, that is payment process and then returns. Okay, we'll start. The next chapter that we are going to discuss is payment process, that is segment 13, which you can see in page number 160. Page 160. In this chapter, there are two sections, section 49 and section 50. Section 49 talks about what are the various electronic ledgers which are required to be maintained by GST network, and about rule 86A and 86B, manner of utilization, restriction on utilization of ITC. Then section 50 talks about interest computation, but section 50 is very important section, because of late last 3 attempts like that, interest computation question is not there. So definitely there is a chance that one question on interest computation could be tested, or at least in MCQ they will ask on interest computation. First, we will see section 49. There are 3 ledgers which are maintained by GST network on behalf of every registered person. One is electronic liability ledger, then electronic credit ledger, and electronic cash ledger. So these 3 ledgers, electronic liability ledger will contain the liability of the person, and credit ledger is with respect to ITC, and cash ledger is the cash deposit made by that person. And whatever liability that is there in the electronic liability ledger will be divided into 2, tax dues and other dues. Tax, that is whatever CGST, SGST that, and other dues is interest, penalty, fee and others. You can remember it like TIPFO, TIPFO, T for tax, I for interest. Why interest? Whenever there is a delay in payment of tax, there will be some interest payable, that. And P for penalty. Whenever you have breached the provisions of the act, so then there will be some penalty payable, that is penalty. Fee will be late fee. Late fee, that is delay in filing returns. O for others, any other amount that you are required to pay to government is others. So these are the total dues that will be there in liability ledger. And credit ledger, whatever balance that is there in credit ledger can be used only for payment of tax dues, cannot be used for payment of other dues. But the balance in the cash ledger can be used for payment of tax dues as well as other dues. How money will come into credit ledger? Whenever you make a deposit, that is whenever you avail the ITC in 3B, as soon as in your 3B you enter that this much ITC that you are eligible for, that is called as availed. Availed means taking the credit. So where you will take the credit? In 3B you will take the credit. That is typing the number in 3B is availment. Okay, don't get confused. Availment means, so entering the number in 3B is known as availment. So that availed ITC will be reflected in credit ledger. Then whenever you avail the ITC in ITC 1, what is ITC 1? Closing stock. So person who is liable to get registered made application for registration within 30 days, voluntary registration, composition scheme to normal scheme, or exempted supply to taxable supply, we avail ITC on inputs as such held in stock, inputs in WAP held in stock, inputs in FG held in stock, that one. And ITC 2, that is in case of transfer of business from one person to another person, the transferor will transfer the ITC to the transferee, and the transferee can take the ITC through 2A. Then 2 is for that, 2A is for single registration to multiple registration. When there is single registration of a person which is gone to multiple registrations, from single registration ITC will be transferred, that is through 2A. All these things will come into credit ledger. Even sometimes any refunds also, that is you have made some excess payment of tax and you applied for refund, that refund also will be coming into credit ledger. This balance in the credit ledger can be utilized only for payment of tax, cannot be used for payment of other dues. So what are the various ways in which credit ledger will have money? Whenever you avail the ITC through 3B or ITC 1 or ITC 2 or ITC 2A or any refunds, and the balance in the credit ledger can be used only for payment of tax. However, the balance in the cash ledger can be used for payment of tax dues or any other dues. How money will come into cash ledger? As and when we make a deposit into the cash ledger through challan, that is the differential amount, gross liability minus input tax credit, the net amount you have to deposit into the cash ledger, and that deposit will be made through challan. So PM'26 challan, then TDS TCS deducted by the recipient, notified recipient, and e-commerce operator will also be coming into electronic cash ledger, and any excess payment of tax, the refund also will come into cash ledger. So that's how the cash ledger, there will be inflow which can be used for payment of liability ledger, and whatever is the outflow of credit ledger and cash ledger is the inflow into liability ledger used for payment of tax dues and other dues. Now this can be tested as a short note question. Write a short note on various e-ledgers. So this chart you have to just write it in a paragraph format. Okay. Then electronic liability ledger is PMT1, electronic credit ledger is PMT2, and electronic cash ledger is PMT5. So total these 4 forms in this chapter you need to remember. Registration chapter you don't have to remember the forms, but ITC chapter you need to remember the forms. Again in payment process you need to remember. So PMT1 is liability ledger, PMT2 is credit ledger, PMT5 is cash ledger, and PMT6 is deposit challan. How you will pay money into cash ledger, how you will deposit money into cash ledger through deposit challan PMT6. Now you have some excess balance in the credit ledger and cash ledger. So can we get it as a refund? Yes, we can get it as a refund. First it will be used for payment of tax and other dues. Whatever balance we have, either we can carry forward to the next tax period or we can claim it as a refund. Balance in credit ledger or cash ledger after payment of interest, penalty, fee, etc. may be refunded. Now we are looking into the special points with respect to cash ledger. How money will be deposited into cash ledger? Through PMT6 challan. What are the different modes of deposit? Either you can deposit through net banking or debit card, credit card, NEFT, RTGS or UPI or IMPS, or directly you can go to the bank and the counter you can deposit cash, demand draft or check. So that is over the counter payment. So modes of deposit: internet banking, debit card, credit card, NEFT, RTGS, cash deposit, over the counter up to 1000 rupees per tax period, UPI and IMPS. For all modes there is no restriction, any amount you can pay. But in case of over the counter, so that is cash deposit, how much you can make as cash deposit? Only 10,000. Cash or check or demand draft. Over the counter it is cash or check or demand draft. How much is possible? Only 10,000 rupees is possible. Then next, when payment is debited from the bank account but not credited in the electronic cash ledger, many times it happens. So when you make payment through your card, sometimes you will get a message that money got debited, but the shopkeeper will tell money is not received. Again you are required to pay. But here, when the payment is debited from bank account but not credited in cash ledger, you don't have to pay it again, or you don't have to follow up with the bank. Automatically portal only will follow up and will collect. You have to just submit one form, that is PMT7 form. Then communication to payment gateway shall be made through PMT7. So portal only will recover the money from the payment gateway and credit into cash ledger. Then for transfer of balances between major heads and minor heads in cash ledger, GST PMT9 is notified. The moment when we see electronic cash ledger, there will be, so total 4 major heads: CGST, SGST or UTGST, IGST and cess, okay, compensation cess. And for every major head there will be 5 minor heads: T, I, P, F, O, tax, interest, penalty, fees and others. Like that we will be having total 5 minor heads. For every major head there will be 5 minor heads. Now as soon as you enter the amount in this, say for example you entered 10,000 rupees CGST, 10,000 rupees SGST. But actually you have to pay 20,000 IGST. But by mistake, you entered in CGST tax, SGST tax. Now, should we again deposit 20,000 into IGST? No. We can file PMT9 to shift the balances from CGST to IGST and SGST to IGST. We can shift the balance using PMT9. That is the purpose of PMT9. That is for transfer of balance between major heads and minor head. Any major head to any major head or any minor head. Actually, there is a 20 cell matrix, correct? There is a 20 cell matrix, CGST, SGST, IGST and CES. Okay, 4 by 5 matrix. That is 20 cell matrix. Between these 20 cells, any cell to any cell, if you need to shift the balances, you can use PMT9. Not only that, between the distinct persons, one cash ledger to another cash ledger also, we can shift the balance using PMT9. For example, there are two registrations for a person, one in Tamil Nadu, another in Andhra Pradesh. Now, in Tamil Nadu, there is some cash ledger balance. Can that balance be shifted to Andhra Pradesh cash ledger? Yes. But remember, only CGST and IGST balance can be shifted. SGST balance cannot be shifted. Within the registration, any cell to any cell is possible. But from one registration to another registration of the person, which balance can be shifted? Only CGST and IGST, but not SGST. Also, this CGST as IGST can be shifted to CGST, IGST only, not SGST head. So, 2 points you need to remember. SGST balance cannot be transferred to distinct person, and CGST, IGST balance cannot be transferred to SGST head of the distinct person. And who is a distinct person? Another registration of the same person is known as distinct person. Sir, can we transfer the balance to another registration of another person? That is not possible. Same person, another registration. Same person, another registration. To another person and all, we cannot transfer the balances. So, for transfer of these two balances, we use PMT9. So, balance available in cash ledger can be transferred between distinct person using PMT9. However, transferor should not have any unpaid liability in the cash liability ledger. Means in Tamil Nadu registration, we should not have any pending liability. If we don't have any pending liability, this balance can be transferred to Andhra Pradesh. Now, here you may get a doubt. Sir, first I will shift the balance from SGST to CGST or IGST. Thereafter, I will transfer. Sir, is it allowed? Yes, that is allowed. Directly you cannot transfer, but you can transfer it this way. But in exam, don't write that. Don't write that. That is practically, it's a loophole. But in exam, if you are getting a question, SGST balance can be transferred. True or false? False. It cannot be transferred. And CGST, IGST balance can be transferred. True. CGST, IGST balance can be transferred to SGST head of the other person. False. It cannot be transferred. That is this. These 2 points you remember for exam purpose. Next. These are the special points we need to remember for cash ledger. Now we are moving on to credit ledger. What are the special points for credit ledger? Generally, whenever you have refund in the cash ledger, easily you will get the refund. Just in one click you will get the refund. But credit ledger refund is possible only in 2 cases. Number 1, zero rated supplies. Whenever your outward supply is zero rated. What are zero rated? Exports or supply to SEZ is zero rated, then only refund is possible. Or inverted tax structure. What is inverted tax structure? Tax rate on output is less than the tax rate on input. For example, I am purchasing fabric at 18% GST and I am making a ready-made garment using that fabric, and the ready-made garment is taxable at 5%. Means my output is taxable at 5%, whereas my input is taxable at 18%. Now can I take ITC? Yes, but I will have lot of ITC, so I can even get it as a refund also. So tell me, when refund is possible from the credit ledger? In 2 cases. Number 1, zero rated supplies. Number 2, inverted tax structure. That is this. Refund from credit ledger is possible only in 2 cases. inverted tax structure and zero rated supplies. Number 2, refund to the original source ledger. That is, whenever we pay tax by mistake in excess, whenever we pay the tax by mistake in excess, wrongfully we have paid the tax and we claim the refund. Possible na? While entering the invoice, one 10,000 invoice, extra 10 they have pressed. So therefore, it will become 1 lakh, and 1 lakh means 90,000 rupees value on that GST excess paid. Now in this case, if we make an application for refund, we will get the refund. But remember, that refund will be credited to the source ledger from where we have paid the tax. But sir, how do we know from where we have paid the tax? Simple. For that month, see the proportion in which the money is paid from credit ledger and cash ledger. In that ratio, the money will be refunded. For example, say this, July 2025. July 2025, your gross liability is, say, 50 lakhs. Your gross liability is 50 lakhs. And how this gross liability is paid? Paid through cash ledger. First paid through credit ledger. Paid through electronic credit ledger is 30 lakhs. And paid through electronic cash ledger. Paid through electronic cash ledger, that is 20 lakhs. So your gross liability is 50 lakhs. Paid through credit ledger 30 lakhs, paid through cash ledger 20 lakhs. And what happens here is that in this 50 lakhs, there is some excess payment of tax. Excess payment of tax. 1,50,000. So 1,50,000 you have paid in excess. Now they are granting the refund. Refund granted. Now tell me, how much will be refund to electronic credit ledger and refund to bank account? How much will go to credit ledger and how much will be given in your bank account? 1,50,000 into, what is the proportion in which you paid through credit ledger? 3/5. 3/5 will go to the credit ledger only. They will not give it to you in your bank account. So 1,50,000 into 3/5 is how much? 90,000 will be given into credit ledger, and bank account 1,50,000 into, so 2/5, that is 60,000. 60,000 will be paid into the bank account. Okay. So bank account of that person, because that is paid through cash ledger na. As it is paid through cash ledger, it will be refunded into the bank account. So that is 90,000 and 60,000. So this is how, this is the meaning of source ledger. See this, where registered person has claimed refund of any amount paid as tax, wrongly paid or paid in excess, for which debit has been made from credit ledger, then the said amount, if admissible, proportionate amount debited from credit ledger shall be recredited to the credit ledger. Got it? Proportionate amount paid from the credit ledger, 3/5, will be recredited into the credit ledger. For that they will use one form, that is PMT3. Now, so far we have come across some forms. So what is PMT1? Check and tell me. What is PMT1? Electronic liability ledger. What is PMT2? Electronic credit ledger. What is PMT3? Just now we saw. What is PMT3? Refund. Refund into electronic credit ledger. PMT4 we have not discussed. We have not discussed yet. Okay. PMT5 we discussed, cash ledger. PMT6 deposit challan. PMT7 money got debited in your bank account but not credited. So you make a complaint, that is PMT7. Got it? PMT8 we don't have. PMT9 we saw. What is that? Transfer of balances between the cash ledger or one cash ledger to another cash ledger of the distinct person. Then look into one more, where a registered person claims erroneous refund of ITC. Upon payment of such refund along with interest and penalty, proper officer shall pass an order in PMT3A for recredit into electronic credit ledger. What is this? Say this. That is, you have some balance in ITC. You have some, that is in your electronic credit ledger. In your electronic credit ledger, you have some balance. Okay, you have some balance, say opening balance, somewhere like 5 lakhs, you had the balance in your electronic credit ledger, and you claimed a refund. So when you claimed refund of ITC, what will happen? Your balance will come down, correct? You claimed a refund of ITC. How much refund of ITC you claimed? 2 lakhs. You claimed refund of ITC. Now the closing balance is how much? 3 lakhs. Closing balance is 3 lakhs. Now concentrate. Whenever you claim this refund of ITC, that got credited to your bank account. That got credited to your bank account. So 2 lakhs got credited to your bank account. But this is erroneously claimed refund, means wrongfully claimed refund. You are not supposed to get the refund, but you claimed the refund. Erroneously you claimed the refund. So what you will do? You will pay back to the government. So wrongly claimed refund, wrongly claimed refund, wrongly claimed refund, paid to government, paid to government. So how much you paid to government? 2 lakhs you paid to government. Now what will happen? Now that money will be recredited, recredit to electronic credit ledger. So the balance will go to 5 lakhs. Understood, pa? Respond here. Are you getting the clarity? First you have a opening balance 5 lakhs and you claimed a refund. When you claim a refund, you got it in your bank account. To that extent, the credit ledger got reduced. But this refund you have paid back. You inflow, outflow, whatever you got, you have paid back. Now again credit ledger will get increased, na, recredit. For doing this recredit, they will pass PMT3A form. See this, where a registered person claims erroneous refund of ITC, correct? 2 lakhs erroneously claimed as refund. Upon payment of such refund along with interest and penalty, proper officer shall pass order in PMT3A for recredit into electronic credit ledger. That is this PMT3A form. Then this already we know. Whatever balance that is there in credit ledger can be used for payment of what? Only tax liability. That is this balance in credit ledger can be used only for payment of tax, but cannot be used for payment of interest, penalty, fee and others. Then can the balance in credit ledger be used for payment of GST under RCM? No. RCM liability should always be paid through cash ledger. So inward supply under RCM should always be paid through cash ledger. Balance in credit ledger can be used only for payment of GST under FCM, but not for payment of GST under RCM. That is, if you have some inward supply on which you need to pay GST under RCM, you cannot use the credit ledger. And balance available in credit ledger may be restricted for utilization by proper officer. So proper officer may restrict ITC. So he may tell that this ITC you cannot utilize. That power is there. That power we will be learning in Rule 86A and Rule 86B. Then next, balance available in the credit ledger can be used for payment of tax demanded under 74A, that is arrears of tax. Arrears of tax means some 2 years before you have to pay some tax. You have not paid. Now department conducted audit and they identified that you have to pay but you have not paid. Now they are recovering that tax. Can you pay the tax using your credit ledger? Yes. Not necessary that it should be paid only through cash ledger, it can be paid through credit ledger also. Now, what is the restriction on utilization of ITC means? It is your money, it is in your electronic credit ledger, but officer can disallow you to use that. It is like you have money in your bank account, but someone is stopping you from using the money in your bank account. Got it? Like that. There is a money in your electronic credit ledger, but officer is having power to restrict usage of that money in the credit ledger. Why? What reason? Rule 86A. As per Rule 86A, in 5 situations, the proper officer may disallow you from utilizing the input tax credit. It is there, but he will disallow. What are those cases? Number 1, your supplier is not in existence, or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Not in existence means what? Department could not identify them, or they are doing business in a different place from the place where they have obtained registration. Then whatever ITZ you have availed against that supplier will be disallowed, means it cannot be used. Is this disallowance temporary disallowance or permanent disallowance? Temporary disallowance for a maximum period of 1 year. Means after 1 year, can you enjoy this ITZ? Yes, but for 1 year you cannot utilize this. Is it clear? Next, second reason. If you are not in existence or not doing business from the place where you have obtained registration, means what? You are not in existence means, so department could not locate you, or you are doing business in a different address. Okay, so these are the 2 points. What is the first point? Come on, respond. Supplier is not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Number 2, recipient is not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Okay, and next, number 3, that is ITZ availed without receipt of goods. One of the condition for availment of ITZ is that you should have actually received the goods, then only you can take ITZ. Do you remember that? You have not received the goods, but you availed the ITZ. So department came to know that fact, so they will suspend that ITZ, means disallow that ITZ. Number 4, that is ITZ availed against an invoice for which supplier has not paid tax to government. Supplier did not pay tax to government. Supplier did not pay tax to government. You have availed the ITZ. You should have reversed the ITZ. Correct? Rule 37A. If supplier not filed GSTR 3B, so much of the ITZ availed by recipient needs to be reversed. Do you remember? If you are not reversing, they will disallow that. Okay, they will disallow that ITZ for a period of time. Next, invoice or debit note against which ITZ availed is not in existence. What is not in existence? Document. One of the condition for availment of ITZ is that the person availing ITZ should be in possession of tax paid documents. Suppose if the person is not in possession of tax paid documents, then ITZ is not available. So invoice or debit note against which ITZ is not in existence, then they will disallow that ITZ if the documents are missing. Now tell me, what are the 5 cases? Come on, don't look into the book. Tell me, what are the 5 cases? What is this 5 cases first of all? That is restriction. Disallowance like that don't write in exam. Restriction on utilization of ITZ as per Rule 86A. The proper officer can restrict the utilization of ITZ available in the electronic credit ledger in the following cases. First, supplier not in existence or not obtained, not in existence or doing business from a place, different place from the place where they have obtained registration. Number 2, recipient is not in existence or doing business in a different place than the place where they have obtained registration. Number 3, ITZ availed without receipt of goods. Next, supplier did not pay tax. Next, invoice or other tax paid document is missing. Invoice or debit note is missing, not in existence. In these 5 cases, they can restrict your ITZ for how many days? Up to 1 year. Up to 1 year means they can restrict it for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months also. Up to 1 year. What will happen after 1 year? If it is not your mistake, then it will be allowed for utilization with your liability. Got it? This is what you need to write whenever you get a theory question. Purely it is for theory question. Okay. Next, Rule 86B. This already I have explained to you. Even though you have money in your credit ledger, but fully you cannot use it. You can use only 99% of the liability. 99% of the liability you can take from your credit ledger, and 1% of your liability you have to pay through cash ledger. To whom it is applicable? Taxable turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs. So taxable turnover means, will it include exempted turnover? No. And will it include zero rated turnover? No. Say this. turnover in a month exceed 50 lakhs, but turnover excludes exempted supply, zero rated supply, even non-taxable supply, and taxes also should be excluded. And pay 1% of your gross liability through cash ledger. Sir, RCM liability anyhow I pay through cash ledger, will that be counted for 1%? No, no, no. RCM liability anyhow you have to pay through cash ledger, that you will pay through cash ledger, that is not counted for 1%. We are talking about which liability? FCM liability. FCM liability 1% we have to pay through cash ledger, and 99% we can pay through credit ledger, even if there is sufficient balance in credit ledger to pay the liability. Okay, Papa? But in some cases, this rule 86B is not applicable. To whom? Government and its family members. What is that? Central government, state government, local authority, PSU, and statutory body. Why, sir? For them it is not applicable. See, the intention behind collecting this 1% is for what? Creating the cash inflow to the government. Government don't have money, so to create the cash inflow, they are telling, even if you have credit, you have to pay 1% through liability, like that and all. And what's the point in creating cash inflow for the government itself? It's like I myself, I am beggar, and if I ask 1 rupee means, that is meaningless. If I ask another person to pay 1 rupee, then I am getting 1 rupee in my pocket, correct or not? So therefore, government, it is not applicable. Then some more relaxation is also there, you see below. The above rule is not applicable also in the following cases. If such person, means that registered person, or proprietor, or karta, managing director, any of its two partners deposited income tax more than 1 lakh in each of the last 2 years, means last 2 years they already paid income tax more than 1 lakh, means they created a cash flow to the government, so therefore they don't have to comply with rule 86B now this year. Next, they received a refund of unutilized ITC greater than 1 lakh in the preceding financial year. Last financial year they already got a refund of ITC more than 1 lakh. Again this year if ITC is restricted, it is not correct, so rule 86B is not applicable for them. Last, cumulatively during the current year, already I paid 1% through cash ledger. In the current year, up to this month, cumulatively, say we are in the month of September, from April to September, already I paid 1% of liability through cash ledger, then in that case, I don't have to comply with rule 86B in the next month. Got it? So how to understand this? Say this. April, May, June, July. So your gross liability for April month, so 13 lakhs, May month 12 lakhs, and June month 8 lakhs, and July month 10 lakhs. This is your gross liability. And how much is paid through cash ledger? So paid through cash ledger, electronic cash ledger, paid through electronic cash ledger. For April, you have paid 2,000 through cash ledger, May 1,500, and June you have paid 2,000 through cash ledger. Now you are in the month of July. You have ITC, excess ITC you have. What is the balance in ITC that you have? For July month, you have ITC of 15 lakhs ITC you have, excess ITC you have. Now, for July month, whether rule 86B is applicable or not applicable, we need to check. First, up to July, how much is already paid through cash ledger? Up to July, how much is already paid through cash ledger? 5,500 divided by overall what is your liability up to July? See, first up to June how much you paid, including July what is your total liability? 13 plus 12 plus 8 plus 10, 43 lakhs. 5,500 divided by 43 lakhs into 100 is how much? 5,500 divided by 43 lakhs into 100. 0.127%, which is less than 1%, correct? Which is less than 1%, which means for the month of July, you need to comply with Rule 86B. Is it clear? For the month of July, you need to comply with Rule 86B. 5,500 divided by 43 lakhs. You check once again properly. So 5,500 divided by 43 lakhs into 100, correct, 0.1279, correct. So it is less than 1%. So for July month, we need to comply with Rule 86B. So Rule 86B applicable for July month. Rule 86B applicable. Then what will happen to the liability of July month? So gross liability, gross GST payable, that gross GST payable 10 lakhs. But how much they can utilize ITZ? ITZ utilized is 10 lakhs into 99%. That is 9,90,000 only they can utilize, and remaining 10,000 they have to pay through cash ledger. Net GST payable. Net GST payable they have to pay through cash ledger. And what about this remaining ITZ? That will be carried forward. Okay. Suppose in this I am making a small change. What if this amounts are little different? Say here we paid somewhere like 10,000 and here 15,000 and here 10,000 we paid through cash ledger. Okay. Now you do the total of this. 0.8 only, sorry. Then first one also you change to 15. 15,000, 15,000, then 15,000. 15,000, 15,000, 15,000, 45,000. 45,000 divided by 43 lakh into 100 is 1.04, which is more than 1%. So Rule 86B is applicable or not applicable? Rule 86B is not applicable. In that case, what will happen? In that case, gross GST payable 10 lakhs minus IT is utilized, full ITZ we can utilize, which means because we have 15 lakhs, so entire 10 lakhs we can utilize and the net liability will become 0. Understood? What is the formula? What is the formula? What is 45,000? Cumulatively paid through cash ledger up to previous month. Cumulatively paid through cash ledger up to previous month in the current year divided by total gross liability up to current month in the current financial year into 100. If it is greater than 1%, Rule 86B is not applicable for the current month. If it is less than or equals to 1%, Rule 86B is applicable for the current month. Understood? So we completed section 49. Look into section 50. Interest on account of delay in payment of tax. There are three situations where interest will be applicable. First one, delay in filing 3B. At the time of filing 3B only you are required to pay tax. Please concentrate, a very important section. Please focus. Again, this is a guaranteed area. This is a third area which I said definitely high chance is there. First one I said time of supply in case of vouchers. Second one I said TCS. And third is this interest computation. Please listen. Situation 1. Whenever you are filing 3B, at the time of filing 3B only you are required to pay the tax. Suppose if you file 3B late, there is a delay in payment of tax. If you file 3B late, there is a delay in payment of tax. Is it clear? so for which you need to pay interest. Usually what is the time limit for filing 3B? 20th of the month following every month. If you file 3B on 28th, means for 8 days you are paying the tax late, for which you need to pay interest. On what? Interest will be payable on net liability, not on gross liability. Suppose if my gross liability is 20 lakhs, ITC is 15 lakhs, what is my net liability? 5 lakhs. On that 5 lakhs only I need to pay interest. See that situation 1. Delay in filing GSTR 3B. Interest at the rate of 18% from the first date after due date till the actual date of payment. And it will be computed on amount paid through electronic cash ledger, means it is computed on net liability. And what will be considered as the date of payment? The date of filing 3B will be considered as the date of payment. In this regard, we have one proviso, one exception. If you have not filed 3B, at least that net liability if you maintain in your cash ledger, please listen, by 20th you have not filed 3B, it's okay. But balance, that net liability balance you should maintain in the cash ledger, then interest is not required to be paid. Got it? See this. If sufficient balance is maintained in the cash ledger, if sufficient balance is maintained in the cash ledger, by the due date of GSTR 3B, interest is not payable on account of delay in filing GSTR 3B. Let's try to understand this with an illustration. For whatever this handwritten notes that I am writing, so I will share it with you. So this particular classes, this 4 days classes, whatever is happening, it is there in the YouTube channel. It is streamed live. It is there in that YouTube channel itself. Below in the link itself, I will give. And as we have all your registrations, we will send a WhatsApp also of these notes. Don't worry about it. Okay. So this, because maybe some one point, another point you might miss making note of it. So all these handwritten notes, that's why in one PDF only I am writing everything. Okay. And this entire PDF I will share with you. Now, say this. This is related to the interest computation. Concentrate. GSTR 3B of September 2025 filed on 12/12/2025. September 2025 GSTR 3B is filed on 12/12/2025. What is the due date? What is the due date for September 2025? Due date is 20th October 2025, but GSTR 3B of September 2025 filed on 12/12/2025. And what is the balance and what is the net liability? Say the net liability is somewhere like 15 lakhs. 15 lakhs is the net liability. What is the balance? What is the balance in electronic cash ledger as on 20/10/2025? Balance in electronic cash ledger as on 20/10/2025 is 8 lakhs. We have maintained 8 lakhs and retained it till 12/12/2025. That is till the time you are filing your GSTR 3B, that balance is maintained. That is 8 lakhs is there in the cash ledger. Now you need to compute interest. Compute interest under section 50. You understood the question? GSTR 3B of September 2025 you filed on 12/12/2025. For September 2025 the due date is 20th October 2025. And 12/12/2025 if you file 3B, what is the net liability in that? 15 lakhs. And balance in cash ledger as on 20/10/2025 you maintained 8 lakhs and retained in it till 12/12/2025. Compute interest. Now tell me, interest is computed on what? Interest computed on what? 15 lakhs or 8 lakhs? Sorry, 15 lakhs or 7 lakhs? 7 lakhs. Why? because on that much of the balance which you have maintained, interest is not payable, correct? So you maintain the balance in cash ledger, so interest is computed on 7 lakhs, that is 15 lakhs minus 8 lakhs, that equals to 7 lakhs, okay, 7 lakhs. Interest is computed on 7 lakhs, 15 lakhs minus 8 lakhs, that is 7 lakhs, interest will be computed. And this will be computed from which date to which date? Interest period from, what is the due date? 20th October. So interest will be computed from 21st October 2025 till when? Till 12/12/2025. That is how many days? You calculate and tell me. October 11 days. Count 21 also. Count 21 also. So October 11 days. November 30 days. December 12 days. 53 days. For these 53 days, interest will be payable. Interest payable will be 7 lakhs into, what is the rate of interest? 18% into 53 divided by 365. How much? 18,296 will be taken as the interest. What will be your answer if? What will be your answer if balance in cash ledger, balance in electronic cash ledger as on 20/10/2025 is 15 lakhs and retained till 20/12/2025. Then what will be your answer? Interest payable will be 0. Why interest payable will be 0? Because you maintain the sufficient balance in your cash ledger as on the due date, correct? So due to that reason, interest payable will be 0, nil in this case. Understood? That is about the first situation, pa. And if at all they wanted to test, they will make a question like this. So they will tell this much balance is there, what is the interest, etc. Or in MCQ also they can connect this. Then situation 2. Second situation, this is payment of arrears of tax. Arrears of tax means what? For a particular month you should have paid the liability, but you missed paying the liability for that month and now you are paying it. That is called as arrears of tax. This is not on account of delay in filing 3B. You filed 3B every month, but you did not pay tax liability for a particular month, which you are paying now. Then in that case, the interest will be at the rate of 18%, same, from the due date, same, but it will be computed on gross liability. The arrears of tax you can pay using credit ledger as well as cash ledger, but interest will be computed only on gross liability. Let's try to understand one more illustration related to this. That is, say this, for June 2025, for June 2025, a transaction is not accounted in books, and GST pertaining to such transaction, is 1 lakh. GST pertaining to such transaction is 1 lakh. In GSTR 3B of January 2026, in GSTR 3B of January 2026, filed on 18 February 2026, such 1 lakh is paid, so through electronic credit ledger 80,000 and electronic cash ledger 20,000. You understood? See the question. June 2025, there is a particular transaction. That transaction is not accounted in the books. Because the transaction is not accounted in the books, means you have not paid the GST also for the transaction, and the liability will be 1 lakh. Now in 3B of Jan 2026, so next year, Jan 2026, you came to know that the transaction we have not paid tax. So for Jan 2026, by when you need to file 3B? 20th February, but on 18th February itself you are filing, and in that you have paid. How you paid that liability 1 lakh? Some 80,000 you paid through credit ledger and 20,000 you paid through cash ledger. Compute interest. Compute interest under section 50. Now tell me, interest is computed on what? Gross liability, that is 1 lakh. Interest payable on 1 lakh. And interest period from this 1 lakh pertain to which month? June 25. For June 25, what is the due date? July. So therefore from 21st July 2025 till when? 18 February 2026, that is count the number of days. Count 21st also in July. So 11 days in July, please count. 11 days in July, and August 31 days, September 30 days, October 31 days, November 30 days, December 31 days, January 31 days, and February 18 days. 213 days, and interest payable equals to 1 lakh into 18% into 213 divided by 365. How much is the interest payable? 8,000, 10,514, 504. Okay, 10,504 will be taken as the interest. Okay, next, say this. What will be your answer if? What will be your answer if balance in electronic cash ledger as on 20th July 2025 is 1 lakh, and such balance is maintained till 18 to 2026. Then what will be your answer? What will be the interest payable? Interest payable will be not 0, 10,504 only. 10,504, same answer, no change. Why, sir? We maintain the balance na? Correct, but that is irrelevant. That is only for delay in filing 3B. Only for delay in filing 3B, you need to check that. Not for this case, because anyhow here you need to pay GST on gross liability, which means that whatever is the total, on that only you need to pay. So even if you maintain the balance in cash ledger as on that date, that is irrelevant. Okay, so it is irrelevant. So that provision is applicable only for GSTR 3B. So same answer. There is no change in the answer. That is only for 3B. Now listen. Look into the above question. See this. Everywhere I am telling balance is maintained and retained like that and all. What if the balance is not retained till the end? What if the balance is not retained till the end? On that day alone we maintain balance. Thereafter we have used that balance. Then in that case, this provision is not applicable, means you have to pay interest on the entire amount. See, this provision is applicable only if as on the due date you maintain the balance in the cash ledger and you continued that till the due date of payment, like till the actual date of filing the return. Okay, So you have to maintain that balance till the actual date of filing 3B. If you are not maintaining that balance somewhere in the midway, this provision is not applicable. If this provision is not applicable, regularly you need to compute the interest. Is it clear? So this particular point, if sufficient balance is maintained in cash ledger by the due date, interest is not payable on account of delay in 3B. Okay, but the balance should be retained till, write down, balance maintained till actual date of 3B. Balance maintained till actual date of GSTR 3B. Actual date of filing GSTR 3B, you should maintain that balance. Otherwise, this provision itself is not applicable, means interest will be payable. So that is with respect to this. So the second situation, invoice not reported in 1 and 3B of the month but paid in another month. Interest at the rate of 18% from the first date after date till the actual date of payment. It is computed on gross liability. What will be considered as the date of payment? Actual date of filing 3B, or the payment also can be made through DRC3. DRC3 is one form through which we can pay the tax liability. That can also be taken. Now look into the third situation. Third situation, already we had a discussion in input tax credit chapter. If you have not understood there, then at least we will try to understand it here. Please listen. ITZ wrongly availed and utilized. Means you are not supposed to take the credit, but you took the credit. And you have reversed it or paid. Now interest will be computed from which date to which date? From the date of utilization till the date of reversal or payment. What is considered as the date of utilization? We should see the balance of ITZ in every month. That month in which balance of ITZ falls below wrongly availed ITZ, to that extent we have utilized. And on that we need to compute interest. Got it? Say this. Situation 3, ITZ wrongly availed and utilized. Interest at the rate of 18% from the first day after utilization of ITZ till the date of reversal or payment. And it will be computed on what? It will be computed on ITZ utilized. That is the extent to which balance in ITZ falls below availed ITZ. And what will be considered as the date of utilization? First see the month in which the balance in ITZ falls below. For that month, what is the due date of 3B or actual date of 3B, whichever is earlier. So date of utilization is actual date of 3B or due date of 3B, whichever is earlier, with respect to the month in which balance in ITZ falls below wrongly availed ITZ. And what is considered as the date of reversal? Whenever you are actually reversing that reversal, actual date of 3B or DRC3 where you have reversed. Now, whenever you are computing this interest, this is the interest computation which we already discussed there. In input tax credit chapter itself we discussed this part. But here we have one CBIC circular related to this. If IGST credit is wrongly availed, what balance we need to check? Say this. That is IGST credit wrongly availed, IGST credit of 1 lakh wrongly availed in June 2025 and reversed in GSTR 3B of October 2025 filed on 18th November 2025. How much is the credit wrongly availed? 1 lakh. Which credit? IGST credit. Which month it is wrongly availed? June month. And reversed in 3B of October, filed on 18/11. All other months, GSTR 3B filed by due date, filed on due date. Whatever is the due date, on the due date you have filed. All other months. Only for October you are filing 3B on 18/11. Now we have the data of the ITZ month. This will be given in the question itself. Month and balance in ITZ. So balance in ITZ, CGST, SGST, IGST and total. So this is the balance in ITZ. For June, we need to see when till June, July, August, September and October anyhow we are reversing, correct? October anyhow we are reversing, we need to see only till September. CGST credit, if you see 15,000, SGST 15,000, IGST 80,000, so total 1,10,000 is the balance. July month if you see 25,000, 25,000 and 60,000, so that is 1,10,000. And August month 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, that is 90,000. And September month 40,000, 40,000 and 30,000. So that is 1,10,000, 1,10,000. Now this is the story. What is the month in which, we have utilized the ITZ? Should we see IGST head or should we see the total head? Which head we need to see? If you observe IGST head, 1 lakh ITC, balance came down to 80, okay, means 20,000 we utilized. Then again 60 means we have utilized 20, and again 30 means we have utilized 30. Got it? So like that should we take? No, no. Whenever IGST credit is wrongly availed, don't see the IGST head alone, you see the entire total head. And in the total, which month it came down less than 1 lakh? In which month the balance came less than 1 lakh? August month, and that too to what extent? 10,000, means we have utilized only 10,000 in the month of August. The total balance in ITZ, falls below 1 lakh, in which month? In August 2025, to the extent of what? To the extent of 10,000. So which means on this 10,000 only we need to compute interest, okay. So interest payable on what? 10,000. Interest period from first step. For August, when you will file 3B? Due date 20th September. So you need to count from 21st September till, when are you reversing? 18th November. So till 18th November. So interest from 21st September till 18th November, that is, count 21st September also, means 10 days in September, 31 days in October and 18 days in November. How many days? 59 days. For that 59 days, we need to compute interest. So interest payable equals to 10,000 into 18% into 59 divided by 365. How much? 2. So 291.95, 292 rupees. Any fraction. .290 point something, already rounded off to 291. So all tax, interest, penalty, every amount you need to round off to nearest 1 rupee, okay. So this will be the interest computation. Now listen. So here, if IGST credit is wrongly availed, we need to see the total. What if CGST credit is wrongly availed? We should see CGST and IGST. Very good. If SGST credit is wrongly availed, SGST and IGST. Why? Because CGST credit can be utilized for payment of CGST and IGST. SGST can be utilized for payment of SGST and IGST. What if both CGST and SGST wrongly availed? See total, all. And what if compensation cess wrongly availed? See only compensation cess, because compensation cess cannot be adjusted against any other liability. That is this. How to check the balance in ITC while computing interest under section 53 for wrong availment and utilization of ITC. If IGST credit is wrongly availed, check the balance in ITC of CGST, SGST and IGST. If CGST credit is wrongly availed, check the balance in ITC of CGST and IGST. SGST, SGST and IGST. Compensation says only compensation says. If both CGST, SGST wrongly availed, then check the balance of all the three, that is CGST, SGST and IGST. Okay. So someone is telling answer is 400. Why 400? But you know na how to use calculator and all. That otherwise, for that some classes I am ready to take. 1800 into 59. 59 days divided by 365, that is 290.95. 291 is correct only. Okay. So stop smoking. Then from where 400 will come. Then, so this is about payment process section 49 and 50 we completed. If you see, 49 is ledgers, various ledgers, 50 is interest, 51 is TDS, 52 is TCS. That's it. Up to 52 only you have. Up to section 52 only you have in syllabus. Okay. Then the previous provisions before 49, that is 48, 47, 46, 45, all those things are in returns chapter. Okay. So now we will see some questions related to payment process. Look into page 147. But mostly in payment process, if you are getting a question, that will be on interest computation, practical question. Otherwise, everything will be theory based only. Balance in electronic credit ledger can be utilized against payment of what? Output tax, interest, penalty, late fee. For what? Output tax. It can be used for payment of output tax. Okay. Then next, which of the following shall be discharged first? While discharging liability of a taxable person, all dues related to the previous tax period, all dues related to the current tax period, demand raised under 73, 74, or no such condition is mandatory. First, you need to pay the liability of previous month, then the liability of the current month, and then only arrears of tax. Okay. So all dues of the previous tax period is first, and then current period, and thereafter only arrears of tax. Okay. Because without filing previous month return, you cannot file current month return. So logically, previous month dues we have to pay first, then current month dues, arrears we can pay later also. Then TT Private Limited, registered in Rajasthan, furnished following information for the month of June. Interstate sale of goods for 1,25,000 to JJ Enterprises registered in Haryana, and interstate purchase of goods from XYZ company registered in Punjab, intrastate purchase of goods from RR Traders registered in Rajasthan 65, and you need to compute the GST payable in cash, 18% GST. First, what is your liability? IGST liability, interstate sale, means 1,25,000 into 18%. How much? 22,500. As it is IGST, we can use all the credits for payment of liability, correct? And directly we can tell option C is the answer. Why? Sir, liability is IGST. After setting off ITC, still your liability will be IGST only now. And here out of these 4 options, only in one option you have IGST, so that is the answer. But what if they give 2 options as IGST? We need to do minus 40,000 and 65,000, on both we can take credit. And as IGST liability is there, all credits we can use. So total 40 plus 65 is how much? 1,05,000. 1,05,000 into 18%. 18,900. If you reduce it, 22,500 minus 18,900. 3,600. That is the answer. Next. See this question number 7. Theory question, directly they will not ask like theory. They will make a question like this. Shahil is a supplier of taxable goods in Karnataka. He got registered under GST in the month of September 2021 and wishes to pay his IGST liability for the month. Since he is making the GST payment for the first time, he is of the view that he needs to mandatorily have online banking facility to make the payment of GST. Offline payment is not permitted under GST. You are required to appraise Shahil regarding various modes of deposit in the cash ledger. What is that you will write? Total 6 modes we discussed. What are the 6 modes? Net banking, NEFT RTGS, debit card, credit card, UPI, IMPS, over the counter, but over the counter up to 10,000. So therefore that we need to write. Further advise him with regard to following issues. Are manual challans allowed under GST? No. Online challan only. That is in PMT 4. Sorry, no, PMT 6. PMT 6 is the challan. Deposit challan PMT 6. So online challan. What is the validity period of the challan? Once the challan is generated, it will be valid for 15 days. 15 days. The validity of this challan will be 15 days. Is cross utilization among major and minor heads of the cash ledger is permitted? Yes. In cash ledger, any balance to any balance can be utilized. There is no restriction. So like that. So we learned theory na, that they will make a question like this for 5 marks. Then next, look into question number 10. Question number 10. Messrs. Salty and Spicy Limited reduce the amount of 1,50,000 from the output tax liability in contravention of provisions of section 41 for the month of April, which is ineligible credit. A show cause notice was issued by the department to pay tax along with interest. They paid the tax with interest on 31st July. Calculate the interest liability. Actually, this is what? Wrong availment of ITC. They have wrongly availed the ineligible credit. To what extent? Because of which their liability got reduced 1,50,000, means they have utilized that wrong credit. Correct? Only when they utilize their wrong credit, their liability will be reduced. So which month the liability got reduced? April. Which means what is the month in which ITC is utilized? April. Ayya, if you wrongly avail the ITC, why your liability will be reduced? Your ITC balance only will increase. But if you use only, your liability will be reduced. So that is the clue here. So date of utilization, directly they have not given, indirectly it is given. That is, if you wrongly avail ITC, your ITC balance will increase. But if your liability is coming down, means this ITC you have utilized for payment of liability. So which month you have utilized it for payment of liability? April month you have utilized it for payment of liability. So from the date of utilization till the date of reversal, you need to compute interest. For April month, usually what is the due date of 3B? 20th May. So from 20th May till 31st July. So how many days we need to compute interest in May? How many days? 31 minus 20, 11 days in May. And June, 30 days. July, 31 days. So total how many days? For that 72 days, you need to compute interest on 1,50,000. 1,50,000 into 18 into 72 by 365. Are you understanding this? Clear? Then next. Question number 11. Mr. Aman, a registered supplier of taxable goods, filed GSTR 3B for the month of January on 15th April. So 3B they are filing on 15th April. For January, when they should have filed 3B? 20th February. But when are they filing? 15th April. So how many days delay? Count. February 8 days, March 31 days, April 15 days. How many days delay? 54 days. So for 54 days, they need to pay interest. The prescribed due date of 3B is 20th February. The amount of net GST payable is 36,500. So therefore on 36,500, 18% into 54 by 365. So 972 rupees is the interest that is payable in this case. Got it? Suppose in this if they attach, what will be your answer? If they have maintained 36,500 as balance in the cash ledger as on 20th February. Interest not payable provided the balance is retained till the date of filing 3B. Like that you should write. Okay. Suppose if they deposit the balance in cash ledger on a different date, not on the due date. 20th February there is no balance in cash ledger. 22nd February there is balance in cash ledger. Irrelevant. That provision is not applicable. As on the due date only we should have the balance in cash ledger and it should continue till the date of filing 3B. Then next. So these are all related to that interest computation only. Look into question number 18. Question number 18. Mr. Manik provides the following information regarding his tax and other liabilities under GST Act as per electronic liability ledger. Tax due for the month of May is 25,000. Interest due for the month of May is 2,000. Penalty due for the month of May is 3,000. Tax due for the month of June is 35,000. Liability arising out of demand note is 48,000. Manik wants to clear his liability. Discuss the provision of order of discharge of liability. First tell me which one. Right now he is in June month. So first which one should be cleared? May month what? Tax total dues. Total dues, total dues, total dues means 25 plus 2 plus 3. What is it? 25 plus 2 plus 3, that is 29,000. Correct? So 30,000. 30,000 he need to clear first. Then June month due, that is 35,000. Thereafter only 48,000. So first May entire due, then entire due of June. Thereafter only liability, arrears of tax. Next. Look into question number 21. GSTR 3B for the month of Jan 2024 has been filed by Avisha Limited, a registered person within the due date. So January GSTR 3B filed within the due date, which is on 20th February. It came to the notice of the company that tax due for the month of January has been paid short by 16,000. After filing 3B, they came to know that they have to pay some 16,000 liability, but they have not paid. That shortfall of 16,000 has been paid through cash ledger and credit ledger at the time of filing 3B for the month of February on March 20. Now, so which is arrears of tax, correct? Arrears of tax, whether they paid from credit ledger or cash ledger, but we need to compute interest on gross. What is the gross? 16,000. What is the due date? This 16,000 pertains to which month? January month. For January, what is the due date? 20th February. And when are they actually paying it? 20th March. So in February 2024, 9 days. Because 24 was a leap year. 9 days. 9 days in February and March 20. So we need to compute interest for how many days? 29 days. As you are taking leap year in the numerator, denominator should be 366. Calculate 16,000 into 18% into 29 by 366. 228 rupees. Then give the effect if 3B of the month of January has been filed belatedly on March 20. Suppose if they have not filed 3B that 3B itself they are filing it late on March 20. Then they need to pay interest on what? Gross liability or net liability? Net liability. What is the net liability here? 12,000. So paid through credit ledger we will reduce. So 12,000 is the net liability. On 12,000 interest will be computed. So everything same, but interest will be on 12,171. Sir, then it is better to file late na sir 3B. Interest is reduced, correct? But there is a late fee for delay in filing returns. That will also be counted here. Got it? Then 22 is also on interest computation. 24 is also similar on interest computation. Okay. So I told you in payment process, except theory question, if you get a question on practical, that will be mostly 99% it is on interest computation. Okay. So we completed this and we are moving on to returns under GST. Say this. We'll take break at 1:30. Okay. Say this. Look into the returns chapter, page number 165. Because when you are hungry now, you will not get sleep and you will listen, concentrate. Okay. Say this. What are the various returns? Please look into page 165. This returns chapter mostly for MCQ, rarely for descriptive question. First we need to know what are the various returns, who is required to file that return, and what is the due date of filing such return. First, and here form numbers you need to remember. GSTR1, first return is GSTR1. Who will file GSTR1? Supplier, that is registered person. And what does it contain? Only outward supplies. Okay, va? Now listen, what is the due date of this GSTR1? There are two options, monthly filing and quarterly filing. If you are under QRMP scheme, quarterly return monthly payment scheme, you can file it on a quarterly basis. Otherwise it will be monthly. So monthly, what is the due date? 11th of the month following every month. If you are under QRMP, that is quarterly, what is the due date? 13th of the month following every quarter. Say this. So if QRMP is not applicable, 11th of the month following every month. If QRMP is applicable, 13th of the month following every quarter. Then GSTR 1A, like that, one new return is there. What is this GSTR 1A? Please listen. If the GSTR 1 is already filed and 3B is not yet filed, what is the time limit for filing 3B? 20th. What is the time limit for filing 1? 11th. So GSTR 1 filed, 3B not yet filed. Now you have a gap. In this gap, you can amend the GSTR 1 by filing 1A. You got it? GSTR 1 filed, for example, for March month. March month GSTR 1 filed by 11th of April. You filed. After filing GSTR 1 in 11th of April, you came to know that you missed a transaction. Or you reported lesser liability. Or you reported more liability like that. Now can you modify it? Yes. How can you modify? Through GSTR 1A. When it will be filed? After 1 it will be filed 1A, but before filing 3B. Before filing 3B, you can file 1A and modify it. But remember, in 1A, you cannot change the GSTIN. Values you can change, you can add the invoice, but you cannot modify the GSTIN of the recipient. Is it clear? So for amending the details furnished in GSTR 1, we use 1A. When we will file 1A? Before filing 3B of the respective month. Due date of filing 3B, actual date of filing 3B, actual date. Before actual date of filing 3B for the respective month. Means for March month, whenever you are filing 3B, before filing 3B, you can file this 1A. And 1 impact and 1A impact will be there in 3B of that month. Got it? Now listen. Generally, recipient point of view we will discuss. So far what I discussed is from supplier point of view. Recipient point of view, if you see, whenever I add details in my GSTR 1, in your 2B it will come, correct? March month, I filed GSTR 1 by 11th of April, so it will reflect in your 2B of March month. Now I filed 1A, please listen, please concentrate. I filed 1A. after 11th of April, I filed 1A. Will that be reflected in 2B of yours for the month of March? No. It will not be reflected in the 2B of the month of March, but it will be reflected in the 2B of April. That is next month 2B, it will be reflected. Means 1 and 1A of the 1 and 1A will have it in the 3B as liability in the same month. But one information will only be going to the 2B, but 1A information will go to the next month 2B, which means while paying liability, they are asking you to pay this month itself, but while giving ITC, they are giving ITC in the next month. Are you understanding the logic? So this only I gave it as a chart, and this area, can be asked as a question. You can say this. Page number 170. Page number 170. Look into this chart. That is, first we will see from the supplier side. First we will see from the supplier side. Please focus. For a particular month, between 1st to 11th of the month, supplier will add invoices in GSTR1. Correct? For example, March month over. From 1st April to 11th April, they will add the invoices in GSTR1, and by 11th April, GSTR1 will be filed by the supplier. Agreed? Listen, please listen, concentrate. For the month of March, between 1st April to 11th April, they will add the invoices. Who will add the invoices? Supplier will add the invoices and will file GSTR1 by 11th of April. Okay. Now, they have to file 3B by when? Now, are they required to pay liability on 11th? No. On 11th, they are not required to pay liability. They have to pay liability only in 3B. When they will file 3B? 20th of April. Got it? 11th April, they will file the GSTR1 for March month, and 20th April, they will file the 3B of March month for payment of liability. Between these dates, if there is any changes to this GSTR1, they can file 1A, correct? So, amendment in GSTR1 filed for the month in 1A, whether this 1A, if they add any invoice, will that invoice be added to the liability of the 3B? Yes or no? Yes. Same month or next month? Same month. Means for March month itself. Suppose if I have added 100 invoices here, here I have added some 2 invoices. Now total 1 or 2 invoices will be there in the 3B, which is filed by 20th of April. Got it? Amendment effect in 3B of supplier for the same month. Okay? Understood from supplier side? Now from recipient point of view. When this will have an impact on the recipient's ITC? Listen, only the data of GSTR1 will go to the 2B of the recipient, which is generated on 14th. Only GSTR1 which is filed by the supplier by 11th, that data only will go to the 2B of the recipient on 14th. What about 1A data? 1A data will not be reflected in 2B of March, but it will be reflected in 2B of April, which is generated on 14th of May. Because March 2B will come on 14th April. April 2B will come on 14th May. Now, as on 14th May, from recipient point of view, you will see the data. But as on 14th April, whether 1A data will be reflected? No. March month data, supplier, rectified in 1A, correct? Up the 1A belongs to which month? March month. Then it should have reflected in the March month 2B only enough for the recipient. But no, it is not reflected. It is reflected in the April month 2B, which will be reported, which will be generated in the portal by May. So it will not be coming in this. That's what. Amendment affecting 2B of the recipient in next month. And what recipient should do whenever supplier adds the invoices? It will go to invoice management system. I told you. Is invoice management system mandatory or optional? Optional. So if they are accepting, it will go to 2B. If they are rejecting, it will not go to 2B, and if it is pending, it will go to next month IMS. Pending will be transferred to next month IMS, accepted will go to 2B. Suppose if they have not taken any action, everything will go to 2B, deemed accepted, everything will be transferred to 2B, understood? And from the 2B, they need to make some changes and take the self-assessed ITs in 3B. This is the new GST return structure. They may make a question related to this 1A. Now, that is about 1A. You understood 1 and 1A? Then come back, look into something called as IFF, page number 165. Look into something called as IFF. There is something called as QRMP scheme, quarterly return monthly payment, which means I will file GSTR1 on a quarterly basis. If I file GSTR1 on a quarterly basis, you will get the ITC also on a quarterly basis. Am I right? Because 2B is based on GSTR1. If I am filing GSTR1 for quarter, means at that time only it will be reflected in your 2B. But why should you suffer? Because of me filing quarterly. That's why they brought in one concept called as IFF, wherein every month, even though I am filing GSTR1 on a quarterly basis, but monthly I can file invoice furnishing facility by 13th of the month following every month to give the ITC to my recipient. For furnishing the, in case of QRMP, for 2 months in a quarter, so this IFF will be filed. Why 2 months in the quarter? Simple, April, May, June. For 3 months, anyhow we are going to file GSTR1 by 13th of July. What is the time limit for GSTR1 quarterly? 13th of the month following every quarter. So April, May, June, by 13th of July, GSTR1 will be filed. So April month, you file IFF by 13th of May. May month, you file IFF by 13th of June. What about July month? Anyhow, for all these 3 months, we are filing GSTR1 by 13th of July. That's why only for 2 months in the quarter, 13th of the month following every month. Next, GSTR 3B. GSTR 3B is a consolidated return that contains the total liability of the person and ITZ, etc. And again 3B can be filed monthly or quarterly. What is the due date of 3B monthly? 20th of the month following every month, if QRMP not opted. Suppose if they are opting for QRMP, then 22nd of the month following the quarter or 24th of the month following the quarter. Which case 22nd, which case 24th? So for few states, okay, what are those states? See this. So this is India map. In this, you take Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. GMCA. Gujarat in the middle. Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. Like 7. Okay. Like 7. Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. And states below that. And states below that. Okay. So that will be 22nd. And for all other states means Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Haryana, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, this side northeastern states, Bihar, West Bengal, Jharkhand, Orissa and all, it will be 24th. Okay. So that's what. You remember GMCA and states below that, it will be 22nd. For all other states, it will be 24th. Depending upon the question, you need to accordingly take the due date. That too provided if QRMP is opted, otherwise not required. Always it will be 20th of the month following every month. Next, in GSTR1, how the transactions are reported? Invoice wise or consolidated? Invoice wise. Whereas in 3B, always consolidated. But in GSTR1, B2B, it is always invoice wise. B2B means what? Sale to registered person. It is always invoice wise. See this. Outward supplies in GSTR1, B2B supplies, whether it is intrastate or interstate, always invoice wise. B to C means sale to unregistered person. If it is intra-state, within the state, fully consolidated. Interstate, if the invoice is more than 1 lakh rupees per invoice, invoice wise, otherwise state wise consolidation. Again I am repeating, just 3 points you need to remember. If it is B to B, always invoice wise. B to C within the state consolidated. B to C interstate, if the value of invoice exceed 1 lakh, they want to show invoice wise, and suppose if it does not exceed 1 lakh, everything they can put it into one single number, but state wise they need to do the consolidation. But GSTR 3B will always be consolidated. Then CMP 8, who will file CMP 8? Composition scheme dealer. And what is the time limit? 18th of the month following every quarter. And GSTR 4, annual return for a person opting for composition scheme, that is 30th June of the succeeding financial year. GSTR 5 is return to be filed by NRTP, non-resident taxable person. So what is the time limit by which they file? Whether their registration is permanent registration or temporary registration? Temporary registration. So 13th of the month following every month, or 7 days from expiry of registration, whichever is earlier. So every month, 13th of the following month, or whenever their registration is expired from their 7 days, whichever is earlier, by that time they need to file GSTR 5, NRTP. GSTR 5A is by OIDR supplier or OMG supplier located outside India, but always it will be 20th of the month following every month. GSTR 6 by input service distributor, 13th of the month following every month. GSTR 7 and 8 already we know, TDS and TCS by 10th of the month following every month. And all 9 series, GSTR 9, 9B, 9C, it will be 31st December of the succeeding financial year. But remember, when annual return 9 will be applicable, if your turnover exceeds 2 crores. When that reconciliation statement 9C will be applicable, 9C is reconciliation statement, that is if your turnover exceeds 5 crores. Means if your turnover is up to 2 crores, you don't have to file 9 or 9C. If your turnover exceeds 2 crores, 9 alone. If your turnover exceeds 5 crores, 9 also required, 9C also required. And what is the due date? 31st December of succeeding financial year. 9B who will file? E-commerce operator. Then GSTR 10 is a final return. Final return to be filed by a taxpayer whose registration is cancelled. And what is the time limit? 3 months from the date of cancellation or order of cancellation, whichever is later. Then GSTR 11. GSTR 11 is to be filed by UIN holder, unique identification number holder. I told you that their outward supplies will be exempted. Basically, UIN holders are agencies, UN agencies, embassy, etc. Their outward supplies will be exempted. On their inward supply, whatever GST they have paid, they will get it as a refund. And therefore, GSTR 11 is only inward supply statement of them. So details of inward supply, whenever they are claiming refund, at that time they need to file GSTR 11. So this table you have to remember. What is the return, who is required to file the return, and what is the due date of filing that return, mostly for MCQ purpose. Okay, fine. And the remaining points from this we will see in the afternoon session. We are left with this returns chapter, then tax invoice, debit notes, credit notes, and supply. Okay, and here there are some online students who are having issue with respect to book. Actually, I don't know how to pack the book, I don't know how to courier the book. So if you have any books related issue, don't ask me, ask our office, and number is there everywhere. Please ask, don't put here in the chat, this is our office number, you take this number and please call. From morning you are asking me, I did not receive book, I did not receive book, like that. What can I do for that? I am not India Post or I am not courier company. So you ask our people, if they have dispatch, they will give you the tracking details. Okay, fine. Thank you. We'll meet in the afternoon, 2:15. Okay. Okay, we'll start. Is there negative marking in CA Inter? But in some papers, evaluated answer sheets I have seen in social media that they have given negative marking. That is minus 0.5 like that and all they have mentioned. So I don't know what ICA is doing, crazy it is. So if you are giving 0 mark, it is okay. But what is that 0.5, I don't know, minus 0.5, that is in the correct mark and all they are reducing. So already it is going viral in social media, lot of places. So I don't think so negative marking is there. Maybe 1 or 2 papers some evaluator would have given, but seriously as per ICI code of examination, nowhere there is negative marking in CA intermediate exam. Okay, fine. Some students have requested me to discuss the September 25 paper in detail. So therefore I am just discussing these questions. Already this question I have completed, that Resident Welfare Association related question. Look into another one. This is case scenario 4. Case scenario 3 already I discussed. So this is case scenario 4. What are the MCQs? On getting temporary registration, Raghu Impex Limited needs to apply for registration. So there is one question related to registration. Then next, in respect of printing materials supplied in the month of February, the company shall be subject to a total GST TDS. So TDS question is there. What is the maximum time limit available for declaring the details of such credit note? So time limit for credit note. Then 15, Anant, an unregistered person. I think this is independent question, no? Yes. So this is not connected to this. Fine. Look into this case scenario 4. Raghu Impex Limited, registered in the state of Uttar Pradesh, was involved in supplying stationery items pan India basis. The company did not opt for registration under GST. The proper officer GST, based on inquiry, finds that company is liable for registration and he registers it on a temporary basis on 21/1/2023. So there is a concept called as, like suo motu registration. That is, whenever you have not made application for registration, proper officer suo motu will make you register under GST. That is called a suo motu registration. So they will generate a temporary reference number. The company made the following outward supplies of printing materials in the month of February 2025 to Telangana State Agricultural Department for an invoice value of 2,60,400 inclusive of GST 5%, delivering at Hyderabad, Telangana State. Now tell me what is the value of taxable supply? 2,60,400 into 100 by 105. How much? 2,48,000. So definitely there is no TDS. Why there is no TDS? Because the value of supply under the contract does not exceed 2,50,000. To UP GST, State GST Department for invoice value of 2,80,000 inclusive of GST 12%, delivering at Noida in state of Uttar Pradesh. See the value excluding GST. 2,80,000 into 100 by 112. 2,80,000 into 100 by 112. 2 lakh? Exactly 2,50,000. Again no TDS, because the value should be more than 2,50,000. To Delhi Transport Corporation, government owned transport corporation registered in Union Territory of Delhi for supply to its central stores located in Ghaziabad in the state of Uttar Pradesh for invoice value of 2,97,360 inclusive of GST 18%. What about this? 2,97,360 into 100 by 118. 2,52,000. So whether TDS is applicable in this case? Wait, value is exceeding 2,50,000, but we need to check that place of supply point. Where is the supplier located? Uttar Pradesh. To Delhi Transport Corporation, government owned transport corporation, to its central stores located in the state of Uttar Pradesh, so within the state. Delivery is in the same place. So place of supply will be Uttar Pradesh. It is intra-state supply and subject to TDS, CGST, SGST. So it is a TDS 2,52,000 into 1% and 1%. See that 2,520 and 2,520. And there is one MCQ related to this. In respect of printing material supplied in the month of February, the company shall be subject to a total TDS, ignoring bifurcation. Ignoring bifurcation means how much? 5,040. So 5,040, option C is the answer. Okay. Then the above question, on getting temporary registration, see, suo motu registration I am explaining. First, you have to register within 30 days from the date you are liable to get registered. If you fail to register and department identifies that you are liable to get registered, so officer will first generate a temporary reference number. Once the officer generates a temporary reference number, within 90 days, we need to make the application for registration. So we have one provision related to that. I am just showing you it in the study material. Say this. So suo motu registration concept. Suo motu registration by the proper officer. So actually this is one small paragraph, but based on this they made a question where pursuant to any survey, inquiry, inspection, search or any other proceedings under the Act, the proper officer finds that the person liable for registration failed to apply for registration. Such officer may register the said person on temporary basis and issue an order. Such person, so once temporary reference number is generated, he has to make application for registration. What is the time limit that he need to take for submitting application for registration? Submit in application for registration in prescribed form within 90 days from the date of grant of temporary registration. So what is the date of grant of temporary registration? What is the date of grant of temporary registration? 21/1/2023 plus 90 days. But actually in this question many students applied 30 days, but it is 90 days. So 21/1/2023 90 days means you count, don't count 21st, you count remaining days. So January 31 days, 31 minus 21, 10 days in January, and February 28 days, March 31, so total how much? 69. So April remaining days, 90 minus 69, 21, 21st April 2023 will be taken. So 21st April 2023, option C is the answer. Got it? So temporary reference number whenever is generated plus 90 days. That is the time limit by which they need to make application for registration. Then what is the maximum time limit for declaring details of credit note? There is some information related to this. Say this. In the month of September 2024, company found that while issuing an invoice to a customer, the company erroneously charged a higher value of 52,000. Such invoice was issued on 31/3/2024. So 31/3/2024 invoice means which financial year? Which financial year? Financial year 2023-24. And company issued credit note on 110. The company filed the relevant annual return on 15/6/2025. And the return for the month of September and October were filed on 31/10 and 19/11 respectively. Now what is the time limit for issuance of credit note? A. For this financial year, 30th November of succeeding financial year, that is 30/11/2024. B. Date of filing annual return. So what is the date of filing annual return? So 15/6/2025. So whichever is earlier, 30/11/2024 will be taken. 30/11/2024 is the maximum time limit by which credit note can be issued, because credit note to be issued based on the invoice date. So see the invoice date based on that only. Don't take the credit note date. See the invoice date. Based on the invoice date, they are asking what is the maximum time limit by which credit note should be declared in the GST return. So that is this. Then next 15, this 15 and 16 are independent questions. Mr. Anant, an unregistered person, rented his commercial building to ABC and Company, a registered partnership firm under GST in the state of Tamil Nadu. So this is renting of commercial building. And for the month of November, the firm paid rent by NEFT on 29 November. Actually, this question is related to time of supply. Now read this question and tell me whether this is taxable under FCM or RCM. FCM or RCM, because it is renting of commercial property. For renting of commercial property, what are the conditions for RCM? Number 1, supplier should be unregistered. Yes, supplier is unregistered. And the recipient should be registered and not opting for composition scheme. Therefore, it will be taxable under RCM. In case when the service is taxable under RCM, what is the due date and what is the time of supply? We have two provisions. Yesterday only we discussed. If the invoice is given by supplier, the date on which payment is made to supplier, or 61st day from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. If the invoice is not given by supplier, then the date on which payment is made to supplier or the date on which invoice is issued to supplier. Here, invoice was issued by Anand in advance on 25th November. Means in this case, invoice is given by supplier. So, A, the date on which payment is made to supplier. What is the date on which payment is made to supplier? So, by NEFT on 29th November, and they made entry also same date. So, 29th November. B, 61st day from the date of invoice. So, what is 61st day from 25th November? Definitely it is a later date only. Correct or not? So, it is a later date only. So, therefore, 29/11 will be taken as the time of supply, because 61st day from 25th November is going to be later date only. So, earlier date will be 29 November. So, 29 November will be taken. Then Neelachal Chamber of Commerce organized a business summit. Safal Private Limited, a registered manufacturer of ready-made garments, sponsored the summit and paid a sponsorship fee of 1,50,000 to Neelachal Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Godbole, an independent director of Safal Private Limited, provided the taxable services worth 40,000 to Safal Private Limited in the capacity of director in this regard. Total value on which Safal Private Limited is liable to pay GST. First, sponsorship services. For sponsorship services, who is the supplier? Neelachal Chamber of Commerce. And who is the recipient? Safal Private Limited. Now, is Neelachal Chamber of Commerce a body corporate? Do we have any information that they are a body corporate? No. So, which means that supplier is other than body corporate and the recipient is body corporate. Therefore, it will be taxable under RCM. So, 1,50,000 will be taxable under RCM. Also, director services to company is also covered under RCM. So, 1,50,000 plus 40,000, that is 1,90,000. So, in this case, the answer is B, 1,90,000. Got it? So, that is with respect to this, 16 is B. 1,90,000, that is 1,50,000 plus 1 lakh, that is 40, 1,90,000. So, this is with respect to this, and other options for this 12C, 13C, yes, that's correct, and 14 is given as C. Yeah. How come 1911 here? The date itself is odd. For October, written for the month of September 24 and October 24. So, what is the time limit? 1 second. What is the maximum time limit available for declaring the details of such credit note in the GST return with respect to the said transaction. When the credit note is issued, 1st October 2024, but actually the maximum time limit for declaring issuance is 3011. Maximum time limit for issuance of credit note is 3011. That's correct. But actually they are asking, they gave a credit note, say this. What is the maximum time limit available for declaring the details of such credit note in GST return? Correct, it's my mistake only. It's not 30th November because 30th November is the maximum time limit for issuing the credit note. They gave by the time limit. But the question is, by when they need to report. If the credit note is given in October, for October when they are filing the return, for October they are filing return on 19 November. So 19 November is correct. I overlooked the question. I thought the question is about what is the maximum time limit for issuance of credit note. It is not maximum time limit for issuance of credit note. They gave the credit note, but what is the time limit by which it should be reported in the return? Whenever they are filing the return, in that they should report it. So that is C only, and 15th one is D. That's correct. Next, descriptive part. Descriptive part, this is a comprehensive question, and for this we need to compute the net GST payable. Okay, compute the net minimum GST payable. So by current for the month of February 2025. We did this question actually. We did this question in the class itself. The last question that we did in the book comprehensive questions is this question only. That's what, that green energy. So green tax 10,000, this point and all we discussed. Yesterday only we discussed. It is there in your notebook also. Then B, ABC Corporation Private Limited, a registered dealer of Mumbai, furnishes you the following information for February. Intrastate sale of taxable goods 2 lakhs, 50,000 was received as advance in January out of the total amount of 2 lakhs. Now tell me whether entire 2 lakhs is taxable in February or only 1,50,000 is taxable in the month of February. I want you to answer this. Simple pa. Right now we need to compute the liability for February. Intrastate sale of taxable goods. 50,000 was received as advance in January out of the total amount of 2 lakhs. You tell me whether they need to pay GST on 2 lakhs this month or 1,50,000. Why 1,50,000? Because 50,000 already received as advance. Whether GST is payable on advance in case of goods. Whether GST payable on advance in case of goods. No, only by a person opting for composition scheme and specified actionable claims. Okay. So, therefore, here compute GST liability of ABC Corporation for the month of February. Nowhere it is given that they are opting for composition scheme. Okay. So, due to that reason, say this. Intrastate sale of taxable goods, nowhere it is given that they are under composition scheme or specified actionable claim. So GST not payable on advances, GST payable only based on the entire value of supply. What is the value of supply for which invoice is raised this month? 2 lakhs, entire 2 lakhs, intrastate is given, means CGST, SGST. Provided accommodation service in Mumbai with charges per person per month 18,000, means per month charges does not exceed 20,000. This accommodation is supplied for a minimum continuous period of 99 days. It is intrastate transaction. What is your answer? Exempted. Why? Accommodation services for a continuous period of 90 days where the value of supply does not exceed 20,000 per month per person, then it is exempted. Then this is also outward and the second one is also outward. Then third, received for services by way of pure labor contract. They are receiving money for service by way of pure labor contract for repairing a single residential unit, otherwise than as a part of residential complex. Taxable or exempted? Taxable. I told you, clearly I told you, I stressed also, only construction of an individual house is exempted. Repairs to an individual house will be taxable. This is repairing a single residential unit, therefore it will be taxable, and it is given as intrastate. So CGST, SGST. Professional fees paid for taxable service to Ms. Udan Mehta, located in non-taxable territory. This is inward. This is inward. Okay. So professional fees paid means you are receiving the services. That too from Udan Mehta, non-taxable territory means it is import of services. Import of services will be taxable under RCM, and it is an interstate transaction, therefore it will be IGST. Turnover of ABC Corporation Private Limited was 2 crore in the previous financial year. All amounts given above are exclusive of GST. Compute the GST liability of ABC Corporation for the month of February. Now, what is the liability that they have? CGST, SGST, 2 lakhs plus 50,000, 2,50,000. Please do 2,50,000 into 9%. 2,50,000 into 9%. How much? Huh? 22,500. 22,500. So see the answer for the second part. 22,500 and 22,500. CGST, SGST. Okay. And what about the GST under RCM? They have some inward supplies, import of service, on which they need to pay GST under RCM. 70,000 into 18%, that is 12,600. This is their liability. That's it. That is the answer for this question. And next, question number 6. Veer Trading Private Limited is a registered entity under GST in Jaipur, Rajasthan. It is engaged in wholesale trading of various sport items. I think this we discussed. This we discussed. In input tax credit chapter, we discussed this question. It is there. I told you. This OEM, X-Works contract, when the goods are handed over, same question we discussed. It is there in the practice manual. Then even this also we discussed. Bank manager, I said bank manager means unregistered person, transportation. Yesterday only in place of supply chapter we discussed this question. Then question number 7, also today we discussed in registration chapter. This one, Rajasthan, Tripura, 11 lakhs, 5 lakhs minus inward supply under RCM should be excluded while computing aggregate turnover, that. Then state brief the requirement of generation of e-way bill with reference to rule 138. Means about e-way bill provision you need to write. What is that? Whenever there is movement of goods, that is taxable goods, and where the value of supply as per including GST exceeds 50,000, then e-way bill is required. That. Also discuss generation of e-way bill in case of bill to ship to model. So whether we need to generate 2 e-way bills or single e-way bill. Single e-way bill. So first you need to write about that when e-way bill is required, and then for bill to ship to transaction a single e-way bill is sufficient. Then question number 8. Rule 86B of CGST rules impose restrictions on use of amount available in the electronic credit ledger if the value of taxable supply is more than 50 lakhs in a month. So this, read the above statement with reference to provision of ITC and discuss the nature of restriction imposed under this rule, and also list out the exceptions to this rule. What is that? What does it mean? If the taxable turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs, they have to pay 1% of their liability through electronic cash ledger, and 99% of the liability can be paid through electronic credit ledger. And they are asking, what are the exceptions? Come on, tell me, what are the exceptions? Government department, central government, state government department, local authority, public sector undertaking, statutory body. Next, person or karta or proprietor or any 2 partners paid more than 1 lakh in the preceding 2 years, or if they got refund of ITC more than 1 lakh in the preceding year, and then cumulatively they have already paid 1% of liability, that one. Then B, a taxpayer cannot file GSTR1 before the end of the tax period. State the exceptions to this statement. Further discuss in brief any 4 circumstances where registered person is debarred from furnishing details of outward supply. This actually in our returns chapter. So into the current discussion only, right now we are into the discussion. There are few cases where a person cannot file GSTR1, so that is, he is debarred from filing GSTR1. Also this you see, GSTR1 cannot be filed before the end of the tax period. What are the exceptions to this? When they need to file GSTR1, after that month only they need to file the GSTR1. But in 2 cases, they can file GSTR1 even before the end of that month if they are casual taxable person. Because whenever they are casual taxable person, whenever their business is getting closed, immediately they can file GSTR1, or whenever their registration is cancelled also, immediately they can file GSTR1. For example, my registration is cancelled on 25th of October. Now I don't have to wait till October end and next month only I need to file. 25th October my registration is cancelled, means I can file for 25th October also. Then same way, casual taxable person, if my registration is getting expired in this month, why I should wait for this month and file GSTR1 next month? So this month itself I can file my GSTR1. This is 2 exceptions. So what is the general rule? Only after completion of the month you need to file GSTR1. But there are 2 exceptions. What are the 2 exceptions? Casual taxable person after closure of their business, and cancellation of GST of a normal taxpayer. Then what are the cases where GSTR1 is blocked? You can see that in page number 169. That is also important theory question. What are the cases where GSTR1 is blocked? Already 2 cases we discussed in input tax credit chapter. Come on, recollect that information. 2 cases we discussed. I told you your GSTR1 will be blocked. Rule 88C and 88D. What is rule 88C? Liability in GSTR1 greater than liability in GSTR3B for 1 or more tax periods. And they gave a notice. We have neither replied to the notice nor paid the tax within 7 working days. Then our GSTR1 will be blocked. Then ITC availed in GSTR3B is more than the ITC availed in 2B, then also we will get a notice, and we fail to reply or make the payment of differential amount within 7 working days, then also our GSTR1 will be blocked. That is this. So intimation in rule 88C, 88D, but you have not paid anything. Then next one, without filing 3B of the previous month, I cannot file the GSTR1 of the current month. So previous month or previous quarter 3B not filed. Got it? Previous month 3B or previous quarter 3B not filed. Then one more, total 5 situations. First 2 situations 88C, 88D. Next one, previous month 3B or previous quarter 3B not filed. Then one more, bank details not furnished within the time. So not furnishing the bank details. What is the time limit within which we need to furnish the bank details? 30 days from the date of registration or date of filing GSTR1, whichever is earlier we discussed now. If you are not filing bank details within the time, in these 5 cases, your GSTR1 will be blocked, means you cannot file GSTR1. This only they asked as a question here. A taxpayer cannot file GSTR1 before the end of tax period, exceptions. 2 exceptions, and any 4 cases where GSTR1 will be blocked. Okay. So I just showed you this question to make you understand the importance of reading the theory portion also. So when you are reading that, you will think who will test this, why it will be tested, etc. Exactly on that they will make a question. Okay. Now this question, if it is given in question number 8, no problem, because anyhow you will leave question number 8 for choice. Let's think. But nowadays they started asking theory question in the regular practical question itself as B, part B. Part A is a very good question, practical question. If you are answering this question, definitely part B also you need to write. So therefore they will attach the theory questions like this. Separately there is no theory question. concept oriented questions only. Okay. Then next, unregistered person with aggregate turnover up to threshold limit for registration and supplying goods through e-commerce operator are exempted from obtaining registration subject to fulfillment of certain conditions. What are those conditions? For this concept you understood. Generally, supplier of goods through e-commerce operator is compulsorily required to get registered, but in some cases they are exempted from compulsory registration. They need to register only when aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit. What are the conditions? Number 1, they should not make interstate supplies. Very good. Number 2, they should not make interstate supplies through e-commerce operator in more than one state. You got it? Directly also they should not make interstate supplies. Through e-commerce operator also more than one state they should not make interstate supplies. Next, then have to update their name, address, etc. and obtain unique enrollment number from the portal. Then they have to make supplies only through unique enrollment number till the time their aggregate turnover does not exceed threshold limit. As and when their aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit, they have to get the new registration and the unique enrollment number allotted will be cancelled. These 5 points. So that is the answer for this. Okay. Next. So look into the remaining points in returns chapter and mighty 50 questions. First learn the subject fully. Okay. Then I will give you some important questions at a later point of time. I will not be giving mighty 50 questions etc. and all in the upfront. Usually I will give it at least like 1 month before exam only, because lot of students will depend on those 50 questions only and think that that 50 questions will be sufficient and we can learn that and go for exam. No, first learn the subject fully. Thereafter, as I told you, the probable areas from where the questions will be asked and all, I will coin questions on that and I will discuss separately. I will release the PDF and I will post a video also related to that. First learn the subject. Okay. Again you are making the same mistake of what you know, making a selective preparation. So please change. Please change. Trust me, that is not going to work out. Even though I discussed registration lot of points, in September 25 exam one suo motu registration based question is there, and that is not there even in our revised book, but it is there in my resource book, because regular batch students I will be giving a separate book and from that detailed everything I will be discussing. And so being a revision book, what I would have given definitely, which are all very very important, I would have given definitely some 5 to 10% will be diluted. And so therefore whenever a student is reading in this much we discuss, but again one point we missed, that suo motu registration based on the 2 marks MCQ is there. That's why I am telling you, first learn the subject thoroughly. When you learn the subject thoroughly, because ICI will identify some areas from where students usually neglect and that only they will be asking. Trust me, that's the reason why don't make any selective preparation. Is it clear? And I am covering each and every point in the class mainly for that. Okay. Either in this book if it is there it is covered, or I am covering through some illustrations or practice manual etc. Fine. Look into this. Special points on returns, take page number 166. Sequential filing of returns. What is this sequential filing of returns? Without filing GSTR 1 of the month, you cannot file GSTR 3B of that month. Same way, without filing 3B of previous month, you cannot file GSTR 1 of the subsequent month. Like that we have sequential filing of returns. Without filing GSTR 1 of a month, 3B cannot be filed for that month. Also without filing 3B of previous month, 1 cannot be filed for the current month. Then number 2, can I file GSTR 1 if I have not filed GSTR 1 for the previous month? Generally no. However, government on the recommendations of the council may allow a person to file GSTR 1 for the current month even though they have not filed GSTR 1 for the previous month. Generally it is not possible, but it is possible only with the permission of government on the recommendations of council. may allow a person to file GSTR1 even if GSTR1 is not filed for prior periods. So the second point is an exception to the first point. Okay. The first point says without filing GSTR1 of the previous month, you cannot file the GSTR1 of the current month. But it is possible when? Possible only government on the recommendations of council if they allow. Then this section 38 I have discussed in input tax credit chapter, and I told you that sometimes supplier files GSTR1 and it will be reflected in our GSTR2B under ITC not available. What are the cases where it will be reflected under ITC not available? Total we have these 5 situations. So in all these cases, 6 situations, whether supplier is filing GSTR1, yes, and supplier filed the GSTR1 by the due date, yes, and it came in our 2B, yes, but we cannot take ITC. Why? Number 1, supplier is a newly registered person. So our supplier is a newly registered person till the time they are regularizing their returns. If you buy from them, it will come in our 2B under which place? ITC not available. Is it permanent or in future it will move to ITC available? In future it will move to ITC available. So I am just showing you this GSTR 2B. Okay. So in our GSTR 2B return, the moment when we open our GSTR 2B, there will be ITC available, ITC not available, like the 2 columns. ITC available, ITC not available. Right now, because of the section 38, it will be coming under ITC not available, but in future it will move to ITC available column and we can enjoy the ITC. Got it? So this is a temporary exercise. What are the cases? Number 1, supplier is a newly registered person. But all these cases, it is not because of your mistake, your supplier mistake. Supplier is a newly registered person. Number 2, supplier liability in GSTR1 is greater than 3B and he filed GSTR1 not filed 3B. Either he filed 1 not filed 3B, or he filed both but liability in 1 is greater than 3B, or he availed ITC in his 3B more than 2B. He availed ITC in 3B more than 2B, or he got a demand notice for payment of tax. He defaulted, he got a notice and he has not yet paid. So supplier has received demand notice and default in payment of tax and the default continues. Or your supplier not complied with 1% of liability through cash ledger as per rule 86B. In these 5 cases, even though your supplier filed GSTR1, but the ITC will be reflected under ITC not available. So tell me what are the 6 situations, come on. Supplier is a newly registered person. Number 2, supplier liability in 1 is greater than liability in 3B, or ITC in 3B greater than 2B, or he filed GSTR1 and not filed GSTR3B. Next 2 more points. He defaulted in payment of tax and the default continues, and he did not pay 1% of liability through cash ledger. These 6 cases. Then look into the next one. Person not required to file GSTR1 or GSTR3B. Who are not required to file 1 or 3B? Remember tonic. In the tonic T square. What is that T square? TDS, TCS. Just see the brief before page. Why TDS, TCS not required to file GSTR1 or 3B? Because they are going to file GSTR7 and GSTR8. Then O for OIDR supplier or OMG supplier. What is it they are filing? GSTR 5A. See the page before C. Turn the page. Don't sleep. 5A. That's why they are not required to file 1 and 3B. Then NRTP. Why NRTP not required to file 1 and 3B? Because they are required to file GSTR 5. And input service distributor. Why they are not required to file 1 or 3B? Because they are filing GSTR 6. And composition scheme dealer. Why they are not required to file 1 or 3B? Because they are filing CMP 8. So now tell me, who are not required to file GSTR 1 or GSTR 3B? Tonic, T square, TDS, TCS, OIDR supplier or OMG supplier. N, non-resident taxable person. I, input service distributor. C, composition scheme. Next. So this can also be tested. Another question. Who are not required to file annual return? Who are not required to file annual return? Remember, CAG tonic. CAG tonic. CAG means what generally? Comptroller and Auditor General. So whenever a person's books of accounts is subject to audit by CAG, when the person's books of accounts is subject to audit by CAG, government department, etc., they are not required to file annual return. Next, tonic, same, TDS, not TCS, because TCS deductor is required to file annual return, correct? See the pre-4 page, GSTR 9B, GSTR 9B, GSTR 9B, who will file? E-commerce operator, so they are filing annual return, so 9B they are filing, so therefore only TDS deductor. O, same, OIDR or OMG. Next, N, NRTP, same. I, input service distributor, but C is not composition scheme, because composition scheme is required to file annual return. GSTR 4, check, GSTR 4 they are required to file, correct? Annual return GSTR 4, that's the reason why composition scheme is not there. But C for what? Casual taxable person. Casual taxable person is not required to file annual return. Annual return for TCS deductor, that is GSTR 9B, is yet to be notified. They are required to file annual return, but it is yet to be notified. In exam you write, they are required to file annual return, but it is not yet notified. Whether we need to pay GST at the time of filing GSTR 1? No. We are not required to pay tax at the time of filing GSTR 1. However, GST is payable at the time of filing GSTR 3B. If a person is not required to file GSTR 9, what is GSTR 9? Annual return, but has an unpaid liability. So for the financial year, I have to pay some tax, but I am not required to file annual return. Why I am not required to file annual return? Maybe my turnover does not exceed 2 crores, but I have some liability. What should I do? I can make the payment of liability using DRC 3. And the taxpayer needs to electronically sign the submitted returns, otherwise it will be considered as not filed. After filing the returns, there will be e-verification or digital signature that has to be done. Then only it will be considered as return filed. Taxpayer opting for voluntary cancellation of GSTIN has to file GSTR 1 for the active period. Means till the date your registration is cancelled, you have to file the GSTR 1 for the active period. And in the GSTR 1, we need to give HSN details and SAC details. What is HSN? Harmonized System of Nomenclature. SAC, Service Accounting Code. For goods, it is HSN number, and for services, it is SAC number that we need to enter in the returns. So need to be updated in the returns. Then late fee. Look into the next page, late fee for delay in filing return, section 47. Section 37 deals with GSTR 1, section 38 deals with GSTR 2B, section 39 deals with GSTR 3B and other returns. You can just make note here. Section 37 is GSTR 1 and section 38 is GSTR 2B. So that's what we studied. GSTR 2B, when the ITC will be restricted, etc. and all, is in section 38, and GSTR 1 is section 37. Section 39 is GSTR 3B and other returns. GSTR 3B and other returns is in section 39. Next, there is a concept of first return, that is section 40. Section 40, first return. First return means immediately after registration, you will file a return, that is called as first return. In that return, all the transactions from the date you are liable to register till the date you are required to get registered, I mean from the date you are liable to get registered till the date of registration certificate, you need to include in that first return, that is section 40. Section 41 we already discussed in input tax credit chapter. What is that section 41? Availment of ITC. Section 41 is availment of ITC. This availment of ITC is in input tax credit chapter. Section 42 and 43 is not there. Section 42 and 43 is not there. It is omitted. Section 42, 43 is omitted. It is not there. In the law itself it is not there. Previously it was there, they omitted it now. Section 44 is annual return. Annual return is section 44. GSTR 9, 9C that we discussed now, that is section 44. Section 45 is final return. Who is required to file final return? Whenever registration is cancelled, they have to file final return in GSTR 10, 3 months from the date of cancellation or 3 months from the order of cancellation, whichever is later. We discussed now GSTR 10. Check the previous page. GSTR 10. Final return is in GSTR 10. 3 months from the date of cancellation or 3 months from the order of cancellation, whichever is later. That is section 45. Section 46 is notice to return defaulters. Notice to return defaulters. That is, like in income tax, you are required to file return, but you have not filed return, they will send a notice now, like that. So whenever you are required to file return in GST but you missed, they will be giving a notice in section 46. And section 47 is late fee. Section 47 is late fee. Section 48 is GST practitioner. 4950 payment process. 4950 payment process. Sir, what about before 37? We completed 35, 36 accounts and records. Section 35, what are the various accounts and records to be filed, maintained. Section 36, period of maintaining that accounts and records. And I gave all the sections as an index in the last page. So you can see the last page of this book, you can find the section index. Which section is in which page and what are the sections, like that I gave. Is it available, pa? Page number 180. Okay, 183. Fine, 183. New book 183. So now what you need to do is that whenever you are having time, you should by heart this section. What section is what, like that. And in answer sheet, somehow you need to get the scope to write the section numbers. Got it? You only should create the scope. They will ask you to write the answer, but you only should create a scope and write the section numbers. Hardly we have some 40 to 45 sections, that much only. It starts from section 7. You need to remember from section 7 pa. Section 7 to section 52, that much only. In the middle 2-3 sections are not there. So that you need to remember. What is section 7? Supply. Section 8, composite supply, mixed supply. Section 9, RCM, liability to pay GST. Section 10, composition scheme. Section 11, exemptions. Good. Section 12, time of supply in case of goods. Section 13, time of supply in case of service. 14 is not there. 15, value of supply. 16, ITC, condition for availment of ITC. 17, block credit, apportionment of credit. 18, ITC in special cases. 19, 20, 21 we don't have. 19, 20, 21 we don't have in syllabus. Then 22, when a person is liable to register. 23, exempted from registration. 24, compulsory registration. 25, procedure for registration. 26, deemed registration. 27, CTP and RTP. 28, amendment in registration. 29, cancellation of registration. Then 30, revocation of cancellation of registration. Section 31, tax invoice, due date of tax invoice. 32, prohibition from unauthorized collection of tax, which means that being an unregistered person, you are not supposed to collect tax. If you collect tax, that is an offence. Then section 33, tax component should be shown separately in invoice. 34 is debit note, credit note. I discussed that. Section 34, debit note, credit note. 35, accounts and records. 36, period of maintenance of accounts and records. 37 onwards here. 37 GSTR1, 38 GSTR2B, 39 GSTR3B and other returns. 40 is first return. 41 is availment of ITC. 42, 43 not there. 44 annual return. 45 final return. 46 notice to return defaulters. 47 is what? Late fee. And 48 GST practitioner. 49 what are the various? 49 various ledgers, electronic credit ledger, etc. that we have discussed. 50 interest. 51 TDS. 52 over. That's it. Got it? To the extent possible, you have to try to remember these section numbers, and in the answer sheet you are going to write it. Okay? Just imagine in your answer sheet lot of section numbers and all like this it is there. Automatically the valuer will think that, so maybe you are an intelligent student, ranker material like that and all he will think. Reality we know, but so for him he don't know na, it is which attempt also he don't know. Got it? So we need to create this art, not only for GST, for all subjects. Ensure that something exceptionally you are presenting in the answer sheet, and that should definitely stand out from the regular answer sheets. If that be the case, definitely, so some 5-10 marks you will be having extra. Okay? So section numbers, remembering the section numbers and writing in subjects like law, DT, IDT will definitely be helpful. Okay? And even in law, when you are writing also, try to use the legal language to the extent possible. The main issue that is happening in audit and law is that you are generalizing and writing. When you are learning the subject, you can learn the subject like that. But when you are writing the answer sheet, it should not be. Because the problem with you is that law or audit, you attend lot of revision classes. Nothing wrong in that, attend. But the same language used in the revision classes, you will write in the answer sheet. That's why you are not getting marks. So if you see now, the maximum marks and all in law will be 40s and 50s only. No one will get 60s and 70s in law. Why? Why? What is the problem with respect to that? The manner in which you are writing is wrong. So you have to use the technical language, that is a language used in the suggested answers, the language used in the study material, that language. Audit also same story, law also same story. You have to write that language, otherwise you will never be given marks. Automatically, like 5 marks means it will go to 2 marks, 2.5 marks like that. If you are attempting itself is 60 marks, then you can imagine your score will be somewhere in 40s, 42, 43 like that. You got it what I am telling? That's the reason why improve your language in writing. You have time. I am not telling you all these things one day before the exam. Right now we are only in March 19th and your exam is somewhere in May. Solid 1 month, 10 days you have, means 40 days you have. Why can't you do? Sir, many things can be achieved in 40 days, sir. Only thing, if you are thinking the time is short, it is short. But 40 days into 24 hours, lot of time is there. You can do. And you don't have to prepare 24 hours. Hardly 8 to 10 hours in a day if you study, that is sufficient. But that should be so effective without any other kind of deviation, etc. and all. So please see the question in law or audit and write it. You don't have that bloody writing practice also. You have to write. At least some questions you write. Some important questions will be there na, some 20, 30 questions, that at least you write. When you are writing without seeing the answer, so your language versus the suggested answer or the study material answer, you compare. You will know the reality. And from there you rectify. No, this is not the way in which I need to write. I have to change the wording. So consciously when you start doing that, definitely your score will improve, trust me. Because students, those who fail in CA exam because of getting marks less than 40 is hardly 25%. But because of aggregate students failing in CA exam is 40%. You got it? 40% of the students who fail in CA exam is because of in aggregate. You understood? And therefore, if you are into that category, all these things you need to do in order to ensure that your score is moving little bit upwards. Every subject 5 marks, if it increases also gone na. Aggregate you will be getting, not at all a problem, because you are in 42s, 45 etc. Every subject on an average 5 marks, if it increases, aggregate problem will not be there. Okay, and this time law paper will be difficult for May 26. Okay, for group 1 law paper will be difficult. Expect the unexpected. So study material wherever they want they can ask. Okay, so this attempt 2 papers I am predicting the paper will be very difficult, that is law in group 1, audit in group 2, and then the tax paper will be average only this time, not difficult and all, but it will be lengthy, average to lengthy. This is the way in which, okay. Sir, what is the source of your information? You should not ask all those things, okay. So like in Dhurandhar movie, so spy and all will be there. Will you ask the spy who is the source, from where you got information and all? You should not ask, got it? So somehow it is there and you believe in me. Sir, what if your source is wrong, whatever you said is wrong, so that what will happen? Nothing will happen. Na? You are preparing well only, you will go and write. Bad then difficult is what? I mean, I said paper is difficult. Worst come, what will happen? It will become easy. Good only, no? Right? Got it? Then say this, but seriously I am telling, I am not joking. You can see some places automatically it will come. In few telegram groups and all it will come sooner or later that this paper will be difficult, this paper will be difficult, this attempt like that and all. Wait and watch. Then you will believe in me. Then late fee for delay in filing return, section 47. Say this. Again for MCQ purpose this is useful. GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B, what is the late fee? If it is nil return, 10 rupees for every day subject to maximum 250. And other than nil return, see this is common for 1 and 3B, nil return means what? There won't be any details in the return, all are 0. Late fee will be 10 rupees per day subject to maximum 250. If it is other than nil return, if aggregate turnover during the previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores, 25 rupees per day, 25 per day, 25 per day. So per day late fee is same, but what is changing? The maximum late fee is only changing. So listen, nil return 10 rupees per day subject to maximum 250. Other than nil return 25 rupees per day. What is the maximum? If your turnover during previous year exceed 5 crores, 5,000. If it does not exceed 5 but exceeds 1.5 crores, half, that is 2,500. If it does not exceed 1.5 crore, then it will be 1,000. You understood? 5,000, half 2,500 and 1,000. Okay. And this is under CGST, equal late fee will be payable under SGST. GSTR 4, who will file? Composition scheme. Usually for composition scheme, what is the aggregate turnover during the previous year? It should not exceed 1.5 crores. If aggregate turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores, what is the maximum late fee? So copy paste. 10 rupees per day subject to maximum 250 and 25 rupees per day subject to maximum 1000. Easy. Next. GSTR 5, 5A and 6. Nil return 10 rupees per day, same. Other than return 25 rupees per day. Here we don't have any slab. Always maximum late fee will be 5,000. GSTR 7, nil return needs to be filed, but if they are not filing nil return or late filing nil return, the late fee is waived. The late fee is waived, we don't have late fee. But other than nil return, already we discussed. GSTR 7, what is the late fee? 25 rupees per day subject to maximum 1,000. But GSTR 8, TCS return, what is the late fee? 100 rupees per day subject to maximum 5,000. Then GSTR 9, 9B, 9C. See there, what is the late fee? If your turnover does not exceed 5 crores, 24 rupees per day. If your turnover exceeds 5 crores but does not exceed 20 crores, 50 rupees per day. If the turnover exceeds 20 crores, then it will be 100 rupees per day, subject to maximum. So, please listen. If the turnover does not exceed 5 crores, 25. If it exceeds 5 but does not exceed 20, double, that is 50. If it exceeds 20 crore, then again double, that is 100. 25 double, 50, 50 double, 100. But maximum, first two cases, 0.02% of the turnover, and last case it is 0.25% of the turnover. Now listen, my turnover, aggregate turnover is, say, aggregate turnover is 2.2 crores, 2 crore 20 lakhs. My aggregate turnover is 2 crore 20 lakhs. And this is for financial year 2024-25. 2024-25. What is the due date? What is the due date of annual return? Am I required to file annual return? Yes, because it exceeds 2 crores. So what is the due date of GSTR 9? 31st December 2025. But I filed it on 5th of April, actual date of filing, actual date of GSTR 9, actual date of GSTR 9, actual date of GSTR 9 is 5th of April 2026, 5th of April 2026. What is the late fee? Come on, what is the late fee payable? How much is the late fee payable? First CGST Act. Per day late fee is how much? 25. Number of days delay. 31st December, 5th April. So, how many days delay? Number of days. January 31 days, February 28 days, March 31 days, April 5 days. How many days delay? 95 days. And what is the late fee that is payable? 95 days into 25 rupees per day. How much? 3,000? 2,375. And what is the maximum late fee? This is minimum late fee. What is the maximum late fee? Point. This is minimum late fee pa. What is the maximum late fee? So 2 crore 20 lakhs into 0.02%, because it does not exceed 5 crores na. 0.02%. What is 0.02%? 4,400. Therefore, how much will be the late fee payable? 2,375. And what is the total late fee? 2,375 plus 2,375, that will be equals to 6,000, 4,000, 4,750. See, 4,400 is each act. Each act means CGST Act will be 4,400, SGST Act will be 4,400, like that. Okay. First you need to compare these two, and whichever is lower is 2,375. Now what is the total late fee under CGST plus SGST? So 2,375 plus 2,375, 4,750 is the total late fee. Now in MCQ, if they ask what is the maximum late fee under CGST Act, the correct option is 2,375. Suppose if the MCQ says what is the maximum late fee, that's it. They did not tell any act. Then the answer will be 4,750. what is the total maximum late fee under CGST and SGST, like that if they are asked also 4,750. Be careful. Only when they ask maximum late fee under CGST Act, then only it will be 2,375. Because whatever we are learning is only under CGST, and if it is total, then it will be double. It will be double. Next, that is the point here. An equal amount of late fee is payable under SGST Act also, and late fee under IGST Act is not applicable if late fee is paid under CGST and SGST. Late fee for returns is automatically computed by the portal. We don't have to manually do it. Then in exam, sir, we have to do. Okay. Only in reality I am telling. Computed by portal and reflected in the subsequent return. Late fee can be paid only using cash ledger. Agreed? Because electronic credit ledger can be used only for payment of tax. And these are the returns which can be filed through SMS, nil returns. So nil return, you don't have to log in. Just directly you can send a SMS to the GST department, GSTR1, GSTR3B and CMP8. So these three returns can be filed through SMS if all the entries in this return are nil. Okay. Next, look into this. Notice to return defaulters. What is this notice to return defaulters? I told you section 46. Whenever you are not filing any return, a notice will be served to you asking you to file the return. In pursuance of that notice, you have to file return within 15 days. A notice in GSTR 3A shall be issued if returns are not filed. After issuance of notice, return should be filed within 15 days. Sir, what will happen? Within that 15 days also I am not filing return. Then there is best judgment assessment. GST department, based on the data that they have, they will ask you to pay the tax and they will recover that money from you. So if returns are not filed within 15 days after notice, officer recovers GST based on the information available from him. What is the information available with him? Bank statement. Using that bank statement, he will see whatever receipts that you have, consider it as your turnover, and on that GST will be computed. Got it? Next. Amendment in return, rectification or amendment in return. What is the maximum time limit by which returns can be rectified? Already we discussed GSTR1 and GSTR3B, even GSTR8. What is the maximum time limit? So 30th November of succeeding financial year or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. This discussion already we discussed, that is GSTR1 is blocked in the following cases. This also we have seen. Now look into one point here. What is the maximum time by which we can file the return? Belatedly, late returns. What is the maximum time limit by which returns can be filed late? Maximum 3 years. Sir, belated filing means, you understood now? Belated filing means what? You are missing the return, you can file late. All the returns except composition scheme return, you can file late maximum by 3 years from the due date. All returns including annual return except GST CMP 8 can be filed belatedly but before 3 years from its due date. Okay. Next, look into section 48, role of GST practitioner. So GST practitioner is a person who can undertake to do certain activities on behalf of the registered person. What activities that can be done by a GST practitioner? That is, there is one person who can act as a GST practitioner and they can file certain returns and they can do certain activities. What are those activities that can be done by them? This is also one of the question asked in past exam. What are the activities that they can do? Please look into this chart. First, what is the first job in GST for a registered person? I mean, for a person, taxable person, they have to make application for registration. So GST practitioner can apply for your registration. Next, after registration, what's next? Filing of returns. Next, payment of tax. Filing of returns, payment of tax, or apply for refund. And suppose if you want to go for regular scheme or composition scheme, tax will differ na. So therefore make intimation for composition scheme. Otherwise it will be regular scheme. You got it? See, if you want to pay tax, First, it is regular scheme or composition scheme that will differ. So that's what intimation for composition scheme or withdrawal from scheme, make payment of tax or apply for refund. Okay, what are the first four pa? Apply for registration, filing returns, and intimation for composition scheme, making payment of tax or applying for refund. And they can act as an authorized representative, means whenever GST officer is asking you to appear before the officer for giving certain documents or information, you don't have to go, you can send GST practitioner. They can act as authorized representative. And they can furnish the information for generation of e-way bill. E-way bill has to be generated now, that can be done by them. And whatever goods sent on job work, receipt from job work also they can furnish. And unique enrollment number, so they can make application for unique enrollment number or cancellation or amendment. These are the 8 activities which can be done by GST practitioner. Next, what is the eligibility to become a GST practitioner? First, they should be citizen of India. So a foreigner cannot come to India and become GST practitioner. Okay. So then, next, person of sound mind. Sound mind means in his mind sound should come. No. That is, he should not be lunatic or he should not be mentally retarded, etc. and all. Normal human being like you and me. Okay. Next, correct only, no? Then not adjudged as insolvent. Not adjudged as insolvent means? So insolvency petition, IP is not filed, which means his net worth is positive. His liabilities are not more than his assets. Okay. Then not been convicted by a competent court for an offence with imprisonment not less than 2 years. Means more than 2 years, if he is imprisoned, he cannot become GST practitioner. Up to 2 years he is imprisoned, can he become GST practitioner? Yes, yes. Not less than 2 years. Not less than means what? More than 2 years. So if he is imprisoned, he cannot become GST practitioner. Suppose if you do some mistake, go to prison, and definitely your CA membership and all will be cancelled. Okay. And thereafter, when you come out, so you will not have anything, CA membership also not there. Then what job you will do? You can become GST practitioner. Don't worry. So we are giving you some kind of offer for you. Next, responsibility for correctness of particulars. If GST practitioner is filing returns on behalf of registered person, who is responsible for the mistakes in the return? Registered person or GST practitioner? Registered person only. See there. The responsibility for correctness of any particulars furnished in the return or other details filed by GST practitioner shall continue to rest with the registered person on whose behalf such return and details are furnished. Okay. Then, for every statement furnished by GST practitioner, they need to take a confirmation from the registered person. That is, GST practitioner before filing return. For example, I am filing return. I need to ask you, sir, can I file this return? You should verify and tell. If you can verify and tell, you yourself can file. Now, why you need me? So, but yes, that's how they have given. Every statement furnished by GST practitioner, a confirmation shall be sought from the registered person. And the registered person before confirming should ensure that the facts are true and correct. Suppose what if the registered person is not giving confirmation? Deemed to be confirmed. Okay, then why this provision is there, I don't know. Deemed to be confirmed. Then next. See the next area, QRMP scheme, quarterly return monthly payment scheme. So in case of QRMP scheme, to whom the scheme is applicable? Turnover during previous year should not exceed 5 crores. That's an important condition. Their aggregate turnover during the previous year should not exceed 5 crores. And how they will file GSTR1 and GSTR3B? Quarterly. What is the time limit for GSTR1? 13th of the month following every quarter. GSTR3B? 22nd or 24th of the month following every quarter. And we know already 22nd when and 24th when. Then, how they will pay tax? Say this. GSTR1 on a quarterly basis by 13th of the month following every quarter, and 3B on a quarterly basis by 22nd or 24th of the month following every quarter. How they will pay tax? Monthly or quarterly? Monthly. By when? by 25th of the month following every month. For example, April to June quarter you take. April by 25th May. May by 25th June. What about June? Anyhow, all 3 months they will file 3B in 22nd or 24th. At the time they will pay that. Now, sir, I have a doubt. Anyhow, they will file 3B monthly, na? In that itself they can file? Yes. And you said they are filing IFF, which means they can file GSTR1 on a monthly basis, na? Yes. Then why this scheme? That's what even I also have a doubt. I really don't know why this scheme is. Because, see, anyhow you have to pay tax monthly. Yeah? For that, happily you can file 3B and pay the tax. GSTR1 if you file quarterly also, but your recipient cannot take ITC quarterly. So, because of which you need to file IFF. For B2B supplies, you will file IFF on a monthly basis, which is reflected in 2A or 2B of the recipient. Instead of filing IFF, file GSTR1. Instead of going for monthly payment like this, you go for GSTR3B. Then what is the purpose of this? No purpose, just time waste, okay, simply waste. So this 2-3 pages what we are going to learn is of no use to anyone. Then this QRMP scheme is GSTIN wise, not like composition scheme. If you remember composition scheme, I told you all in all out, means all the registrations will be under composition scheme or all the registrations will be normal scheme, but not both. But QRMP is not like that. Every registration of a person they can choose. QRMP is GSTIN wise and distinct person have the option to avail the scheme for one or more GSTIN. What is the time frame for opting in? For example, April to June quarter, if you want to go for QRMP, April to June. So what is 1 month after? What is 1 month after? 30th April. For April, 1 month is 30th April. 2 months before. What is 2 months before April? February. So A for after, B for before. 1 month after, 2 months before. 1 and 2. Got it? Remember this. A for after, B for before. 1 month after, 2 months before commencement of the quarter. That is the time limit for which they can opt in for QRMP. What is the condition for opt-in? The last return must be furnished as on the date of exercising the option. Either they can go for IFF or not. IFF is optional. If they want to give credit to their recipients, they can go for IFF. The scheme provides for IFF facility for first 2 months to furnish the details of outward supply till 13th of succeeding month. Whatever details that they have added in IFF will automatically travel to GSTR1. So therefore, only 3rd month invoices they need to add. But how much invoices they can add in a month in IFF? Maximum 50 lakhs. Underline this. They can add invoices for a maximum of 50 lakhs in each month. Sir, beyond 50 lakhs? No, it is not possible. Then, suppose if they are not going for IFF, what will happen? If they are not going for IFF, then all 3 months data they have to enter in GSTR1. Then look into the next one, payment method. They have 2 options, fixed sum method and self-assessment method. What is this fixed sum method? Please see. Say April to June, a person opted for QRMP scheme. A person opted for QRMP scheme. Again, June to, that is July to September also, he is going for QRMP scheme. Now, we need to see what is the actual net liability. What is the actual net liability for this April to June in the previous quarter? Say 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs. Now, every month, that is July, August, September, in this quarter, they need to pay tax under fixed sum method. How much tax they need to pay under fixed sum method? Listen, concentrate. For previous quarter, April to June, they went for QRMP and actual net liability 2 lakhs. For July to September, they are going for QRMP scheme. They have 2 methods. Either they can go for fixed sum method or self-assessment method. If they go for fixed sum method, they have to pay 35% of the liability of the previous quarter as the estimated liability. But this is just the ad hoc amount. So some amount, not actual amount. This is the ad hoc amount. How much you need to pay? 2 lakhs into 35% is how much? 2 lakhs into 35%, that is 70,000. 2 lakhs into 35%, that is 70,000 they need to pay. This is fixed sum method. Sir, what about the actuals? Again, after this quarter, they need to see the actual. Say if the actual for July month is 1 lakh and the actual for August month is 90,000 and the actual for September month is somewhere like 80,000. Now what they should do? They should pay this amount. What is their total actual liability? Total actual liability is 2,70,000. And what is their FSM liability? 1,40,000. Now, what is the difference liability? 2,70,000 minus 1,40,000. That they have to file by GSTR 3B. What is the GSTR 3B for this quarter? July to September. What is the GSTR 3B due date? 22nd or 24th, correct? Let's take 22nd. So 22nd October is the due date of GSTR 3B, and by the due date of GSTR 3B, they need to pay the differential amount 2,70,000 minus 1,40,000, that is 1,30,000 they need to pay. Understood? Got the clarity here? So fixed sum method, 35% of the previous quarter liability. That is this. Quarterly filer of 3B, 35% of the tax liability in cash paid in the preceding quarter. Now suppose same information, what if previous quarter it's not QRMP, it is normal scheme. Then what will happen? That is, previously for April there is no QRMP, April to June. Only June month they paid normal 3B, normal GSTR 3B. In that normal GSTR 3B, there is a net liability. That net liability is somewhere like 65,000. Then what will happen? See there. If they are monthly filer of 3B of previous quarter, 100% of the tax liability in cash paid in the last month, 100%. So what is 100%? 65,000. Then what is the FSM liability? It is not 70,000. It will be 65,000. 65,000. Accordingly, these numbers will change. So they have to pay 65,000. 65,000. So 65 plus 65, 1,30,000. 2,70,000 minus 1,30,000, 1,40,000 they need to pay as the differential liability. Is that clear? So what are the two provisions under fixed sum method? If previous quarter they are filing GSTR 3B on a quarterly basis, then that quarterly net liability into 35%. If they file it on a monthly basis, that monthly liability into 100%. Then next, self-assessment method, as the name itself suggests. Self-assessment method means what? They will calculate on their own whatever is the actual amount and they will pay. No payment in cash to be made if sufficient balance is maintained in the cash ledger and credit ledger. Any change in the manner of filing 3B, no change. Normally they will file. Compulsory opt-out. You tell me when they will opt out of QRMP? Whenever aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crores. And late fee, yes, they have to pay late fee for the purpose of delay in filing GSTR1 or GSTR3B. Now look into this. If at all in QRMP they make a question, on this interest computation they will make a question. So please concentrate, please focus, listen. Interest on account of non-payment or short payment under QRMP, under fixed sum method we will see. Please listen, please listen. Now let's take this particular question. Now FSM liability, by when they should pay? For July and August, FSM liability by when they should pay? No, you were sleeping at that time actually. I said 25th of the next month. FSM liability or SAM liability, monthly payment should be paid by 25th of next month. Okay. So you tell me this 65,000 and 65,000 by when they have to pay? July month 65,000 by when they should pay? 25th of August. August month 65,000 by when they should pay? 25th of September. If there is any delay, then they have to pay interest. Okay, Papa. So FSM liability of 2 months, they have to pay by 25th of next month. If there is any delay, they have to pay interest at the rate of 18% per annum for every day delay. Okay. Next. So see this difference amount. For July, what is the difference amount? For July, what is the difference amount? 35,000. For August, what is the difference amount? 25,000. On this 35,000 and 25,000, are they required to pay any interest? No, no. Provided they paid the entire differential amount by the due date of 3B. Got it? So what is the first interest? If FSM liability of first month and second month not paid by 25th of next month, they need to pay interest. However, on the differential amount, what is differential amount? Actual minus FSM, they don't have to pay interest. If the total differential amount they are paying by 22nd October, that is due date of 3B. Suppose if you miss this due date of 3B and if you delay this, then your 3B due date is 22nd October. If you delay it beyond 22nd October, then you need to pay interest. On what? On what? On what? 1,40,000. Entire difference amount. What is the entire difference amount? 1,40,000. Ayya, 1,40,000 by what date you should pay? 22nd of October. If you delay it beyond 22nd October, on that 1,40,000 you need to pay interest at the rate of 18%. Is it clear? These are the two interests that we have under FSM method. Say this. Fixed sum method, tax with respect to first month and second month not paid by 25th of next month, then we need to pay interest for the period of delay. Differential tax with respect to first month and second month of the quarter, no interest. But if 3B is filed for the quarter late, then for the period of delay, we need to pay interest at the rate of 18%. Understood? This is in case of fixed sum method. What about self-assessment method? Let's take this situation for self-assessment method. Self-assessment method, we don't have to bother about this, correct? Under self-assessment, we don't have to bother about the previous information. And instead of FSM, say the same data pertains to self-assessment method. Now, first interest. So, July month and August month self-assessment liability you have to pay by when? 25th of August and 25th of September, 25th of the next month. If you are not paying it by that time, then you have to pay interest. So, ditto. So, first month, second month liability, if you are not paying by 25th of next month, FSM or SAM, both places there will be interest. Next. Here what is the differential amount? Here what is the differential amount? 1 lakh minus 65, 35,000. Here what is the differential amount? 25,000. Now focus, focus. On this 35,000 and 25,000, we need to pay interest. You need to pay interest because it is self-assessment method. from 26th, that is 25th is the due date, from 26th till the actual date you pay, even though you filed the 3B by due date, you have to pay interest. So only this is the place where you have difference between fixed sum method and self-assessment method. On the differential amount, you need to pay interest at the rate of 18% from 26th of next month till the date of payment. Then what about this 3B by due date if you are not filing? If you are not filing 3B by due date, that interest is also common. So first interest and last interest is common. Only in this middle, we will not have interest on differential amount under FSM, but we will have interest on differential amount under SAM. Clear, Appa? Interest not payable on differential tax under FSM if such differential tax is paid by the due date of 3B. Then first return already I discussed with you. Every person needs to file the first return immediately after registration, and that return should contain the details from the date they are liable to get registered till the date they got registration certificate. Between the date on which he become liable for registration till the date on which registration has been granted, he need to file those information. Now look into returns practice manual question. Page number 156. Page 156. The due date of filing final return is, what is the due date of filing final return? 3 months from the date of cancellation or order of cancellation, whichever is later. Which of the following is correct? If aggregate turnover during previous year exceeds 20 crores, failure to file annual return within due date attracts late fee 200 per day up to 0.25% of the turnover. Correct? More than 20 crores means how much? 100. Correct? But they are asking total. Total means CGST plus SGST. So please tell me, more than 20 crores is how much? 100 CGST and 100 SGST. Pa, are you understanding the question, Pa? Late fee table is there, Pa. You see that and tell me, more than 2 crores, what is the late fee per day? 100. But this 100 is under CGST. If it is total, how much? 200. So 200 is correct. And what is the maximum? 0.25% of the turnover. So 0.25% of the turnover. So option A is correct. And B is wrong. Why C is wrong? Because they are asking total late fee. They are asking total late fee. So 100 rupees per day is wrong. Option A is the correct answer. Because CGST 100 and SGST 100. Suppose in this question, wait, in this question, if they ask under CGST Act 2017, then option A is not the correct answer, option C is the correct answer. Got it? If nothing is given, option A, because it is total. If it is specifically given under CGST Act, then option C is the answer. Okay? What is the time limit within which return to be filed after notice is served? What is the time limit within which return to be filed after notice is served? Within 7 working days. 7 working days from the date of notice. Notice to return defaulters. After notice, what is the time limit within which they need to file return? 15 days. Okay. So therefore, what is the correct option here? Within 15 days from the date of issue of notice. So 15 days is the answer. Option D. Pa, working days is wrong, Pa. But in option everywhere it is working days is there. So the correct one is option D. But actually it is 15 days only, not 15 working days. Then an NRTP registration is getting expired on 7th February. When is he required to file GSTR 5 for Jan 2023? What is the due date of GSTR 5? 13th of the month following every month, or 7 days from expiry of registration, whichever is earlier. So what is the next month? 13th. 13th of February. B, 7 days from expiry of registration. What is 7 days from expiry of 7th February? 14th February. Whichever is earlier will be 13th February. Got it? 13th of the month following every month, or 7 days from expiry of registration, whichever is earlier. Therefore 13th February will be earlier. Then next, so these are all direct theory questions. Look into question number 12. Miss Kashi is a registered intrastate supplier of goods in Haryana. During the month of August and September, she was out of station on a religious pilgrimage with her family for 55 days. Thus, no business transaction was made during August. Miss Kashi is of the opinion that as there is no transaction, there is no need to file monthly return for the month of August. However, her tax consultant has advised her to file nil GSTR 3B. Whether the advice given by tax consultant is correct. So whether nil return needs to be filed or not? Yes. Even if there are no transactions in a particular month, they need to file nil return. However, that nil return can be filed through SMS also, but nil return has to be filed even if there are no transactions. Will your answer in A change if Miss Kashi has placed an order for some purchases during August over her mobile phone, which has been received in her premises, and she intends to take ITC? Then it is not called as nil return. If there is any one transaction, either outward supply or inward supply, then it is not called as nil return. So that needs to be filed as a normal return. Through SMS it cannot be filed. Okay, only nil return means all the entries in the return will be nil, then only that can be filed through SMS. Assuming that in A above, Miss Kashi does not have internet facility in her mobile and there is no facilitation center notified by commissioner, whether no return is required to be filed in the absence? No. Nil return can be filed through SMS that do not require any internet, etc. Just through SMS the return can be filed. However, if there is any inward supply on which IT is available, so then that has to be logged in into the portal, and through portal only return can be filed. Next, look into question number 13. Mr. Gauri Shiva, a registered person in Punjab, supplies goods taxable at 12%, CGST 6%, SGST 6% and IGST 12% in the state of Punjab and Haryana. He has furnished the following details in relation to independent supplies made by him in the quarter ending June. There are a lot of transactions. The aggregate annual turnover of Gauri Shiva in the preceding financial year was 1.2 crores. Discuss the manner in which details of above supplies are required to be furnished in GSTR 1. I told you already. B2B always invoice wise, correct? First one is B2B or B2C? B2B. So, invoice wise. I means invoice wise, C means consolidated. Okay. So, invoice wise. Then, second one, invoice wise. Third, B2C, intrastate. So, what they can do? Consolidated. Then, B2C, intrastate, consolidated. Next, B2C, interstate, more than 1 lakh per invoice, invoice wise. Then B2C, interstate, 50,000 only, state wise consolidation. Okay, state wise consolidation. Then B2C, interstate, 90,000, same, state wise consolidation. B2C, interstate, more than 1 lakh, invoice wise. And B2B, intrastate, invoice wise. B2B, intrastate, invoice wise. So in this case, all the transactions are invoice wise. except 3 and 4. 3 and 4 can be done as consolidated, and 6 and 7 can be done as state-wise consolidation. Got it? That is this. Clear? Next. See this question number 21. It's a May 25 RTP related to the GSTR 1A. Mehul Enterprises, registered under GST in Uttar Pradesh and a monthly return filer, is engaged in making taxable supplies of goods or services. It furnished the details of its outward supplies in GSTR 1 for the month of January on 11th February. So, they are engaged in making taxable supplies. They furnish the outward supplies in GSTR 1 on 11th February. So, on due date, they filed the GSTR 1. Correct? January 1 due date is what? 11th of February. So, they have filed. However, on 14th February, that is after 11th February, the accountant of Mehul Enterprises noticed that one invoice issued to Vaishali Traders registered in Gujarat for supply of goods of value 1 lakh pertaining to January has been inadvertently missed to be declared in GSTR 1. So, they missed one invoice. He has approached you for the advice before furnishing 3B. So, they have not yet filed 3B. They have not yet filed 3B. You are required to briefly discuss whether Mehul Enterprise can amend the details in GSTR 1 of January. What is your answer? Yes. GSTR 1A can be filed. Can they amend GSTR 1? Yes. How they can amend GSTR 1? Next month GSTR 1 or this month itself they can amend? This month itself they can amend through GSTR 1A, which is filed after GSTR 1 but before filing GSTR 3B for that month. In the present case, as 3B for January is not yet filed, so they can file GSTR 1A on 14th of February. Got it? By adding the invoice. If such amendment is permitted and details of one are amended, whether the details of the said invoice will be available in 2B of Vaishali Traders? No. If the GSTR 1A is filed for the 3B of January, of supplier, so 1 as well as 1A liability will be reflected. However, for the recipient, it will not be reflected in 2B of January, but it will be reflected in 2B of February. Got it? So, thus details of missing invoice of Vaishali Traders will be available in its 2B for the month of February. This is the question which I was referring to, not tested in May exam, etc. and all. So, it's a very, very important question. Mark it as important, high chance that you can expect this in returns chapter. That's it. With this, we completed the questions also on returns, and we'll take a break and then we will continue with supply chapter. We will discuss supply chapter. So, wait for some time, just wait for some time. That is, I need to take 5 minutes of your time. So, what is this excellence meet, etc. and all? People were asking. Tomorrow, we are having an event. I'll tell you what is that event about and why I want you to come to that event. Okay, first, for the last 1 year, we have got around some 30 All India ranks for CA final and CA intermediate, CMA intermediate, etc. So, all those rankers along with their parents, we have invited for the felicitation event. Not only that, with us, last 3 attempts, CA intermediate, CMA intermediate, CA foundation and CMA foundation, we have got some students who cleared their intermediate and we are felicitating them, and they cleared because they have taken 2-3 attempts and they cleared. So, definitely that is also to be celebrated. Then around 480 students got exemption in indirect taxes in the last 1 year. So, for them also we are doing the felicitation, but not all students are coming. And So for them to cheer up, I want you to come second. These rankers and other students, mainly rankers, we are having a Q&A session, because many students were asking me lot of doubts. Sir, how to get a rank? So a normal student, can they get a rank? And intermediate, if I have not cleared properly, at least final, can I aim for a rank? Like this, lot of questions. If I tell, that won't be correct. Let the rankers only speak. So there will be a Q&A session between you and the rankers. Okay. Whatever query you have, you can ask them. So whether should I read 16 hours, like that yesterday one student asked me, 16 hours should I study, sir? You will die when you study for 16 hours. So you cannot study for 16 hours. Really, whether the ranker is studying 16 hours or not, no one is studying like that. But if I tell na, then you will ask me, sir, you got rank or what? So that's why, you ask them only. So they will be the better person to ask. So that's the reason why. So we are having this kind of interactive session. First facilitation and felicitation, followed by this Q&A session, and then so there are some programs like one or two dance program also is there, which is performed by our power prep students only, this batch, and for that reason followed by lunch. Okay, and you need to cheer up them, then only next year you will also come to this event. At that time some students will be there, so they will cheer up, correct or not? Yes. So that's the reason why I requested you to come to the event. I don't have family, friends, etc. and all. You are only my family. Okay. So whom else I should invite? Correct. இப்போ நான் யாரையாவது இன்வைட் பண்ணோன்னா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சவங்கள தான் இன்வைட் பண்ணோம். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சவங்க யாரு? You are the only people. I don't know, seriously, I don't know anyone. If you ask me na, my family, everyone knows. Everyone of my office knows. My family is only 4. Myself, my wife, my son, my daughter. That is only my family. But friends, I don't have friends. Because from childhood, mine was completely in an orphanage. So therefore, I don't have friends. I don't have relatives. So therefore, if at all I have anyone to invite, that is my office staff and my students. So I have invited you all. So undoubtedly, considering that you are coming, I ordered lunch also. If you are not coming, I need to throw that lunch. Hard-earned money. Okay? So come. At least for eating food, come. Got it? So thank you. And after break, we will continue. Okay, so we are starting with segment 2, that is supply under GST. In this chapter, this is a well-known chapter to all of you because already you would have studied it multiple times. Section 7 and section 8, these are the two sections covered in this chapter. Section 7 deals with meaning of supply, because the taxable event under GST is supply. Whenever an activity is supply, the liability to pay GST arises. Section 8 deals with composite supply and mixed supply. First, say this, page number 7, levy of GST, taxable event under GST, supply of goods or service or both. This supply, 7 subsection 1 deals with inclusions, 7 subsection 1a, classification of supply into goods or services, 7 subsection 2, exclusion from supply read with schedule 3, 7 subsection 3, government on the recommendations of the council can classify supply of goods as supply of services and vice versa. That is, once you classify the activity as goods, they can classify it as service. You classify it as service, they can classify it as goods. Now first we are looking into inclusions in the meaning of supply, that is 7 subsection 1. In that 7 subsection 1 inclusions, we have 4 clauses. 7(1)(a), which says that any activity, that can be any activity, but if it is for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business, it constitutes supply. So for example, if I am taking classes for which I am getting a consideration, then it will become supply. What if I am taking classes and I am not getting any consideration? It is not a supply. Then next, suppose you are selling your mobile in OLX and you are getting consideration. Will it become supply? No, because activity is sale of mobile in OLX, consideration is there, but it is not in the course or furtherance of business. It should be in the course or furtherance of business, then only it will become supply. That's what, any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Then 7(1)(aa). 7(1)(aa) says that any activity between a person other than individual and its members. Who is a person other than individual? Company, firm, AOP, BOI, etc. and their members. For example, you take HUF. Who are the members of HUF? Karta and other members. Partnership firm. Who are the members? Partners. Company. Who are the members? Shareholders. Between them, if there is any activity for a consideration, that is supply under 7(1)(aa). For example, services by a firm to its partners or by company to its shareholders, that will come under 7(1)(aa). Then 7(1)(b). 7(1)(b) talks about import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. When you are importing services, that may be for consideration, even though not in the course or furtherance of business. Example, when you are subscribing for Netflix, then it is import of service for a consideration, but not in the course or furtherance of business. Even then it will become supply. Suppose if a company taking a Zoom license, that is Zoom meetings are there now, that Zoom license meetings when they are taking, import of service for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. When it comes to import of services for a consideration, it may be for business purpose or it may not be for business purpose, it will become supply under 7(1)(b). Then 7(1)(c). Whenever there is no consideration, you need to refer to 7(1)(c). 7(1)(c) always read with schedule 1. Whenever you are writing 7(1)(c), read with schedule 1. What are the activities under 7(1)(c), even though without consideration constitute supply? DRIP. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC avail. R for related party transaction including transaction between distinct person. I for import of services from a related person or their establishment located outside India. Then P for principal agent transaction. These are the 4 activities. Then even though without consideration, that becomes supply. Suppose if an activity is covered under 7 subsection 2, what does it mean? It is excluded from supply. Suppose if the activity is not in 7 subsection 2, then you need to check 7 subsection 1. If the activity is not in 7 subsection 1 also, then also it is not a supply. That is this. And in this regard, we need to know certain definitions that we will be discussing. So this is the summary of 7 subsection 1. So whenever you need to check whether a transaction is supply or not, you need to check this table. First 7(1)(a), Any activity. Nature of supply is any activity. Should there be consideration? Yes. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. And from whose point of view we need to check? Supplier point of view. And what is the coverage? Either goods or services. Then 71AA. What's the difference between A and AA? A is any person to any person. But AA is person other than individual and its members. Consideration? Yes. Course or furtherance of business? Yes. And from whose perspective we need to see? Supplier point of view. And the coverage is either goods or services. Then 71B. 71B talks about import of services. For what? For a consideration. And it must be in the course or furtherance of business? Not necessary. It may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. From whose point of view? Recipient point of view. And here we are talking only about import of services. Why are we not talking about import of goods? Because import of goods is covered under customs, and customs is not subsumed into GST. Then this D, disposal of business asset, no consideration, and it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. The business asset, when it is given, for example, I am purchasing a AC for my business, and that AC I donated to an old age home. Now, this is a business asset on which ITC availed. I donated to a old age home, that is not in the course or furtherance of business. Even then it will become supply. Then suppose if I purchase a computer for my business on which ITC availed, and that computer I am giving it to my employee, then it is disposal of business asset on which ITC availed. When I am giving it to my employee, it is in the course or furtherance of business. Even then it is supply. So disposal of business asset on which ITC availed, it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. Again, from whose perspective we check? Supplier point of view, and the coverage is only goods. Next, R for related party transaction, including transaction between distinct persons. Again, no consideration, and it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Yes. And from whose perspective? Supplier point of view, and the coverage will be either goods or services. What is the difference between 71B import of service and 71C import of service? 71B import of service is from any person, but 71C import of service is from a related person or another establishment located outside India. 71B import of service should be for consideration, but 71C import of service is without consideration. 71B import of service may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business, but in 71C it should be in the course or furtherance of business, and both from recipient point of view, and both are services only. Then principal agent transaction. Remember, principal agent transaction will become supply only if it is in the context of goods. Okay, so principal agent transaction again without consideration, in the course or furtherance of business, supplier point of view, but the coverage is only goods. If there is a principal agent transaction pertaining to services without consideration, that will not come under supply. Okay, only related to goods it will come under supply. If there is a principal agent transaction without consideration relating to services, that is not a supply. Please keep that in mind. Next, what are the exclusions from the meaning of supply? That is given in 7 subsection 2, read with schedule 3. What are the activities? Spiraled. You remember this spiraled word? Spiraled. S for sovereign functions. Sovereign functions means what? Municipality or gram panchayat functions under article 243G or W of the Constitution. That will be given in the question itself. That is excluded from supply. Then including liquor license by state government. These 2 points we discussed in government services. I told you municipality or gram panchayat services and liquor license by state government is sovereign function which is excluded from government, which is excluded from supply. Then P for post. Post, what post? Government post, that is MLAs, MPs, etc. Then constitutional post, that is governor, president, collector, these are constitutional posts. Nominated post means appointed by government. For example, SEBI chairman, then CBI director, so RBI governor, these are some appointed posts by the government, that is nominated post. So then I for insurance services, jointly supplied, that is co-insurance, if the lead insurer pay GST on the gross premium. Let's try to understand this little bit in detail. I gave in the next page. There are three insurance companies: ICICI Lombard Insurance Company, then Oriental Insurance Company, and Bajaj Allianz Insurance Company. These three insurance companies together provided co-insurance services to Globus Limited. Okay, there are three insurance companies: ICICI Lombard, Oriental Insurance Company, and Bajaj Allianz Insurance Company. Together they provided co-insurance services to Globus Limited. This is called as co-insurance service. That is, if one insurer is providing, it's insurance service, but three insurers are providing, it is co-insurance services. Out of these three insurers, one insurer is the lead insurer, that is ICICI Lombard. Now Globus will pay premium to ICICI Lombard, that is 10 lakhs excluding GST. Now what ICICI Lombard is going to do? Whether it retains the entire premium? No, it will share the premium with Oriental Insurance Company 2 lakhs and with Bajaj Allianz Insurance Company 3 lakhs. So when it shares that premium with the other insurance companies, what will be the treatment related to this? First, the law says if ICICI Lombard Insurance, that is lead insurer, pay GST on 10 lakhs, if the lead insurer pay GST on 10 lakhs, then the co-insurance premium received by the insurers, co-insurers, will be excluded from supply. Is it clear? Because what's the point in everyone paying the tax? So therefore, if the lead insurer pay GST on the gross premium received, then the share of premium received by the co-insurers is excluded from supply. Now opposite, suppose how much is the money retained by ICICI Lombard? 10 minus 2 minus 3, that is 5 lakhs. Suppose if ICICI Lombard is paying GST on 5 lakhs, then what would have happened? Then 2 lakhs received by Oriental Insurance and 3 lakhs received by Bajaj Allianz will be covered under supply. Is it clear? Understood the logic? Say this: in case of co-insurance services, if the lead insurer pay GST on total premium, if the lead insurer pay GST on the total premium, then such premium shared with the co-insurer is not a supply. If ICICI Lombard pay GST on 10 lakhs, then the premium collected by Oriental and Bajaj Allianz is not chargeable to GST. However, if ICICI Lombard pay GST on 5 lakhs, what is that 5 lakhs? That is premium retained, then the premium collected by these two people will also be chargeable to GST, that is not excluded from supply. Now what is that you need to remember? Co-insurance services is excluded from supply provided lead insurer pay GST on gross premium or entire premium. That is this point. So yes for sovereign functions, that is municipality or gram panchayat including liquor license. P for post, government constitutional nominated. I for insurance service jointly supplied, that is co-insurance, if the lead insurer pay GST on gross premium. Then R for reinsurance commission, reinsurance commission, if reinsurer pay GST on the gross premium. What is this? Let's try to understand this also with another example. See the next page. Ergo Insurance Company is providing insurance services to Adani Industries Limited, for which Adani Industries Limited will pay a premium of 5 lakhs. This insurance service is not exempted. If this insurance service is exempted, its reinsurance service is also exempted. We studied in exemptions chapter, but here it is not that, because the main insurance service is not exempted, it is taxable. Now Ergo Insurance Company takes reinsurance of this insurance service with Aqua Insurance Company. Now for these reinsurance services, Ergo Insurance shares the premium what they receive. How much premium they receive? 5 lakhs, and they share 2 lakhs with Aqua Insurance Company. Now if you are Aqua Insurance Company, you are getting business because of whom? You are getting business because of whom? Ergo. As Ergo is bringing you business, so you have to give commission to them, Because in insurance companies usually follow commission model. Whomsoever brings the business to them, they will pay commission. So ACO insurance company gives commission to Ergo. What is the commission? 20,000. What is the commission? 20,000. Which means how much Ergo effectively paid to ACO? 1,80,000. Sir, 2 lakhs premium, sir. In the 20,000 they need to get as a commission. Means how much is the effective amount that they will be paying? Only 1,80,000. Understood this? Now, the law says, if ACO insurance, that is reinsurer, pay GST on 2 lakhs, even though in their pocket they received 1,80,000, if they pay GST on 2 lakhs, already they are paying GST. So now Ergo is getting a commission of 20,000 now. On that they are not required to pay GST. Is it clear? So reinsurance commission earned by the insurer is excluded from supply if the reinsurer pay GST on the gross premium. So that is this. Reinsurance commission retained by insurer for service provided to reinsurer is not a supply. If ACO insurance company pay GST on 2 lakhs, even though they received 1,80,000, then the commission of 20,000 retained by Ergo is not chargeable to GST. Suppose if ACO insurance pay GST only on the money that they have received. What is the money that they have received? 1,80,000. Then what will happen? Then Ergo is required to pay GST on the commission of 20,000. If ACO insurance pays GST on 1,80,000, then commission of 20,000 retained by Ergo insurance company is chargeable to GST. Understood? So means what is the point that we can remember here? Commission earned by insurer is excluded from supply. Commission earned by insurer, that is insurance commission, reinsurance commission is excluded from supply, provided the reinsurer pay GST on the gross premium. That's what I have given. Reinsurance commission is excluded if reinsurer pay GST on gross premium. Sir, what about this 2 lakh, 5 lakhs? That will always be taxable. I am not talking about that. That 5 lakhs will always be taxable and that will be supply in the hands of Ergo. The point is only about this 20,000. Got it? Now, S, sovereign functions, P, post, I, insurance services jointly supplied, then R, reinsurance commission. But in insurance service jointly supplied, if the lead insurer pay GST on gross premium, in that reinsurance commission, if the reinsurer pay GST on gross premium, then A for actionable claims other than specified actionable claims is excluded from supply. What are the specified actionable claims which are covered under supply? HC block. So already we studied what is that HC block. Horse racing, casinos, betting, lottery, online money gaming and gambling. Then L for legal fees collected by court or tribunal. Court or tribunal will collect legal fees, that is not for giving judgment and all. So that is for documentation purpose, that legal fees collected by them is excluded from supply. Then L for land sale. So sale of land is excluded from supply, including sale of immovable property, any immovable property, provided entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. So after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, if they sell any building, that is excluded from supply. What if they sell before that? That will be covered under supply. Okay. Entire consideration after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then E for employee to employer in the course of employment. So salary is excluded from supply. Then D for death related. What are the death related? Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. So these are the activities, death related activities which are excluded from supply. That's why I said transportation of dead body in ambulance is excluded from supply, but transportation of patient in ambulance is exempted. So these are the list of activities which are excluded from supply. What about other activities? We don't have that in syllabus. What is there in syllabus only I have given to you. So just these activities only remember which are excluded from supply. Then whether gift by employer to employee not exceeding 50,000 per annum per employee is supply? No. Generally, employer and employee are related. If employer gives any gift to the employee, it is supply. However, if the value of gift does not exceed 50,000, it is not a supply. What if the value of gift exceeds 50,000? Then entirely it will be treated as supply. Then transfer of liquor license, that is generally liquor license granted by state government is excluded from supply, correct? Liquor license granted by state government excluded. For example, I got a liquor license from state government. I am selling this liquor license to another person. Is that also excluded from supply? No. So transfer of liquor license by one person to another person is not excluded from supply, that is covered under supply. Next, look into two circulars related to exclusion from supply. First one, I am selling some land. I am selling some land and that is developed land. Whether it is covered under supply or excluded from supply. What is developed land means? There is some normal agricultural land. I removed all the waste, scrap, etc. I did the leveling. I made it into pieces, plots, and that is called as developed plots, which is sold. You would have seen lot of things outskirts, this G square, etc. and all, they will divide the land into plots and they will be selling. That is called as sale of developed plots or developed land. That is also sale of land only, which is excluded from supply. However, for development purpose, if they collect some extra charges called as development charges, then the development charges alone will be covered under supply. For example, if I am collecting 2000 rupees per square feet towards land and 500 rupees per square feet towards development charges, that 500 rupees per square feet I am collecting towards development charges, that alone will be covered under supply. Say this, sale of land after some development such as leveling, laying down drainage lines, electricity lines, etc. is also sale of land and excluded from supply. However, services provided for development of land is not excluded from supply and shall attract GST. Then next, what about perquisites given by employer to employee? Whether that perquisites given by employer to employee is covered under gift? No. Perquisite is different from gift. If any perquisite is given by employer to employee, that will form part of salary. As it is added to salary, it will be excluded from supply, there is no GST. If it is not a perquisite, then it is gift. For that gift only you need to check that 50,000 point. But what is the difference between perquisite and gift? If it is mentioned in the offer document, it is called as perquisite. If it is not mentioned in the offer document, it will be called as gift. Say this, perquisites provided by employer to employee in terms of contractual agreement entered into between them will not be subject to GST when the same are provided in terms of contract. So in terms of contract, then only it will come under perquisite. Now related to this employer-employee relationship, I gave two charts. Have a look into these charts. First one, supply by employee to employer. Supply by employee to employer. What will be supplied? Only services. Supply by employee to employer, only services. Why? Because employment contract is a contract of service. Employment contract is a contract of service. So supply by employee to employer, only services. So now we need to check, is it in the course of employment or not in the course of employment? If it is in the course of employment, what is your answer? It is excluded from supply. Example, finance manager who is getting a salary of 12 lakhs per annum. So that will be excluded from supply. Then suppose if it is not in the course of employment, means there is no employer-employee relationship, and if they provide services, employee is providing services to the employer, not in the course of employment. For example, you are appointed as a finance manager of a company against a salary of 12 lakhs, and now the company is asking you to do one forensic audit which is not in the scope of employment. As per employment contract, you don't have to do, but they requested you to do and you did, for which you have paid some money. That is not in the course of employment, but it is related to the business, related to the course or furtherance of business for a consideration. So it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Example, if audit is done for 1 lakh. Understood, pa? Apart from these other cases, it is not a supply. Why not a supply? What if it is without consideration? It is not a supply. But employer-employer related, na? Employer-employer related, even without consideration, it should become supply, na? No. First of all, it is not in the course of employment, means there is no employer-employee relationship. Again, not in the course or furtherance of business. Any activity which is not in the course or furtherance of business is not a supply. So in this chart, what you need to remember, if the employee is providing services to the employer in the course of employment, that is excluded from supply. Not in the course of employment, two conditions should be satisfied, then only it will become supply. What are the two conditions? It should be in the course or furtherance of business, and it should be for a consideration. Then it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Then next, supply by employer to employee. Supply by employer to employee. It can be either goods or services. If it is for a consideration, then it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Example, canteen facility to employees where food is sold at a concessional rate. So employer is providing canteen facility for which they are getting some money. So that is consideration. So it will become supply under 7(1)(a). What if employer is not collecting any consideration? Now again divide into two. Is it perquisite or gift? What is the difference between perquisite and gift? Covered under salary of a document, not covered under salary of a document. If it is perquisite, what is your answer? It will become supply or not a supply? Not a supply. Why? Because perquisite forms part of salary. What if it is not covered under offer document? Then it will be called as gift. Gift does not exceed 50,000 per annum per employee, not a supply. What if the value of gift exceeds 50,000 per annum per employee? Then entire value treated as supply under 7(1)(c). So we completed now 7 subsection 1 and 7 subsection 2. 7 subsection 1 is inclusions, 7 subsection 2 is exclusions. This much you have. Now every transaction you see, you need to interpret this and arrive at whether the activity is supply or not a supply. Now there are some definitions related to this. Section 2 deals with the definitions. In that section 2 clause 52 gives the meaning of goods. Please look into the meaning of goods. Goods means what? Any kind of movable property. So all movable properties will come under goods. But goods includes two. Actionable claims. Already we know what are actionable claims means. And actionable claims are growing crops or things attached to or forming part of land which are agreed to be severed under a contract of supply. Actionable claims, growing crops, grass and things attached to or forming part of land which are agreed to be severed. Severed means what? Cut before supply or under a contract of supply. For example, I have a mango crop. Today it is attached to earth, but after 3 months I will cut it and deliver to you. So still it will be treated as goods, even though it is attached to earth, but I enter into contract with you to cut it and deliver to you in future. So it will be treated as a goods contract only. And it excludes, goods excludes what? Money and securities. Then if you observe service definition also excludes money and securities, which means transaction in money and transaction in securities is neither goods nor services. But transaction in money for a separate consideration will become service. What does it mean? Currency or currency commission fee. For example, if you see, like $1 equals to 90 rupees. You have some $10. When you give $10, will you get exactly 10 into 90, that is 900 rupees? No, you will not get. They will deduct some commission, correct? So transaction in money for a separate consideration, that separate consideration is the commission, that will become service. Then same way, Transaction in securities is neither goods nor services, but transaction in securities, facilitating or arranging transaction in securities means what? So I am selling, you are buying. Someone is facilitating that. That is broker, stockbroker service that will be covered. Facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. Example, stockbroker. Got it? This is the meaning of goods and services. Now, what is the meaning of money? Money means either Indian currency or foreign currency, or any instrument recognized by RBI. But money excludes old coins, that is currency held for numismatic value. Therefore, is sale of old coins covered under money or not money? Not money. See this, goods excludes money. Money excludes old coins. Means goods minus is money pa, money minus is old coins. Minus into minus. So means money will come and the old coins will come under goods. So sale of old coins is treated as supply of goods. Same way. Cryptocurrency, like Ethereum coins or Bitcoins, etc. Is it recognized by RBI or not recognized by RBI? Not recognized by RBI. Even though it is not recognized by RBI, it will be covered under goods or not? Yes, because goods minus is money, but money excludes cryptocurrency, so minus into minus plus. So sale of cryptocurrency is also treated as sale of goods. Understood? So highlight this point. Sale of old coins or sale of cryptocurrency treated as sale of goods. Then what is the meaning of actionable claims? Actionable claims, I told you, any instrument which satisfies 4 conditions. What are the 4 conditions? Number 1, you have right to receive a benefit or recover a debt. Number 2, which is transferable and legally enforceable, and the holder of that right is entitled to receive benefit or recover a debt. Example, bill of exchange. If you have a bill of exchange, you have right to recover debt, and bill of exchange can be transferred, endorsed, and it is legally enforceable. It is covered under Negotiable Instruments Act, and whomsoever is holding bill of exchange, that person will recover the debt. So bill of exchange is an actionable claim. Lottery ticket, same, actionable claim. Promissory note, bearer check, all these are actionable claims. But those actionable claims which are covered under money definition, actually bill of exchange, promissory note, bearer check is recognized by RBI. So therefore it will come under money definition. So how to understand? Those actionable claims which are covered under money definition, that is bill of exchange, promissory note, bearer check, is neither goods nor services. But the other actionable claims are treated as goods, but not everything will be covered under supply. Only few are covered under supply. What is that? HC block. Others are excluded from supply. Example, vouchers. Vouchers are not covered under money. So it is others. Is it in specified actionable claims? No. Therefore, it will be excluded from supply. Is it clear? That's what I connected it there in time of supply. Vouchers, what I told you. Those vouchers which are recognized by RBI are money and not treated as goods or services. Those vouchers which are not covered under money definition, not prepaid vouchers, that will come under actionable claims other than specified actionable claim. So that is also excluded from supply. Understood? Next, look into this important points related to specified actionable claims. All the specified actionable claims are taxable now at 40% rate. Previously, it was taxable at 28%. Now it will be taxable at 40%. But we need to understand what is the difference between online gaming and online money gaming. If you spend money to play the game, it is online gaming. Okay, if you spend money to play the game, it is online gaming. Example, Minecraft, GTA, these are all online gaming. If you invest money to earn the money back, that will be called as online money gaming. Got it? But which will come under specified actionable claim? Only online money gaming. So online gaming will not come under specified actionable claim. Online gaming is treated as services. But in online money gaming, you deposit money with the intention of earning it back, whether or not its outcome of performance is based on skill, chance, or this much is sufficient related to this. Look into meaning of consideration. What is the meaning of consideration? Consideration is divided into two parts. Consideration includes, consideration excludes. Consideration includes what? Either monetary or non-monetary. Monetary means what? Payment received or receivable. Non-monetary, it can be in the form of goods or services. But consideration excludes subsidy from central government or state government or refundable security deposit. So, I told you an example. Whenever a motor vehicle dealer, an electric vehicle dealer is selling an electric vehicle, they will be receiving some subsidy from government. That will not be treated as consideration. And also refundable security deposits. Refundable security deposit means what? That is, in case of renting of immobile property or commercial property, 10 months rent they will take as deposit, which is refundable in nature. That will also not be treated as consideration. What if we receive subsidy from an NGO? Will it be treated as consideration? Yes. What if we receive subsidy from foreign government? That is also consideration. Subsidy from local authority, that is also consideration. Only subsidy from central government or state government is not treated as consideration. What if it is non-refundable deposits? There are some deposits which are non-refundable in nature. Example, gas connection, when you take, you will pay some deposit which is non-refundable in nature. That's the reason why people who don't want gas and all, they will not return the gas cylinder. They will sell that gas cylinder in the market, black market. Okay, because gas cylinders security deposit paid is non-refundable in nature. Means will it be treated as consideration? Yes. Consideration can be received from recipient or any other person, but what we need to observe is presence of consideration. Whether consideration is present or not in the transaction is relevant. Example, lot of this CA foundation students and all, or CA intermediate, when you have joined in the coaching centers, actually you took the decision or your parents took the decision? Definitely not you. Mostly it will be your parents. That too foundation and all, 100% it will be your parents. And therefore you are paying fees or your parents are paying fees? Your parents are paying fees. But coaching is given to whom? Your parents or you? Student. Even though fees is not paid by the student, but consideration is involved in the transaction, correct or not? Agreed, appa? Consider service is given to student, but fees is paid by whom? By the parents. So presence of consideration is what we need to see, not the receipt of consideration. One more example. In case of after sale service, free after sale service, the dealer will do free after sale service, correct? But for that free after sale service, they will get money from whom? Manufacturer. If you remember, we discussed this in input tax credit. Lanson dealer will do free after sale service, 3,000 rupees. They will get it from the manufacturer. So even then it is consideration. So consideration, not necessary that it should be received from recipient. It can be from any person. So the presence of consideration is relevant. Okay. So that's why I said, as the decision is not taken by you only, lot of money you guys have wasted in many places. Okay. So therefore, at least for your next generation, you tell properly. Got it? Then next. So because not only you, lot of students whom I am interacting, everyone is telling the same. Sir, no money, sir. I cannot ask my parents and all, sir, because already they spent lot of money. So close to 1.5 lakh like that they spent, sir. And now again if I go and ask, so they are looking at my face. I cannot ask. And I have got pressure and all, sir, because one attempt okay, 3 attempts, 4 attempts, still I am dependent on my parents. I really don't know what to do with respect to that. A number of students, they have literally cried before me that I made a biggest mistake. I have joined one place and there I just enjoyed my life, and thereafter I don't know, over, time is over, and now that I have got a pressure, I need to complete, etc. and all. So that's why, fine. But of course, it is not your mistake. It is your parents' mistake. Your parents should have properly did the research rather than just seeing the promotion or just listening to some stories. Okay. So some people are there, nicely they will tell stories. They know how to sell, okay. So they will tell, so we have this much money, like that and all they will be telling. Like Baba, Swamiji's and all they will be speaking. So, and parents and all will fall. They will tell, I will meditate. Actually, God only sent me to teach CA, like that and all. Oh, and what will happen? These parents also will believe, because parents, unfortunate, they believe every kind of Swamiji, Baba and all. Correct? And a backside, Baba, what he will be doing, reality they will not know. Otherwise, how Nityananda and all can survive? You understood or not? There is no difference between Nityananda and this fellow. But the fact is that, here, parents don't know that. Parents don't know the reality. They will send. And thereafter only they will realize. Fine. But this is not about anyone specific and all. General. Generally I am telling. Lot of people are like that only. Then coming back to this. Consideration should be in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. That is, in respect of means, so we are telling, like I have a product and I am selling this product for 10 rupees. Means that 10 rupees is in respect of that product. Or I am rendering the service, this service is 1000 rupees. Means that 1000 rupees is with respect to this service. So whenever we sell a product or service and mention the price, that is in respect of. In response to, usually in response to is like some gifts which we receive for rendering the services. Example, nowadays in movie industry, whenever a movie becomes a hit, so the producer of the movie will be gifting car or helicopter, etc. and all to the hero or director or to the music director, etc. and all. Whether this will be treated as consideration in the hands of the hero? Yes, definitely it will be treated as consideration. Why? If that hero is not acting in the movie, if the director is not directing that movie, if that music director is not composing that movie, definitely this gift would not be received. Okay, ask them to give gift. Ask Sun TV owner, so Kalanidhi Maran to give me BMW. I want BMW, sir. So is it possible? No. Who am I? Why will he give it to me? Correct? But to the director or hero who acted in the movie, he is giving, which means that will be treated as consideration. Got it? In response to supply of goods or services. If they give between four walls, no one will know. But they give it and they publicize and they put it in Instagram. Instagram, not only you, GST department also will be watching reels. So they will also know the information. Got it? Tomorrow, if the hero is not reporting in their written GST or 3B, department will send a notice to them. Okay. So in response to. For inducement of supply of goods or services. What is inducement of means? Inducement means, so I am giving you something, before rendering services itself I am giving you some gift and making you sign the contract. For example, there is a person who is a very old person, maybe 65, 70 years age, but through a lot of cosmetic surgeries, he looks young and he wanted to become hero. And he has lot of big shops and all. So now he wanted Tamanna to act next to him as a heroine. Okay. So therefore, this person will be approaching Tamanna. So madam, you have to sign a movie for me, you have to act next to me. She will tell, no, definitely not possible. Superstar means from the beginning he was there and he is superstar. That's a different story. Why will I dance next to you? Okay madam, one shop, party, take. So you take this shop and act. Now she will act because, inducing a person, that is giving a gift to make them sign the contract, will also come under consideration. Of course, after signing contract, she will anyhow get remuneration. That's a different story. But inducing a person to sign the contract will come under consideration. That is inducement of supply of goods or services. Then activity without consideration or consideration without activity is not a supply under 7(1)(a). Activity without consideration. So what is an example? Charities. Charities pa. So for example, I am also doing now the same. Activity without consideration. I did not collect 1 rupee also from you, correct? Suppose if I am doing it for free anything, that is activity without consideration. But sir, consideration is there, sir. I know why you are doing. Because tomorrow when you are taking CA final class, we will come and join there. For that only you are doing now, sir. First you should clear. Then you should come into final. In final you should join class with me only. By that time I should be alive. Okay, there are many uncertainties here. You got it? So only when the consideration is certain, it is consideration. When the consideration is remote, probable, possible, etc. and all, that is not read as consideration. Is it clear? So received or receivable means there should be certainty in the consideration. Okay. For your information, for final also I am doing it for free. Okay. Then what is the benefit there? Seriously, attempt after attempt, freely I am taking around some 25 hours like that rocket revision in my YouTube channel. So that is absolutely free. And where from I am getting consideration there? There also I am not getting. So you have a chance there also. Freely you can attend class there also without paying any fees. You got it? Did I ask you any contract is there? Any obligation is there? No. So there is no consideration. That is the meaning. And this point is connected in one circular. There is a artist who make a artwork and send it to the gallery. And the gallery will display it whether it is treated as consideration in the hands of the artist, whether it is treated as supply in the hands of artist. No. Why it is not treated as supply in the hands of artist? There is no certainty that the artist will receive money from the art gallery. But when the certainty will arise, only when the art gallery is making sale to one customer, that is the date on which it is certain that the artist will receive. So at whichever point the consideration is certain, then only there is a consideration, otherwise there is no consideration. Is it clear? Activity without consideration. Then consideration without activity is also not a supply. What is consideration without activity? Donations. Donations. So we are receiving money, but against that money we don't have any obligation to do anything, is known as consideration without any activity. But what type of donation? Conditional donation or unconditional donation? Unconditional donations. So look into the next page. Donations are divided into two: conditional donation, unconditional donation. Conditional donation means what? I have an obligation to do something to you against the donation. For example, lot of people are there, they will tell, I will give money, but my name should be displayed on the top of the building. Okay. So I have seen many such places, marriage halls, then this libraries, hospitals, etc. So in their name, that particular hall will be constructed and their name will be displayed. Even ICI building, if you go and see, main building of ICI, someone donated it and their name is mentioned there on the top of that. Okay. Because at that time and all, ICI was not having money, literally no money, because registration fees, I remember when I joined CA Foundation, registration fees was 2000 rupees. Registration fees. Exam fees was 250 rupees. Okay, at that time. And even before that, no money. Now that this many students, every 3 months they are paying money, and lot of money that has been created, etc. and all, good fund got created. But at that time, no money. They were dependent on donations. Someone donated that land, full land someone donated, they gave money, but they put one condition: my name should be displayed. Anyhow, I could not do CA, at least my name you put there. Like that, they mentioned. So this is a conditional donation, unconditional donation, conditional donation. So that money received will be treated as consideration against display of name. Got it? Treated as consideration, and it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Unconditional donation. Unconditional donation means against that donation, I don't have any obligation to do anything in return to you. That is unconditional donation. Whether it is treated as consideration? No, it is not treated as consideration. Consequently, it is not a supply. Okay. For example, lot of people will donate money to the temple. So what they'll do, they'll just take money and put it in the box, or they will make it as anonymous donation. Anonymous donation means no name. You don't mention my name, but you just take this money like that. So that is unconditional donation, that will not be treated as consideration, and consequently it is not a supply. Now sometimes we receive money from a person and that person is not compelling us to display the name, but as a gratitude we are displaying the name. For example, say I wanted to construct a hospital. I approached lot of people and they gave me money. Now using that I construct the hospital. They did not ask me to display the name, but as a gratitude I have to display the donor list now. So in the building entrance I just mentioned list of donors like that. Now is it conditional or unconditional? Unconditional. However, the CBIC circular says if the display of name gives business advantage to the donor, means what name is displayed? Only individual name is displayed, no problem. But if you mention donated by Messrs. GMR Properties, donated by Messrs. Jain Jewelers, like that some name, business name is mentioned, definitely there is a business advantage to the donor and it will become like a sponsorship service and it will be deemed to be conditional donation. Is it clear? See there. If the donor name is displayed anywhere in the premises against donation, is it obligated or not obligated? Not obligated. If it is obligated, no doubt it is conditional donation. Not obligated. Whether display of name gives business advantage to the donor, no business advantage, then it is not a supply. If display of name gives business advantage to the donor, then it will be supply under 7(1)(a). Next, what is the meaning of person? Already we know person under GST. Who will be covered under GST? Individual, HUF, firm, LLP, AOP, BOI, company, body corporate, local authority, even government. Central government and state government is also person under GST because they have liability now. And then artificial juridical person. What is the difference between person definition in income tax and person definition in GST? So government is not a person under income tax, but they will be treated as person under GST. Then taxable person. Who is a taxable person? Either a registered person or a person liable to get registered. Suppose if I get registered, I am a registered person. I am liable to get registered but not got registered. Then I will be called as a taxable person. So when a person is liable to register, already we know, whenever their aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit or they are compulsorily required to get registered, then they are liable to get registered. Then look into the next page, meaning of business. There are some general activities and specific activities. These general activities are treated as business, that is trade, commerce, manufacture. So these are the usual business, correct? Trade, commerce, manufacture. Then profession, occasion, adventure. That is, I have a skill. Using that skill, I am earning some money. That is either profession, occasion, adventure. If I obtain that skill by way of qualification, it is profession. Example, doctor, engineer, chartered accountant, advocate, that is profession. If I get that skill by way of experience, acting, magic show, palm reading, etc., then it will be coming under occasion. If I am using that skill not for my living, but as a passion, then it will be adventure. For example, a doctor performing magic show is an adventure. A chartered accountant acting in movie is an adventure, correct? Being a doctor and being a chartered accountant is their profession. If they do something else, it will be adventure, unrelated activity. An actor who make painting is adventure. Being an actor is occasion, and if they make painting, then it will come under adventure. Wager or any other similar activity. These are the 8 activities, general activities, and its incidental or ancillary is also covered. Irrespective of volume, frequency, whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. Its incidental or ancillary also covered means what? There is a chartered accountant, that is profession. If the chartered accountant is authoring a book and gets a royalty income, that is incidental or ancillary. If the chartered accountant gives seminars and gets some money, that is incidental or ancillary. Is it clear? And irrespective of volume, frequency, suppose if you do that activity only for 2 days, if you do that activity only for 2 days or 1 day, even then it is business. For example, I started a restaurant and I asked all of you to visit the restaurant. You came, you ate food and you purchased the food. Next day, diarrhea, vomiting you got. So I closed that restaurant. But for 1 day I did business now. Should I pay GST? Yes, I have to pay GST. Irrespective of volume or frequency, whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. What is a pecuniary benefit? Means profit motive, whether the profit motive is present or not, that is whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. For example, a temple which is engaged in sale of laddu or prasadam or dairies, calendars, whether they are doing it with profit motive or non-profit motive, non-profit motive, but it will be treated as business. That's what, whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. Then this is the meaning of business. I did not tell that these are all supplying. I said this is the meaning of business. If other conditions also satisfied, if it becomes taxable, then only GST will be applicable, otherwise there is no GST. And what are these specific activities? Entry tickets. Entry tickets, that is entry to cinema or entry to museum or entry to temple, all entry tickets are covered under business. Holding an office accepted in the course or furtherance of trade, vocation or profession. For example, there is a chartered accountant who became an independent director of the company. So for holding the position as an independent director, they will receive some money, that is sitting fees, etc. Will that be business? Yes. So holding an office accepted in the course or furtherance of trade, vocation or profession. Then there is one chartered accountant who is a MP, so Piyush Goyal, then Raghav Chadda. These two are chartered accountants, but they became member of parliament. One is in the ruling party, another one is in the opposition. And being an MP, whether they are in ruling or opposition, for MP some remuneration will be received. Will it come under business? Yes. Holding an office in the course or furtherance of trade, vocation or profession. However, it will not be covered under supply. Why it will not be covered under supply? Government post. Government post, okay, there it will be excluded from supply. Then supply of goods or service in connection with commencement or closure of business. That is, I am starting a business, say I am starting one coaching center, and in that coaching center I need some 10 ACs to be installed. But when I went to like retail market, they are telling 40,000 rupees for one AC. So I went to the manufacturer and the manufacturer is telling minimum you have to buy 20 ACs and I will give you a 30,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees less. So I purchased 20 ACs, 10 ACs I used in my business, remaining 10 ACs I am selling. Is sale of AC my business? No, but even then it will come under business under this activity, supply of goods in connection with commencement of business. At the time of closure of business, we sell the assets. Is sale of assets our business? No, but that is in the time of closure of business, so that is also business. Supply of goods or services in connection with commencement or closure of business. Then provision of facilities or benefits to its members by a club, society or association. This point I discussed with you while discussing resident welfare association. There is a resident welfare association, that is apartment owners association. They will be providing common area facilities and they will be collecting maintenance charges. Will it come under supply? I mean, will it be business? Yes, and it will come under supply 71AA. However, if the maintenance charges does not exceed 7,500 rupees per month per member, then it is exempted. But it is business. Provision of facilities or benefits to its members by club, society or association. Then any activity of a race club including betting activities. So race club will conduct some betting activities, that is business. Not only that, any other activity is also business. And finally, all activities of government is business. So literally, if you observe, almost everything is business, unless otherwise it is personal activity. Okay. So this meaning of business, mostly it will not be tested. So don't worry about this. Just you listen once, that is sufficient. Meaning of related, already we completed. Now there is a holding company which is purchasing some shares from the subsidiary company. Both holding and subsidiary are already related. Now whether this allotment of shares by subsidiary company to holding company, will it become supply? No. Even though holding and subsidiary are related, and any transaction between them without consideration is a supply, but first of all, securities are neither goods nor services. Activity of holding shares of a subsidiary company by a holding company cannot be treated as supply of service and cannot be taxed under GST, as shares are neither goods nor services. Then look into meaning of various supplies. Taxable supply, exempted supply, non-taxable supply, zero rated supply. Already you know what is zero rated supply. What is zero rated supply? Export of goods or services, supply of goods or services to SEZ. What are non-taxable supplies? That also you know. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and denatured extra neutral alcohol and rectified spirit, then petroleum products. What is the meaning of exempted supply? Notified as exempted, nil rated and non-taxable, that is exempted. Balancing figure is taxable supply, that is, first you need to see supply of goods and services. Is it chargeable to GST or not chargeable to GST? Chargeable to GST means GST payable. Not chargeable to GST means GST not payable. Why GST not payable? Maybe it is non-taxable, or the rate is nil, or it may be notified for non-payment. All these three will come under exempted. So the balancing figure remaining is only taxable supply. So tell me whether taxable supplies includes exempted supplies? No, because taxable supplies is balancing figure. Exempted supplies are different. So taxable supplies does not include exempt supplies. Then this meaning of aggregate turnover already we discussed. What is the general meaning of aggregate turnover? 4 plus 2 minus. What are the 4 plus? Taxable supply, exempted supply, non-taxable supply, zero rated supply. And this aggregate turnover should be computed on what basis? All India basis. What are the 2 minus? Inward supply under RCM, then taxes. These two are excluded. And look into this, GST on sale of flats or buildings. If entire consideration is received before obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier, is it covered under supply or excluded from supply? Covered under supply, and GST will be payable, and it will be treated as works contract service. Suppose if entire money is received after obtaining completion certificate, then GST payable or not payable? Not payable. It is excluded from supply. It will be treated as sale of immobile property. If part consideration is before completion certificate and remaining consideration is after completion certificate, then what is your answer? So whether it is covered under supply or not? Yes. Payable on entire amount, treated as works contract service. So when is it excluded from supply? If the entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, then only it is excluded from supply. What is the meaning of completion certificate? Whenever you complete the building construction, one authority, that is local authority, will be giving you the completion certificate. Then what is first occupation? That is, you may not complete the entire building, but one portion you will complete and give it for registration. That is called as first occupation. That is, in an apartment there are 50 flats. Not all 50 flats you will complete. So piecemeal basis, first some 10 flats you will complete and give it, and with that money again you will start construction for the remaining flats, like that. Then in that case, first occupation. First occupation means whenever they have occupied, that is first occupation. Date on which a flat is occupied by buyer in the project, it is deemed as completion, and remaining flats unbooked will be excluded from supply. Then What is the meaning of distinct persons? Already I told you, one registration of a person to their another registration. What if I have an unregistered establishment in another state? Please listen, pa. That is, A Limited is having two registrations. So, registration in Tamil Nadu and registration in Andhra Pradesh. Now, whether these two are treated as distinct persons? Yes or no? Yes, because two registrations, one registration to another registration, distinct person. Within the state, say A Limited is having a registration in Chennai and registration in Madurai. Again, will it be treated as distinct person? Yes. Why? Two registrations, so treated as distinct persons. Is it clear? Now, A Limited is having registration in Tamil Nadu, but unregistered establishment in Karnataka. Will it be treated as distinct person? Yes. Then how, sir, they are unregistered in Karnataka? Maybe they are making exempted supplies in Karnataka. That's why they are unregistered in Karnataka. Even then it will be treated as distinct person. Is it clear, pa? See there. Every registration of a person to their another registration is distinct person. That's the first point. Second, registered establishment of a person in a state and unregistered establishment of that person in another state is also treated as distinct person. Registered establishment of a person in a state, registered establishment of a person in a state is not treated as distinct person. That is, registered establishment of a person in a state and unregistered establishment in same state, unregistered establishment in same state, that is missing. Registered establishment of a person in a state and unregistered establishment in the same state. For example, A Limited is having registration in Chennai, and unregistered establishment in Madurai. Will they be treated as distinct person? No. Within the state, if they have an unregistered establishment, that will not be treated as distinct person. But what if this unregistered establishment is in the another state? It will be treated as distinct person. Got it? Also, establishment of a person in India and establishment of that person outside India are also treated as distinct person. So, there are total 4 points in the meaning of distinct person. This can be asked as a theory question. Please concentrate. I have a registered establishment to another registered establishment. That may be within the state or another state. It is distinct. Registered establishment in this state, unregistered establishment in another state. That is also distinct. Registered establishment in this state, unregistered also in this state. That is not distinct. That is not distinct in the same state. Registered establishment in India and another establishment outside India, will it be treated as distinct person? Yes. Now, when a person will obtain more than one registration, if they are having multiple businesses, in different states, separate registration with respect to each state is mandatory. If they are having multiple businesses in same state but in different place of business, then optional. Separate registration with respect to each place of business is optional. Multiple businesses, same state and in same place of business. Can they go for single registration? No. That means, can they go for separate registration? No. Cannot obtain separate registration because everything is in the same place, means they should have only one registration. Now listen, please concentrate. When you are having multiple businesses in same state and in different place, separate registration is optional, correct? However, if that multiple business in same state, different place is in a SEZ, means in Tamil Nadu, In Chennai, I have one establishment. In SEZ, I have another establishment. Whether these two establishments are treated as distinct, whether these two establishments are required to get separate registration, yes, say this. SEZ unit of a person, even though in the same state, SEZ unit of a person, even though in the same state, they should obtain separate registration. For example, if A Limited is having a factory in Coimbatore and a factory in Chennai, then A Limited should obtain separate registration for both the factories. Got it? Then look into this. A Limited threshold limit is 20 lakhs. They are having business in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Telangana. Taxable supply 10 lakhs, 3 lakhs. Exempted supply 2 lakhs, 4 lakhs and 3 lakhs. What is their aggregate turnover? 10 plus 3, 13, plus 2 plus 4 plus 3, how much? 22 lakhs. Whether this is more than the threshold limit? Yes. Whether A Limited is required to get registered? Yes. And where should they register? Where should they register? They should register in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka only, but not in Telangana. Why not in Telangana? Because they are not making taxable supplies. Registration should be obtained in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Telangana, which means they will have two registered establishment, one unregistered establishment, correct? So two registered establishment and one unregistered establishment. Even then, between them, if there is any supply, that will be transaction between distinct persons. Why? Just now I told you, when you have a registered establishment in a state and unregistered establishment in another state, it will be treated as your distinct person. Then, what is the meaning of recipient? If consideration is involved in the transaction, the one who is liable to pay consideration is the recipient. If consideration is not involved in the transaction, if consideration is involved, the one who is liable to pay the consideration. Please concentrate. I am entering into contract with holding company, but I am providing services to the subsidiary company. I am providing services to the subsidiary company, but I entered into contract with holding company. Then who is liable to pay me consideration? Holding company or subsidiary company? Holding company. So they are treated as recipient. When consideration is payable, the one who is liable to pay consideration. When consideration is not payable, either goods or services, the one who receives the goods or the one who receives the services. Then with this, inclusions and exclusions in detail over. Now look into classification of supply into goods or services. Once an activity becomes supply, we need to divide it into goods or services. First, if it is movable property, if there is a transfer of title, it is supply of goods. If there is a transfer of right to use, it is supply of services. For example, I have a car and I am giving you the title of the car, means it is sale of goods. I am not giving you the title of the car, I am giving you the right to use the car, then it will be supply of service. So transfer of title may be at present or at future. Example, sale and hire purchase. But transfer of right to use, either renting or leasing, okay. Transfer of right to use, that is supply of services. Then immobile property will not come under supply of goods. Why immobile property will not come under supply of goods? Why? We studied na, sale of land including sale of immobile property is excluded from supply. That's why it will not come under supply of goods. But when immobile property will come under supply of services, I have immobile property, I am giving you the right to use immobile property, then it is supply of services, that is renting. Or I am constructing the immobile property, then also it will be service. So depending upon the transaction, you need to properly classify. Movable property, transfer of title, either at present or future, supply of goods. Transfer of right to use, supply of services. Immobile property, it will not come under supply of goods. It may come under supply of service if there is a construction or transfer of right to use immobile property. Then intellectual property rights like trademark, copyright, patent. When it will come under supply of goods? If I have a patent and completely I transferred it to you, that is permanent transfer, it is supply of goods. Usually lot of people who do research, they will get a patent for that research. That research, they sell it to the companies, manufacturing companies. So patent of a technology sold to a company, permanent transfer, it is supply of goods. Suppose if it is a temporary transfer, for example, a music director who composes music will make a temporary transfer for which he will get a royalty. Same music he may use it for some other movie also. Means it's not a permanent transfer. It is temporary transfer, that is supply of services. Got it? Next, carrying out process on the goods belonging to others. SEPA. You are giving me cloth. I am a tailor, I am stitching the garment. You are giving me cloth, on that cloth I am stitching the garment. Now, is it supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of service. Because the substantial material you have given. I may use some material like thread, buttons, etc. But the substantial material you have given, on which I do the process, it is supply of service. If the substantial material required for the process is supplied by recipient, it is supply of service. Suppose if I am only buying the cloth, I am only stitching and giving you the garment, then it is supply of goods. For example, there are some shops like Raymond or Louis Philippe or even this linen club like that. These shops, you can go and select the fabric and you give the measurements, they will only stitch and give. That will be supply of goods. Permanent, that is substantial material required for process, is given by supplier. Then supply of goods along with services. If it is notified supplies, what are the three notified supplies? That is, in the same transaction there is both goods and services, but it will always be treated as supply of service. What are they? Works contract, information technology software, and supply of food. For example, in food, the ingredients used in the food is the goods element and cooking is the service element. So therefore, even though it involves both goods and services, it will always be treated as supply of service. That is this. Then other supplies, composite supply, mixed supply, you need to check. What is a composite supply? That is, if the principal supply is goods, then entirely it will be goods. But if the principal supply is service, entirely it is service. For example, AC and installation is composite supply, because both are taxable, naturally bundled in ordinary course of business, and the principal supply is AC. AC is what? Goods. So the entire transaction will be treated as supply of goods. In case of coaching and study materials, these two are composite supply. Why? Both are taxable. Study material is not books. Both are taxable, naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, and the principal supply is coaching. Coaching is what? Service. As the principal supply is service, entirely it is treated as service. What if it is mixed supply? If it is mixed supply, you see the highest rate. If the highest rate is goods, entirely it is goods. If the highest rate is service, entirely it is service. For example, TV plus optional warranty. In case of TV plus optional warranty, TV is 28%, optional warranty is 18%. What is the highest rate? 28, which is TV, goods. So entirely it will be treated as goods. Then video lectures 18%, pen drive 5%. What is the highest rate? Video lectures 18%. So entirely it is treated as supply of service. Apart from this, the balancing figure, any other activity, doing an act, not doing an act, or tolerating an act. Okay. So for example, I am taking classes. It is supply for consideration. Okay. Now it is not covered under movable property, immobile property, intellectual property, or carrying out process on goods belonging to others, or supply of goods along with services. Balancing figure, doing an act, it is supply of service. Same way, not doing an act. Example of not doing an act, non-compete fees. Not to start a competing business, I am paying you some consideration. That is non-compete fees. That is an example of not doing an act. Then tolerating an act. Already we discussed example for tolerating an act. You enter into contract for construction, but you have not completed the construction. So because of not completing the construction on time, some money will be collected by the person, other person, your client. that is liquidated damages, will come under tolerating an act. And what is the meaning of works contract and job work? We know. What is works contract? I am providing both goods as well as services in relation to immobile property against a single consideration. Job work means what? Carrying out process on the goods belonging to others. That name is job work. Okay. So this is about section 7. We completed fully. Then this section 8 and determining taxability of an activity or a transaction, and some circulars we have. Thereafter, one more chapter is also there, that is tax invoice, debit notes and credit notes. So this remaining portion, I will take it in the next class. Okay. Definitely I will take. Along with that, some more questions related to this supply chapter, tax invoice, debit notes and credit notes, and even this comprehensive questions and case scenario MCQs, etc. Okay. Sir, when sir? Is it tomorrow, sir? Tomorrow afternoon onwards, if time permits, definitely I will take. Okay. Definitely I will take tomorrow only, because anyhow we booked this hall and we need to take. So therefore tomorrow afternoon, after your lunch, etc. and all, after that I will take. Got it? Fine? Napa? Here only, this place only. Sir, suppose if the event gets prolonged, etc. and all, then Saturday I will take it morning itself in the YouTube live. Okay, because this premises we are booking till tomorrow. Thereafter we cannot extend. Thereafter Saturday definitely I will take in YouTube live, so you can watch it in YouTube live. And so this tomorrow I will try to take to the extent possible. I will miss, if in case it misses, Saturday I will try to complete. Got it? Suppose sir, no sir, I don't want to listen, etc. and all. From this portion onwards there is no amendments. So you can also watch the previous Jan attempt lecture also. Okay, for this tax invoice, debit notes and credit notes, and this portion onwards there are no amendments. Almost all amendments for May 26, everything I have completed. In that areas we don't have any amendments. You can watch Jan 26 lecture also. Fine? Done? Thank you. And I just wanted to take some 10 minutes of your time to explain, because thereafter I will not be able to meet you, etc. and all. That's why. Please listen. So almost we completed the lectures. Entirely all portions got completed. Now you would have got some understanding about this subject. What we have left to be completed is really a small portion only, don't worry about that. But majorly 95% of the portion is completed. Now what's next? I will be giving you 3 question papers with suggested answers. In our Telegram group I will post it. So our Telegram group, you can just search for THARUN'S GST or THARUN'S Brainery in the Telegram. You can join in the channel and I will post 3 question papers. First question paper is a half portion test that will be on these chapters up to input tax credit. Up to input tax credit. So one test, then remaining topics, sorry, not up to input tax credit, up to value of supply. Up to value of supply one test, test number 1. Test number 2, the remaining topics, and test number 3, overall entire portion. These 3 question papers I will be sharing with you, and along with the suggested answers. But you should not see the suggested answers. You should take up the question paper and you should revise it and accordingly take up the test. What is that we need to do, sir? You keep a timing like this. So already you completed the portion. Now if you give 1 more week for revision, that will be sufficient. So 19th is over, 20th, 21st also you leave, from 22nd you start. So daily at least 3 hours you revise, and for 3 days, that is 22, 23, 24, 25, you take up one half portion test. Then again 3 days, so on 29th you take remaining portion test. Now on 31st, just a quick recap, and on 31st you take the full portion test. Got it? Suppose if you want to take extra time also, you decide, maybe if you have other classes etc. and all, but without revision don't write the test. There is no purpose. There is no purpose in writing the test without revision. So it's my humble request. I am not charging you anything for the test, and I am requesting you, please, please, please don't see the suggested answers, then there won't be point in writing the test. Without seeing the answers, in the exam environment, you sit and write the question paper, take it, print it and write the answers. Thereafter, you cross check with the suggested answers. Now you will know what is the mistake that you have done etc. and all. Got it? And you revise it. What to revise? Simple. Now you don't have to do problems like, you don't have to read again from the beginning everything. This book, you keep it for reference, because this book is only the basis for your learning now. Again, don't sit and read from the beginning, because you will get sleep. When you are reading this book, hardly 1 hour you will read and thereafter you will sleep. Then what should we do, sir? Practice manual is there. From the practice manual, you just start solving the questions. Wherever you get doubt, you refer to this book. Got it? Now this is the way in which you need to revise. You need to learn through question and answers. Got it? Because already you attended the class. You don't have to bother. In case if you have not understood any concept, how you know you have not understood the concept? Only when you apply it, you know that you have not understood. When you keep on reading, you will keep on reading. But this will not go into your mind. But I want you to apply it into the question. So in the practice manual, as many number of questions as you can, entirely you need to solve, including the case scenario, MCQs, comprehensive questions, etc. and all. Close to 50% of the practice manual I completed in the class itself. But remaining 50%, that too majorly, that comprehensive questions and case scenario MCQs you need to solve. And then wherever you have doubt, you need to refer to this book. So this is the perfect revision that you need to do. After that, take the question paper, write the exam, and then cross check with the suggested answers. This revision if you do, that is sufficient. Thereafter, you focus on all other subjects. April month you don't have to touch about GST at all, because you have a lot of other subjects also to prepare. Then you will have literally 1 day before the exam. So if it is like tax exam is today, and previous to previous day law exam will get over. As soon as the law exam gets over, you have to solve the mighty 50 questions which I will be releasing to you. I will share, even I will post a YouTube video also related to that in some 1.5x speed. So your law exam will get over by 5 o'clock, and you will reach your home and you will get prepared for at least 8 o'clock. Starting from 8 o'clock, this mighty 50 questions you solve. So while solving that 50 questions, the entire subject will be like a revision. Got it? Then next day morning, 7 o'clock to 11:30, only GST. Then don't touch GST, because you have to focus on income tax. After 11:30 till that day and night, it will be income tax only. Got it? You understood the plan? Mighty 50 questions. Overall, you have got one revision. The two important areas and all we are covering. Then morning 7:30 or 7 o'clock you get up till 11:30. You will be doing only GST revision. Timing is important. Whatever time you can read, how much ever you can read, that is enough. So what you need to do? Don't solve any questions, because already we listened to mighty 50 questions. Now what you need to do? Just this book, revised book you keep, and in that revised book you turn the pages. Just read it and turn the pages, enough. Then easily you can complete by 11:30. Thereafter, you focus on income tax. The next day, that is on exam day morning, you spend just 2 hours for GST, just 2 hours. Maybe you will get up at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, just 2 hours. What is it we need to do, sir? These 2 hours, you need to revise time limits. At the end of this book, I have given time limits, monetary limits. Okay. Then I asked you to prepare whichever is earlier, whichever is later, and whichever is lower, like that. So that you need to revise. So 2 hours solid time it will take, because slowly with full focus you need to read that. And then for income tax also, you prepare a time limits and monetary limits summary like this. In this 1 month you have daily, if you sit for 1 hour also, you will be able to prepare a summary. That summary you read on the exam day. 2 hours for GST, 2 hours for income tax, enough. Maybe any other topic you feel like you wanted to revise, you can revise it. And by 12 o'clock, okay, you should close your books. You should not read thereafter. Go to the exam hall. Lot of people will be reading at that time also. You don't do that. Because in that minute, if you are reading, unnecessarily you are increasing your pressure. During pressure, what will happen is that something which I already learnt also, it will be gone. So that's why be relaxed. By 12 o'clock you wind up, because your exam starts at 2 o'clock. At least 2 hours there should be time. So your traveling time, whatever it is there, you reach the exam hall, please don't see anyone, you don't talk to anyone, and they will be telling you this you have studied, that you have studied, etc. and all. Don't follow them. Go to the exam hall, sit 1:45. 1:45 they will give you question paper. When you receive the question paper, what you need to do? First and foremost thing that you need to do is that don't read everything in the question paper. Only 2 compulsory questions you need to read. One is in income tax, another in GST. Because compulsory question you don't have any other go, you have to write that. So therefore those 2 compulsory questions alone you read. As soon as you receive the answer booklets, 2 answer booklets you receive. In both the answer booklets you complete that compulsory question. In what time, sir? You have to complete it in 45 minutes. Okay. And thereafter, so the entire descriptive part, you ensure that is either any preference, either GST you give before or the other part you give, anything you give, but 45 minutes means close to like 20 minutes only you have for 10 marks question. 10 marks question GST means 20 minutes. And while solving also you keep the timer 20 minutes and you solve the question. Okay. Then entire descriptive part in income tax and GST you complete it by 2 hours, like 2 hours 15 minutes. 2 o'clock you start, 3, 4, 4:15 you should wind up descriptive part. 4:15 to 5 o'clock only MCQ of both income tax and GST. Until that point of time, don't touch MCQ. I'll tell you why. There is a logic in that. Lot of students try to answer MCQ first. Because they are answering MCQ first, when they are unable to arrive at the answer in the option, their mind is gone there. And they are conditioning their mind, gone. This attempt is gone, like that. So it is into a negative zone. And sometimes it will go to 1 hour also. MCQ paper will touch 1 hour. At that time the pressure will start. 1 hour over. Then 70 marks I have to write in 2 hours. Will I be able to do? So you will not attempt for 100 marks. That's why don't do that mistake. Second reason is also there. The moment when you write the descriptive part, overall provisions, once it will come in your mind, touch and go. Correct? When you are reading, not only that provision, other provisions also it is coming to your mind and going, which means that everything it came into your mind and went. Now when you see the MCQ, all the provisions automatically will come. Because first, you don't have the pressure. You don't have the pressure of writing the descriptive paper, because descriptive paper is over. plus in the descriptive paper all those thinking process and all you have completed. The moment you read a question, the thinking process will start, correct or not. So that thing and all is over. Now you are properly conditioned without pressure, that 45 minutes with full focus you can sit and score the maximum marks. You got it? Now you need to manage the time. So this requires lot of practice. So this test series also you plan it in the same way. You will have all the 3 test papers in the same format. That is, test 1 50 marks, test 2 50 marks, test 3 also 50 marks. But test 1 portion only will change. Test 1, test 2. Test 3 will be your 100%. Same weightage, 15 marks MCQ, 35 marks descriptive. Question number 1 will be 10 marks and question number 2, 3, 10 marks, 10 marks, and any 2 questions you need to write. Same format, same template. Timing also you need to keep the same time. What is the timing? 1.5 hours. Try to manage to do this way in 1.5 hours. Definitely you will be able to achieve. Got it? So this is what I just wanted to tell you, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. I pray that you all should get very good marks, and please come for tomorrow event. So tomorrow we will meet, and after the event we will continue with the remaining portion. If not possible, I don't know, because nothing is in my hands, and if not possible, definitely Saturday we will have the online live session. Thank you. We'll meet tomorrow. Take care. And please invite your friends also. Initially, first day they came, na? So if that all they wanted to come, you can bring them also. Okay. Thank you. That will be for somewhere May only. Any change that happens from May. Okay. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Same time pa 9 o'clock. Okay. Thank you.